Good morning, everyone. We're just about ready to get started with round one of this Bazaar of Boxes Series 6, played in Tilburg, the Netherlands. We got 6 rounds today. I believe 49 players, might be 48. No, it's 49. Okay, we got the full set.
Sure.
So 6 rounds coming up, as well as a top 8.
So this is my additional deck that I'm presenting.
And for our first match, we have
Additional deck.
a sweet one set up here.
It's an attraction deck.
Let's start with the easy one.
Okay.
On the left, we have Arjan, who is playing a Bant Displacer Kitten combo. A deck that has been floating around for some time now, but hasn't really taken off. It's just kind of on the fringe. Nothing too exciting here, just a Bant pile of good cards, and then you play a Displacer Kitten and continuously reset your Teferi, draw your entire deck, and usually when you draw your entire deck, there's some way to win, right? Should be easy. Now, his opponent, we have the return of Peter. This is Peter Underham, who
last tournament, that
is
was
set up with
one
a spicy deck today.
4 years notice.
It's
So about 9 years that I...
It says as per midrange, it's more of a 4-color control deck, but it has some sweet spice. It's playing a couple of Comets, Stellar Pup, and most importantly, it's playing the full playset of Deadbeat Attendant.
I'll start.
Now, I don't fault you if you don't know what Deadbeat Attendant is. It is a 1/1 vampire employee from Infinity. 1 and a black. When it enters the battlefield, open an attraction. That's right, Peter brought an attraction deck. This is going to be a sweet match. I am so glad we start off with this, because this is going to be great. Peter's going to start us off with Island Ponder. Nothing too spicy yet. Now, a quick rundown of how the attractions work. You have
And good luck.
an attraction deck that is 10 cards minimum singleton. Whenever you open an attraction, you take the top card of your attraction deck, you put it into play. It's just an artifact that stays there. Then at the start of your pre-combat main, you roll a dice, and depending on your dice roll, some of your attractions may or may not have an effect. So we'll have to wait and see what kind of attractions we'll get.
Okay.
Draw.
It is going to be a weird game. I love it. I know not everyone is a fan of the Infinity cards in Legacy, but like they haven't exactly broken the bank yet. So for now, they're just a fun addition. I know a lot of people were worried about it, but I think most people are worried about initiative more than the Infinity cards at this point. Which is fair. White Plume Adventure is a hell of a card. Which is why Peter is, of course, also playing White Plume Adventure. And then we have our first Deadbeat Attendant coming in. So we get our random attraction, possibly. Or maybe not.
17.
Looks like Arjan is not going to let that resolve. That's probably a good thing. A good idea. Because there are actually a lot of good attractions. The real downside of the attractions is the randomness in which one you get, which one activates. But when they activate, they're really powerful effects.
Sorry.
That resolves.
Arjan,
this one
accidentally revealing that he has to displace a kitten.
I'll pass it in.
Well, that's not the worst thing, to be fair. But dress down is going to stop the attraction from coming down for now. You are correct, Dr. Trunks. Planes with a Misty.
Sure.
Let's see if I can get a floor judge on that.
Turn that one.
All right.
In the meantime,
Go. Draw.
that fairy drawing a card is possibly going to make things impossible to unwind now. Which is a bit unfortunate, but it happens.
So now we'll try to cast a Snapcaster Mage.
Yes.
Snapcaster coming down for
Yes.
Peter is going to Thunder again and get some
Resolve.
gas going. Peter's deck is pretty much just a value deck centered around Comet and White Plume Adventure.
Draw. And
Like the attractions are pretty good, value, but they aren't the main win condition. You don't really need them as win conditions when you have White Bloom Adventure and the Comet, so. Comet, a really underrated card as well. Like, everyone at this point should know what the White Plume Adventurer does, but Comet does a lot. Comet has a lot of text, and sometimes it does all of it in the same turn.
thank you. I'll play a Tundra and fetch.
Yes.
19.
Comet at its best when you get a couple of 6 rolls.
4 colors.
I have actually seen Comet
Play more cards.
getting 3 6s in a turn, and when you get that, that's scary. If you get a couple of squirrels,
Now cast a
maybe some value from the graveyard, or just straight shooting someone in the face for a lot of damage. Comet can get really scary really fast. And of course, as we mentioned, Comet, Peter manages to find his first Comet.
Now activate Comet.
Yes.
Let's see what we get.
5. I deal 5 to you and it loses 2 loyalty.
5 damage to me.
Yep. Not the most impressive. 12.
Yeah, definitely not the most impressive showing of Comet, but it's 5 damage still. You still have Comet
Yeah.
for next turn.
Attacks.
Sir?
Attack phase.
I mean, 5 damage right now is pretty significant.
Endurance.
Sure.
Target you.
Yeah.
Maybe less so now that Arion has a blocker, but
I'll attack with nothing. And pass it there.
Arion is at 12.
Yeah. Gain 1 life.
Source Supply Share is going to take care of the Ascendant. Now, actually looking at Arion's deck list, I'm not exactly sure what the combo is with Displacer Kitten, or at least how Arion is intending to win. Normally, I would expect something like a Thassa's Oracle, but I don't see that. So, Maybe it's just there as a decent protection spell. I mean, Aryan can still draw his entire deck, but I'm not quite sure how drawing your entire deck wins the game yet. But we'll have to see. Yeah, Peter's deck looks amazing. I saw on Twitter that he was brewing with it,
Attack?
but I did not expect him to actually bring it to this
You want
tournament,
to go to attack?
which,
Choose
by the way,
attack,
is
declare your
a
attack.
qualifier for the
But
European
now
Legacy
you can do it
Master.
from now.
Okay.
Normally, if you say attack, then if I say okay, you have to declare which creatures attack.
Oh,
It's
okay.
like the first next thing.
Swords?
Um,
How amazing would it be if Comet, Stellar Pup, and an attraction deck won Peter the ELM qualifier? I'd love that. Like,
yeah.
to be fair, I'm a bit biased. I love grindy mid-range value piles, so like, I absolutely love this deck. I hope he does well, but I'm gonna be impartial for this tournament. Like, these are all good players; they all deserve it.
Attack. Draw. Black. Biffle.
Yeah, sure. Go.
Beautiful streaks. Just a little bit too late
Planes.
to protect
And I'll pass
Comet
it.
here. But not the end of the world just yet. Peter still has plenty of cards, but so does Arion. Strict is going to make it a little bit harder for this endurance to try and get in. Looks like Arion might be holding a couple of lands. Which a couple of lands is fine, but this is a lot of lands. Fairy from Arion.
Force a will exiling snap customage. 21.
If you're gonna force the Teferi, I mean, you either force it now or you don't get to use that force, I think, in this situation. Peter doesn't have the creatures to actually pressure Teferi here.
Draw. Comments?
Second Comet.
Yes?
We're mentioning Peter is playing exactly 2.
2. I get 2 squirrels and it gets 2 counters.
Comet gonna start chasing some squirrels. Squirrels is a pretty good roll. Should the Comet survive, because that is a +2.
Swords to Plowshares the endurance.
Swords to Plowshares gonna take out the
3 to
endurance.
15.
The squirrels also have haste, so this is actually gonna allow Peter to swing in.
Yes?
With 2 squirrels. 2, 13.
And Beautiful Strix behind as a blocker,
Yes?
Oh, yeah. We're still at 15.
just in case some endurance shenanigans come in, and looks like that might be the case. Also worth mentioning, Arion is playing 2 endurance.
Results?
And there it is.
Target you.
Right. It's at random, right? Bottom center.
Yeah. Random.
2.76% chance.
Block
Yeah.
squirrel.
1 damage.
I mean,
2
you're
fire.
saying there's a chance, right?
And then I'll pass it.
Yeah, even still, if it's not on that turn, just having it there for a couple turns is still really dangerous. Like, as far as 4-mana planeswalkers go, Comet is a really good planeswalker. It's kind of sad that Minskambu has kind of taken a lot of Comet's shine, because I think Comet would see a lot more play without Minskambu.
Go.
Draw.
Displacer Kitten coming down for Aryon.
Totsi, start a jam.
Potsy's going to find two lands.
Yes.
That is both not what you want to see and absolutely what you want to see.
Comet. 4.
Comet gonna roll a 4.
It deals 7 damage to Kitten.
Okay.
And Peter choosing to deal 7 damage to Displacer Kitten.
And yeah, I guess prismatic ending the endurance.
And kills the endurance.
Then I'll attack for 2. 12.
Yes.
And now
And pass it.
the way is clear for Peter to swing in for some damage again.
Go.
Yeah, Aryon is in a bit of trouble now. He needs something to be doing here. Didn't quite catch what his draw was for the turn.
Yes.
2. I get +2 and I get 2 squirrels.
Get some more squirrels.
I'll attack for 4.
Yes.
To 8. And I will pass it.
Now, there is a chance that Aryon is just straight dead on board, but looks like there is an Euro.
That resolves.
And draw.
And then with
I
the
think
trigger of it.
I'm not sure if
With the land.
Aryon has
Trigger of it dying on stack.
enough cards to actually escape it, but
Gain a lot of life.
doesn't look like it matters.
9
9
to
to
7.
Swords to Plowshare is going to take out the Euro.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
It's going to gain him a bunch of life,
Ja,
but
dat is niet goed gedaan.
I think Aryon would have rather had the Euro.
4 damage voor Robert daar niet afgaan.
Can I respond still
To what?
to the swords?
No.
Okay. Yeah, my bad. I was too late.
Sorry.
No, therefore I ask. Playing your
Looks
turn?
like
Also, I think
Aryon was thinking of responding to the Swords to Plowshare, but already let it
The
resolve.
rustiness.
And unfortunately, no taxis backsies. This is competitive rule enforcement level.
Sure.
Put 2 cards back. I'll activate comment.
Yes.
Activates,
I get to activate it 2 more times, and it gets.
and we get a 6.
So I have 2 more activations this turn.
And with a couple lucky rolls, we might actually.
3. It gets
No.
-1, and I return a permanent
We don't get
with
the double
a
shot.
card with mana value 2 or less from my graveyard to my hand.
Okay.
Brainstorm. And then I activate it last time.
But he does get to pick up Brainstorm, which is
I
nice.
deal 7 to you.
And he does roll the 4 and deal 7 to Aryon.
Oh, sorry.
6, 7.
So he does get
Then I'll
the
go
7,
attacks.
Yes.
I'll attack for 3.
doesn't get the 8.
7.
Then I'll
And again, Peter might have lethal on board.
play a deadbeat attendant.
And another deadbeat attendant. Just just to make sure that there's nothing Arion can top deck here to get back in the game. Not that I think there's anything Arion can top deck here,
Things
any
are not
one card.
gonna be good for me.
Oh, maybe they are.
I don't believe you. Resolves.
Alright. Trigger also resolves. I get a storybook ride.
And that is...
After my draw step, I roll a die to see if I visit this thing, like if it triggers. And if it does, this one exiles the top card of my library and I get to play that turn.
Okay.
And it triggers on the 3, 4, and 6 tiles.
I think Arion here needs like Ice Fang Quaddle into second Euro to actually get a good comeback here. Be lucky. Oh my god! So Peter just flipped pretty much the best attraction in his deck, which is the Storybook Ride, and then just also played a White Plume Adventurer, which this.
Yeah, it's a treat for someone who didn't play for 5 years.
This is great. Yeah. This match is pretty much done at this point. So the Storybook Ride. Let's see if we can get it up. Yes, we can. This one, at worst, means that half the time you just get the top part of your deck. And if you don't get to play it, it still goes back into your deck, so it's not that bad. Best case scenario, you get a couple more attractions, and you get just more and more cards off the top of your deck. Like the Storybook Ride can just completely take over a game at some point. This is just a messed up card if you can get it on the field.
That was the first one.
Yeah, and Arion decides this.
The things got there.
This is good enough. Yeah, no, there's nothing he could have done in that situation. Peter just had everything, which is good. We've seen Peter's deck on full display now. We've seen pretty much everything there is to see. So no regrets, whatever happens next.
Does the life counter have a reset button? Oh, yeah, I see.
Yeah, let me do a quick explanation again for the attractions. So Peter is playing Deadbeat Attendant. Whenever Deadbeat Attendant enters the battlefield, open an attraction. Now, Peter has the blue stack of cards there, which is his attraction deck. They are singleton 10 card minimum. Whenever you open an attraction, you just draw the top card and put it into play. It becomes an artifact permanent on the field. And then at your pre-combat main, at the start of your pre-combat main, you roll a dice. And depending on which number you roll, you activate some number of attractions. So just really good value. You can technically just use artifact removal to get rid of the attractions, but really, like, there are no other artifacts in the deck, so you're bringing in artifact removal for a 4-off in Peter's deck. I don't think that's what you want to be doing. Unless it's just generic hate. Like, maybe it's a prismatic ending. A prismatic ending just works. Now, looking at sideboards here, on the side of Arion, not a whole lot that's particularly interesting here. Could see some Carpet of Flowers. And really, that's it. I don't like anything else. Like Serenity is not good enough. Surgical Extraction doesn't have enough impact on the game. Dress Down might be pretty decent, but it's not the best. No, Actually, there's White Bloom Adventure. No, Dress Down's great.
He did have me scared of that kitten.
Play Dress Down.
Yeah, but I could not.
He didn't find anything that's cool
No,
with it.
I drew way too many lands for this deck.
There's fine.
I like lands, but this was a
Well,
little bit
it's a
too
bit more
much.
difficult.
And also no filter.
You have one of Containment Priest could be good. Just use your opponent's Displacer Kitten as a piece of removal.
A part of the game.
That sounds pretty good. And maybe a Triumph of St. Catherine for Peter here. This kind of feels like a matchup for that. Just try and grind a little more.
You want to start?
Yes, please.
Yeah, the White Plume Adventure is... Yeah, it's just an absurd card. But you don't need me telling you that. I wouldn't be surprised if it got banned at some point. Here we see the Triumph of St. Catherine.
Okay.
Like,
Have fun.
Peter has the one-off in the sideboard. I assume it's for the more grindy matchup, but I'm not too sure on that.
Yes.
Don't really have all that much experience with the card myself. It also doesn't help that the card is still not on Magic Online.
Keep these. And pass it.
Hopefully, it makes a cut soon, along with Chaos Defiler and Moloch. And I'm probably missing a couple cards, but yeah, a lot of sweet cards that
Marsh flats.
just aren't on Magic Online yet. But thank God for Paper Legacy. Still get to play all the sweet cards. Like half of Peter's deck, for example.
Go.
And step. Brainstorm.
Yes.
It's the Brainstorm for here. And nothing too much happening yet.
Check back.
Slow and steady start.
I'll take my turn.
Yes.
I'll fetch before draw step. 19. Scrubland. Then I'll draw for turn.
Yes.
Tundra. And Tendons.
Like, Attendant's coming down.
19.
Gonna be the start of action for this game. But guessing might be countered here. Snow Covered Forest for Ariel.
He's going to get just down again.
Probably Dress Down, yeah.
I will try.
That will resolve.
Yeah, Dress Down. Again being the party pooper here.
I assume I get a 1.
Sorry?
And again the Forest, yeah.
Then I'll pass it.
Also, looks like Peter not catching that. Yeah, Dress Down is it's pretty good against the Attendant. It's pretty good against White Plume Adventurer. It technically works
Your
against
turn.
Baleful Strix, though. I think you
Draw.
just want to give them the card off the Baleful Strix, to be honest.
Play a Photo Strand, and I'll attack.
18.
Then I'll pass the turn.
And we get the 1-1 beats going here.
Brainstorm.
Sure.
Yeah, Peter's deck is something else. I know a lot of people were concerned when Infinity Spoilers started. A lot of that was kind of quelled when Initiative came around. Now everyone's talking about that. Infinity never really got off the ground, but there are still some interesting things you could be doing. For sure. Like attractions.
Fair.
I'll respond to
Or
this.
Comet. We saw what Comet did in game one. Comet is a hell of a planeswalker. Like, honestly, Comet's biggest downside is that it's not Minskable. Like, I'm sorry, I had to say it.
Yeah.
Target Brainstorm.
Yes.
Cast Brainstorm.
Yes.
Snappy and a brainstorm. Yeah. Snapcaster into brainstorms is one of those things. Like, doesn't matter what you're doing,
And
what year it is. That's always going to be a legacy thing.
Force of Will. 18.
And force pitching force. Gonna try and attack the Teferi here.
Sure. Your turn.
Draw.
Because again, if you're not forcing here, when are you forcing, right?
3.
15.
And I will fetch 17.
A bit of a slow start today, which is fine by me. Just
Planes.
still kind of
You're right.
waking up.
No.
I am not a morning person. I really am not. Like I don't know how people do it, man.
And I will.
Like you catch me at 3 a.m., I'm fine. I'm on. Yeah, coffee helps definitely. Yeah, you catch me at night, I'm your man. You catch me in the morning, just don't even talk to me.
Touch.
Yeah. 14.
Yeah, getting to bed early probably helps. But like, there's so much to do, so much to see, so much. Like, I finally get going in the evening, and then it's bedtime. I have to stop going. It's awful. I hate it. I just want to keep going 24/7, man.
Silver sticks.
Gain
Swords to
1
Plowshares. Gonna get rid of the Baleful Strix. Just the X1 beats going on right now. Man, a Fury would be great here. Speaking of pain,
Go.
Tap. Draw. this trend.
Yes.
We go to attacks.
Oh. At least both players are hitting their land drops, I guess. They're not even playing that many lands, to be honest. 21 for Peter and
Endurance.
only 19 for Arion. But they sure know how to find them.
Swords.
Endurance coming down for Arion, but most likely gonna get swords there. Or not? Nope. Of course, it's Hydroblast, so Arion brought in Hydroblast.
And then I will do nothing else.
Makes sense, I guess. Like, you saw a couple of red card. I mean, you saw one. You saw one red card in Comet,
Your turn.
and Peter isn't exactly playing an established archetype, so you see red cards. You have no idea what your opponent's doing. Yeah, makes sense to bring in Hydroblast, I guess.
Targets. Source closures.
Yes.
16.
I mean, it's also reasonable to expect, like Pyroblast. Your opponent is already playing a control deck with a red splash, so it's not the worst.
Dances, target you.
I think I would have probably done the same, to be honest.
I'll
Another Hydroblast in Arion's hand. Peter actually taking Hydroblast.
Yeah.
Oh,
and
hang on.
4, 5, 11. And then I'll pass.
Yeah, exactly, Alex. Just pitch it to Force Will. It's fine. It's Stormcrow, right?
First medic in.
Yeah. You can only pay 2
I'm
for
gonna
it if
take
you
out
want.
one of
Oh,
the Snapcasters.
True. Unless you're playing around spell snare, which you can do. But
Yeah. You don't have spells now. I don't expect.
Yeah.
Your turn.
The XM1 beatdown continues. Yeah, Arion is on Displacer Kitten combo. Though,
I gain
I'm
2
still
for
not
18,
sure
I take 1.
how Arion intends to win once he actually assembles the combo. Like, he does have Fairy and Displacer Kitten to actually draw his entire deck. He's playing some Bubbles, he's playing a Mux Amber. But there's no Thassa's Oracle.
Your turn.
So, you draw your entire deck,
Attack.
and then
9.
what?
I'll don't see you.
Like, I see
It is
nothing in the 75.
unbelievable.
So,
Yeah, I mean, the stat cease also wasn't great.
My first.
Results.
yeah, agree. Like, attractions are the pun absolutely intended main attraction
One
here.
that could.
Like, let's be honest,
9 more turns.
attractions are sweet.
That's an interesting deck.
Let's ignore for the fact that Peter is playing 3 white adventurer, because we've seen that. That's old news. We don't care. We got attractions.
Go.
Ooh, Circus Unleashed. I like that one. Yeah, it's just your quote unquote typical control deck,
See? And pass.
except Peter is also just playing for deadbeat attendance to
Results.
get some attraction to play. Also, I'm pretty sure this deadbeat attendant on the field right now has been there since turn 2. It has been going the rounds this game. Oh, actually, no. It was there since turn 3, I think.
Force of will.
Okay, bossy control. I like it, but it probably goes over the head of a lot of international viewers. So, but I appreciate the effort for sure.
4. 2, 7, and I'll pass through.
But yeah, I'm not crazy, right? This is still that same deadbeat attendant, right? This has been attacking every turn since turn 4, I think. Yeah.
Your turn?
Delta. Attack.
Declare attack.
Oh no,
That
no,
was-
another deadbeat attendant. No.
No, the trigger first.
Oh,
If you would.
You.
Right, and then after that results, I'll plow the endurance, or try to at least.
What are you talking about? Cephalid breakfast is very accessible.
Yeah, and
10, and then take 1.
Because it's a cephalid,
go
and then
to
he eats your deck.
9.
It's a perfect name.
And then I'll pass it through.
And turn fetch.
Okay.
8.
Here saves the deadbeat attendant by allowing the endurance. Which technically means we get 3 more turns of deadbeat attendant, so yay.
Draw for turn.
Oh yeah, that is kind of unfortunate, yeah.
Go.
Attack. 7.
Unbelievable.
And I'll play. White blue.
Results.
I'll go into the undercity.
Fair enough. Fair
and
enough.
Search my deck. This is the initiative. Search a basic land.
Yeah.
White Plume Adventure
I'll search an island and I'll
finally
play,
defined.
and then I'll pass it through.
I feel like both Arjan and Peter have just not been finding all that many cards this game. Like, we got the obvious hero deadbeat attendant here. We got a couple snapcasters, but other than that, we haven't really seen that much action.
Lucky.
We saw the endurance.
Put 2 counters on my attendant.
Yeah.
Then I'll draw.
Oh yes, 3/3 attendant. Let's go.
For 6. 2, 1. And I'll pass.
Basically one card.
That is just if you squint hard enough, you just don't see the White Plume Adventure, and then the deck is great. I mean, to be fair, White Plume Adventure did just make it a 3/3, so that's all I'm saying. Arjan drawing the Uro is gonna get fire blasted,
Yeah.
and that is going to be the game.
Already there.
Yeah,
Interesting.
really, really fun deck by Peter here.
It's specifically
Really
meant
fun
to
brew.
do well against such decks. Your short exposures are just so anemic against me because you basically
Yeah,
have to
they
hit
are
the
all
one
small.
ones
Yeah,
and stuff.
Emerald
Yeah.
would be really funny.
And,
Also has
and
some
the
pretty
red-
good synergy
yeah, and
with Strix
Planeswalker is
and the
also,
White Plume Adventure. And
Yeah, it's pretty good.
yeah,
I saw
I
him,
think it's fair to say it has some
when
synergy
I
with
was looking
Snapcaster
at
as well.
decks and Planeswalkers, but I had still 2 lands in my hand again.
Yeah,
So
Peter's
I have only
deck is
19 lands.
built.
This-
Yeah, that's a lot.
Peter's deck is just
I
built
also had a
speed
lot
up
of
these
lands.
spare
That
decks.
meant I had Snapcaster Mage Force of Will.
Yeah,
I was like,
Yes, that is Peter Van Ham. Absolutely.
Oh,
But I don't interfere in the game like that, so don't call it.
Yeah,
okay, yeah.
there's a lot of cards
Thank you. I was
that
looking for that.
are in Legacy that are
Yeah.
really sweet that aren't on
People
Magic
watching are
Online
like,
yet,
wait.
which is really
yeah,
unfortunate.
thank you.
It just
Yeah,
I hope
and
they fix that soon.
even didn't.
No.
Oh, yeah.
We'll have to see. There might be some time left in the round.
We were casting endurance
If
before
so,
I attacked.
Yeah,
Which is usually the best is to wait until I declare my attackers.
yeah.
And then
oh, I
cast it.
can still.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I thought that I needed to.
No, so between declare attackers and declare blockers, there's a phase where you get priority
Okay.
to do stuff. So
Okay.
you just wait until I attack, then play your endurance,
And then I can block. Yeah. Because otherwise you choose not to attack. And okay. Ah, thank you.
Alex, we have someone
I
from the
thought
production team
that's
listening in.
one.
But it is unfortunately tournament policy that we do not interfere
too much,
with
you still
the
need
table.
removal for your kittens, I thought, and for Earl, of course.
So
Yeah,
when
I
we see
basically
something, don't interfere.
sideboarded this for your
Yeah.
Planeswalker and for the
Oh.
initiative and
Yeah, I think that's good. I just did. My endings aren't too great versus you.
Not sure
These are better, I guess.
how many.
is the stream stopped?
there's,
Yeah, I think so.
there's-
Otherwise he would not have said.
there's 4 minutes left in the
Sorry,
round. I
exactly.
don't think we have
En
enough
ik had
time
eigenlijk
for our backup match here.
stuk
So
van eigenlijk de Kitten combo
just
qua filtering.
right
Had ik
before we
uitgehaald
get
en ik weet
started
wat je
in the
speelt.
next round, everyone,
Deze die heeft
welcome
niks tegen je
to
Planeswalker.
the
En
Bazaar of
ja,
Boxes
als ik
Series
7
played in
removal heb voor je
Burg,
kleine beesten,
the
dat is ook
Netherlands.
voldoende. In
We
principe.
have 6 rounds as well as
Alleen,
a
ja.
top 8 today.
Ik denk wel dat in deze
And
matchup
I'll be here
Kitten combo
the entire time for you. This
ik had de
tournament
Kitten
is going to
zelf
be
erin
a
laten zitten, maar
qualifier
ik heb
for the
geen...
European Legacy Masters played in,
maar
I
ik heb
think,
geen Thassa's
Bologna
of...
at the end of the year.
Dat je in beestjes krijgt.
Ja, die of de Chase.
En ik zat er nog aan te denken.
I don't know what the win condition is for
dat
the
ik realiseerde dat ik
deck
endurance ook
either,
voor
because
mezelf kan doen.
Arion is not playing
Ik zat eraan te denken om nog
Master Oracle, so
erin te doen, 1 keer.
Ja.
Omdat ik die ook kan gebruiken om
my push sounded a bit weird.
door mijn deck heen te gaan.
Ja.
Ja.
I'll have to look into that.
Nee, want je kan... Ja,
Nee, we moeten nog
Thanks for mentioning.
dan moet je... Hij is niet standaard 1-1. Als je moet mana betalen, wil die 1-1 zijn. Anders is het gelijk dood.
Ja, maar hij triggert je
Yeah,
kitten.
we have 5 more rounds and top 8 coming up, so I hope you
Kitten triggert opnieuw.
watching.
Oh ja. Maar wat wel... Maar ik dacht van, ja, maar ik kom nooit aan genoeg mana. Aan 40 mana. Maar dat kan wel, want als ik endurance heb, kan ik mijn deck blijven recyclen. En dan kom ik er wel. Want ik heb dan 1 keer Ember, Mox Ember erin zitten.
Ja, dan heb je in principe zoveel mana als je wil.
Dus-
in doen.
There's no fast
Maar daar
sword,
kwam
there's
ik
no
vanochtend,
monetary.
realiseerde ik me dat. En ja, toen had ik mijn deck al gesubmit. Ik denk, nou weet je, laat ik eerst maar gewoon eens even spelen. En op zich ging dat redelijk oké.
Nou, zeg je. Zoals voor die endurance.
Well, quick break, we'll be right back.
Die zijn
Don't
we
go anywhere.
moeten spelen.
Ja.
Kitten, we saw Peter Vanderham playing Attractions. So we should have some good matches today. No sound? Oh. Have I been talking to myself for the past few minutes? Okay, that it happens. No worries. Everyone, welcome to round 2 of our Bazaar of Boxes Series 6. We have 49 players today, so it should be 6 rounds as well as a top 8. Thank you, Alex.
Wordt wel weer opgelet. Hoe dit verder, denk ik. Als we al 5 minuten tegen.
So after a more spicy round 1, we have something a bit more traditional for round 2. We have Sam on the left here playing just good old Is it Delver. We have Finn on the right playing Naya Depths. Full on Naya, not just the sideboard blast, but also playing 3 copies of Minsk and Boo. So actual Naya Depths. So should be a good match. Should be a good match. Get a quick Elvish Reclaimer here. Dried Arbor is not going to survive the Lightning Bolt, and looks like a bit of a slower start for Sam here. Which could be quite dangerous, actually. Naya Depths, very much a deck that is able to quickly put a Merit Lage into play. Especially if this Elvish Reclaimer stays on the board. But we'll have to wait and see if Sam finds an answer. Looks like he does have an answer if he needs it. Lightning Bolt's definitely going to be very good against this Elvish Reclaimer here. Which is good, because Dark Depths is a very good card. It's not a good card by itself, but it's a great combo piece for sure. Getting Merit Lage into play against Delver is pretty good. Well, getting a Merit Lage into play against any deck that doesn't have like Swords to Plowshares or some other kind of answer is pretty good. Especially if Sam ends up not having a Wasteland here. Which looks like he does have the Wasteland. So if Finn wants to go for the combo, needs to be a bit more careful. Yeah, he may have had a Brazen Bar in hand as well. Like Delver being Delver obviously has answers to pretty much anything in the format, so it's not like Sam is just sitting there taking it, but does at some point need a threat of some kind. Like Delver, flipping a Delver is pretty good. Daze is pretty good too. Daze plus Wasteland is pretty absurd. But looks like Finn is getting a fetch off the top here, so not the worst. Which is so far not really sticking anything. Good morning, Spikelist. You missed round 1. We saw Displacer Kitten. We saw Peter Vanderham playing Attractions. So, yeah, if you can, definitely go and watch the VOD, because that round 1 is pretty sweet. That round 1 was pretty sweet, for sure. Round 2, we're about to find out. Knight of Reliquary here for Finn. But that Delver is going to flip after 2 pretty good ponders. We got full 49, so pretty sweet. And hopefully for the next one we should have more people. I believe the new location is bigger. If Marvin can confirm that in chat. From Oh, that'd be sweet. Because now at 49, signups are just done in an hour. So being able to up the player count would be really sweet. Yes, selling out in 70 minutes. Whew. Starts the Plowshares. Gonna take out the Delver. Night Relic Quarry coming back down. And looks like Sam might be kind of a land short here for casting the Brazen Borrower. I think he does have Mystic Sanctuary in hand, but you kind of don't want to play that now. Yeah, the next Bob series is definitely going Super Saiyan 3. For sure. Yeah, it's surprising, because a couple years ago, people were worried that Legacy was dying out, but it seems like Legacy for 2023 is looking better than ever. Probably. Proxy rule probably helps. But like at this point, you kind of need that proxy rule, right? And of course, it's unfortunate that you need proxies, but it's good that they're available. Yeah. Ooh, that spike list. That's a. Ooh, I don't know about that one. Hmm. I mean, it probably helped a little. Like Modern Horizons probably helped get people away from Modern, I guess. Yeah, Wizards has been kind of holding back on the legacy scene, unfortunately, but there's not really much that they can do short of just abolishing the reserved list. But in the meantime, we have a concession from Sam here. So going into game 2, which Finn probably appreciates, because Minskambu is definitely a great card, but it's not a great card in this matchup, for sure. So guessing they are probably gonna come out. Pyroblasts coming in. Choke's probably coming in. And an Endurance? Yeah, Endurance sounds fine. Sounds fine for sure. Then on Sam's side, that sideboard is maybe a bit smaller here. Price of Progress is probably a fun one-off. Could potentially just be have your life bar here. Other than that, not sure if this is a surgical extraction matchup, but it could definitely be. Don't have quite enough experience with this matchup to make that call either way, so I'll trust Sam on that. Sam is a pretty experienced tempo player at this point. It is the Delver's backlist. It is. No worries. Yeah, I really like the one-off Price of Progress in Delver. It's not the most common thing, I think, but like when it's good, it's just so good. Okay, it's probably the worst creature in the deck. I'll give you that. But worst card? I mean, we've seen worse, right? Yeah, Price of Progress against a deck like Naya Depths, just all non-basics. Okay, not all non-basics, but a lot of non-basics. 25, to be precise. Dragon's Rage Chandler, turn 1 for Sam here. I assume that means Sam also has a protection spell behind it. Which, this is just a great combination. Also worth mentioning that the card on the screen is the arena version, and the arena version doesn't get the 2 toughness, whereas the paper version does. So it's a full-on 3/3. Or alchemy version. Yeah. It gets kind of confusing when they start modifying cards for digital play. There we go. Like, I get why they do it, but not a fan. Not a fan for sure. So, surprisingly, Sam didn't have a protection spell to protect the Dragon's Rage Chandler, and he didn't have a protection spell to protect the Delver, so I'm guessing he has a hand full of threats and cantrips, and then he draws the days. Oh, that's rough. That's rough. Yeah, no, Alex, that was a nerf specifically for Arena. On Arena, it doesn't get the toughness, but it still has every other bit of text on the card. It's weird. I mean, like, Yu-Gi-Oh! Saradas aren't that bad, right? Like, just straight up removing 2 toughness, that's just a straight up new card at that point. Okay, so Chat saying he might have already had the days in hand, just didn't have. Oh yeah, because Finn had mana open. Yeah, fair enough. Fair enough. Mox Diamond, surprisingly good card when you're worried about Days in Wasteland. Murktide coming down, not that big, just a 4/4. Just a card in the graveyard. Unfortunate. Yeah, Finn just having all the answer at this point. Oh yeah, that that Marchese, yeah, that's kind of rough. Having the same word on it twice, because that's an actual functionality problem at that point, right? Wait, does Dethrone work twice? I don't even know. Remnant Excavator for Finn is gonna get dazed. Yeah, that would have been a problem for Sam if that had resolved. Especially if Finn manages to find like a reclaimer or crop rotation that excavator just completely takes over the game at that point. Yeah, the signature spellbook Pyroblast. I actually kind of like that art. It's not my favorite, but I don't hate it for sure. Elfish Reclaimer gonna get bolted. And starting to look like a bit of a control matchup at this point. Wasteland gonna take out the Dark Depths, just tit for tat. Yeah, look at that Pyroblast. I love how like the bottom of the card starts burning up. True Name Nemesis coming down for Sam here. That's a card that's kind of fallen out of favor over the past few years, but is a really good answer to any kind of initiative shenanigan. Just being able to keep taking back the initiative from your opponent. It's pretty good. You know what else is pretty good? Choke. When all your lands are islands. Yeah, True Name Nemesis for those who forgot. Just an old school legacy staple. Really hard to deal with. Actually, does Finn have a way of dealing with that? I don't think he does, actually. So, I don't think Finn actually has an answer for the True Name Nemesis. Unless he brought in Glacial Chasm, but that's kind of a stopgap more than anything. And again, with a big Knighted Reliquary on the field, there is a Maze of Ith in Finn's deck for sure. Unfortunately, Maze of Ith doesn't work on the True Name Nemesis. Does work on the Murktide region. Then going to activate the Knight of Reliquary here. Might have brought in the Glacial Chasm then. Oh no, wait, he's probably going for the Mesavith then. Yeah, that makes more sense. No, he's actually going for the Yavimaya first. Yeah, that makes sense. Because now you can use the Knight of Reliquary, get rid of the Flagstones to get a Plains as well as the Maze of Ith. Yeah, I think that's worth the 5 life at this point. Yeah, it does not have Tabernacle. Which, I mean, to be fair, Naya Depths is more of a creature deck anyway, so like, especially if your mana sources are getting wastelanded, I don't think Tabernacle is really what you want to be doing in this matchup. Also, just wasteland the Tabernacle if it's really a problem. So, but it would have been a pretty good answer for Trinity Nemesis for sure. I mean, technically, it would have been an answer for Trinity Nemesis. Like in practice, you'd also just want to keep casting Wasteland then, right? No, because even that doesn't work because there's a basic island on the field. Oh no, wait, because choke. Wow. Good morning, everyone. How are you doing? Looks like I'm still kind of waking up at this point. Yeah, fair enough. Worst case scenario, you can just get rid of it, I suppose. I don't know. That doesn't sound like my cup of tea, personally, but I could see someone justifying it for sure. We get another Knight of the Reliquary here. So, at the very least, the Knights kind of put a damper on the True Name Nemesis. Maze of If keeping Murktide region in check, and yeah, Finn actually not looking too bad against a board of True Name Nemesis Murktide region, which is kind of funny actually. Oh yeah, me neither, Dion. So maybe you're right. Maybe you're right. I don't know. Exactly. That first Night Reliquary is just doing some work. That second one, it's here. Might start doing something in the future. But that first one is so crucial. Sam just has no real answers for this. Like maybe drawing a Brazen Borrower. No, you can't even cast that. Oh, worth mentioning, Sam isn't playing any mountains either. So literally the only mana sources he has left are Wasteland. So I think Finn should be able to find a hole here. Yeah, he does. And that's going to be 2-0 to Finn. So, GG for Finn here in round 2. Tough beats for Sam, but you know, it happens. It happens. We're going to be setting up the B match here in a moment. Everyone, thank you for joining us today. After the B match, we still have 4 more rounds, as well as a top 8 to go. So definitely be sure to stick around. Right. That is an interesting question by Quinn here. I'd imagine there's a world where you trim the third Minsk combo for. I'm thinking the Elvish Reclaimer, but I'm not too sure on that. But sounds reasonable. Let's see here. Looks like our B match is going to be Laurent playing Cephalid Breakfast against Joris playing Mono Blue Tempo. Now, Joris is a player very well known for his Mono Blue Delver list. You might have seen him online as Beast42. So definitely a player who knows his deck quite well. I think we're going into game 3 for our players here. A bit of both. I think Mono Blue Delver is. I mean, there's a reason it's not Blue Red Delver for sure, but it's still playing a lot of the good cards. Still playing Days, Wasteland, Murktide Regent. So there's still a lot to like here. But it definitely helps that Joris is a player who knows his deck. For sure, for sure. It is 1 mana. Okay. Yeah, should be Marvin on streaming duty. Marvin and I think Ruben is helping, right? Yes, okay. See, we have turn 1 Saga for Laurent here, turn 1 Delver for Joris. Looks like no Ancient Tomb. Wait, it's Cephalid Breakfast. There's no Ancient Tomb anyway. For a moment there, I thought we were playing Acast, but no. No, this is an Ursa Saga that's just getting a Shuko ASAP. At least I assume it's going to be Shuko. Maybe it's Ethervile. Yeah, Joris's deck is definitely blinked out to the max. Like Even at an angle, you can see the crazy foiling. So, Torpor Orb for Joris here. Should be should be a pretty good card. Gonna stop the Thassa's Oracle and technically the Baleful Strix. That's not the thing you're worried about, though, probably. Looks like Ether Vial being found off the Ursa Saga. Interesting. So, Laurent most likely going to be looking to play around any kind of counter spell. That's probably a good call. Because notably, just putting him into play is it's not the same as casting them. Now, what answers does Laurent actually have for a Torpor Orb? Probably Brazen Borrower. That's probably a good one. Prismatic Ending, for sure. And I assume that's going to be it. Oh yeah, Teferi, you can just bounce it, of course. For sure. I don't think it is either. Let me check. It is not. It is banned. Yeah, I've never seen Flash Protean Hulk, so I have no comments on that. Whether or not it's too strong or not, but there was definitely at one point a reason why Flash was banned, for sure. So Laurent looks like Laurent has a Source to Plowshares in hand in case this Delver flips. I think Joris might actually decide to just double daze the Source to Plowshares if it comes to that. Because there's really not much else going on here. Exactly. Yeah, of course, because the money you save on not playing duels, you can then spend on foils. Also, no foil duels. So, you know, if you want to foil out your deck, just don't play duels. Problem solved. I mean, if Storm just plays a bunch of counter spells just for color control, right? Looks like we have a spell belly for Joris here. Ethereal Forager. That's the card. What was spell belly? Doesn't matter. Ethereal Forager for Joris here, though not a lot of instants and sorceries being delved. And not a lot of cards being cast. Maybe? Okay, he's going to force the Forager. The Source Splashers on the Forager. Yeah, Joris kind of wants to keep a threat at this point. Because this is the point where the moment Torpor Orb leaves the field, the game could be over. Yeah, I don't know why I was thinking of Spell Belly. Like, what even is a Spell Belly, actually? How did I get that name in my head? I don't even know. Yeah, it is an ethereal forager for sure. That, like, ignore my insane ramblings. It's a sliver? Okay, then I have no idea what I'm on right now. Wait, Storm plays Prismatic Ending now? You know what? Sure, why not? I'm here for it. Sure. Anyway, the Ethereal Forager giving at least a quick brainstorm cast here. Notably, brainstorm not as good without fetches, which is why Joris is playing fetches. So you have a monocolor deck, you play nothing but islands, and you have 8 fetches still. It's a concession you just have to make, right? Local slang is spell belly or well you will. Well you will, I love that. So the well you will gonna swing in a couple times. Lauren's kinda needing an answer at this point. There is the Brazen Borrower. I think there's a Nomad's Encore in hand as well, and I think Lauren just has the full combo in hand. Illusionist coming in off the vial. Looks like we might be seeing the combo going off here. I think this is pretty much do or die for Joris here, or Laurent isn't going for it? Oh, maybe Laurent isn't going for it. I think that's a hard cast Brazen Borrower. Is he gonna try and trade with the Forager? Yes, he is. Huh. Interesting. So, I'm kind of wondering what Laurent's plan is for dealing with Torpor Orb now. Because make no mistake, like Breakfast does have to win with the Thassa's Oracle if you're going for the combo plan, or maybe Laurent isn't going for the combo plan. Just play a 2-mana 1/1. Oh, I thought I saw Nomad's Encore, but it was a Triumph. Interesting. Okay, then yeah, Triumph is definitely definitely a way of going on the beatdown plan. But unfortunately, getting countered is not dying, so that's one Triumph less. Up to 2 more to go. Yes, next Bob will be in a new location with a lot more slots, so hopefully the people who missed out this time will be able to make it next time. Now the Brazen Borer for Joris on the beatdown plan. And Psionic Blast coming from Joris. Wow, that is a blast from the past. Just 3 mana, deal 4 damage. And that's gonna be game 3 going to Joris. That is a spicy one-off to win the match on for sure. Psionic Blast. If I'm pretty sure Marvin is looking it up right now. So give him a second. We're kinda cranking his hamsters for a moment. Good morning, Case. How are you doing? Yeah, that what Spikeless said. So I saw Joris post Psionic Blast a couple of days ago, last week I think, because it is just 4 damage. It has a lot of utility, but it's 3 mana. It's a lot of mana. Yeah. There we go. Psionic Blast. So yeah, I guess Joris likes the card because he is playing it. It did win him this game, so it's got to be at least playable, right? Does he have any way of recurring it? I mean, you have the Ethereal Forager, I guess. So that was round 2 for now. Will be 3. We got 6 rounds and top 8 today, so still plenty of Magic left. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. A qualifier for the European Legacy Masters. Okay, we got audio? Alright. Sweet. Yeah, not sure how much of that came through, so I'll just... Okay, something to keep in mind then. I'll just do my thing from the start then. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are. We are about to start with round 3 of Bazaar of Boxes Series 6, played in Tilburg, the Netherlands. We have a total of 6 rounds today, as well as top 8, so still plenty of matches to go. And one lucky, I don't want to say lucky, one player will win a qualifier, an invitation for the European Legacy Masters, which should be held at the end of the year in, I want to say Bologna? Probably, I think that's where Four Seasons is, so should be there. I'm not sure who we have at the moment. I think, let's take a quick look-sees. I think we have Michael on the left playing Dimir Ninjas, and Dan on the right playing Dimir Death Shadow. So, 2 Dimir players. Which it's kind of weird. We haven't seen that much black over the past few years, but really sweet to see it kind of make a bit of a comeback. I wonder if either of these decks are well positioned against Initiative. That probably would help a lot.
I discard. Yeah, discard. Okay. I'll fetch. 17. Fetch shop.
Alright, looks like we have the correct names up now.
Okay. Yeah, I play and reanimate to my grief.
Looks like... Is that a... Watery Grave for... For Dan here? I don't recognize that art. Might be a Secret Lair Watery Grave.
13. I'll take the ponder. Okay. So the ponder.
Yeah, that is a Secret Lair Watery Grave.
Right. I mean, it attacks and it can actually doesn't do anything extra, right? No. Okay. Draw.
It's kind of a strange art. Yeah, fair enough. Changeling Outcast just being straight up unblockable, as well as Snuff Out being a very relevant piece of removal, for sure. Sounds like it's great. Yeah, I could see both of these decks having at least some game against Initiative, so that probably helps. Yeah, Death Shadow doing pretty good. Those are some pretty good first couple of turns here. Looks like Dan is also holding a Daze. So potentially another 2 life just straight off of that. This has the potential of being a very, very explosive matchup. Another Thoughtseize coming out. Michael is just getting ripped to shreds right now. Thoughtseize going to find Moon Circuit Hacker.
Yes. 16.
Another ninjutsu card. A very cheap ninjutsu card, especially for what it does. Most of the times it's just a straight up card draw for 1 blue on a 2/1 body. That's pretty good. But oh yeah, no, this is a game. I think Michael needs an answer right now. And I think the answer needs to be Brazen Borrower. It could be a Murderous Cut or a Snuff Out. Snuff Out is not ideal because you're already losing a lot of life here. Fatal Push does take out the Grief, but still leaves you with a Murktide.
Nice.
Baleful Strix
Close storm.
gets countered by Daze, unfortunately.
What? Yeah. For 9? Yes.
Swing in for 9. And now I think there's no
I see.
one single draw that gets Michael out of here.
Yeah, game. Yeah.
And Michael seems to agree.
Very cool.
Yeah, just a really explosive start from Death Shadow, and the double Grief into Thoughtseize is so strong. So powerful. So, sideboards. Yeah, exactly. The Dazzle Strix, and I mean, Michael was already at 3, and there was a 6/6 Murktide, and still a Grief, so there's just too much going on at that point. So, on the Ninja side, I actually don't hate Plague Engineer, to be honest. That's just me. I am not a Ninjas player, but seems like maybe well, actually, no. It's mostly just a Death Toucher, right? No, I'm off it. I'm off it. Yeah, Grief into Reanimate from the Death Shadow deck. Reanimate to lower your life total for Death Shadow. That's also pretty good. Yeah, on the Ninja side, not really a lot of cards I really like here. Like, maybe a Back to Basics could be good, because like Dan is kind of relying on Watery Graves and Underground Sea, so could be good. We'll have to see. Then on the side of Death Shadow, we have some removal mostly, which is not entirely unwelcome. And then against ninjas, Plague Engineer might actually be pretty good, because it doesn't matter what you name the Changeling dice. Doesn't kill Ornithopter, unfortunately, but you can just name Ninja and shrink the deck pretty solidly. So could be a pretty rough match for Michael coming up. Appreciate you guys, really.
I'll start. Yes. Have fun. Good luck.
Same for you.
The sun is still a little bit out of the way. Let's just hope there's no glare or anything. But it should be fine, right?
I'll keep. Some people as well.
Right, both players keeping 7. Michael gonna start on Prismatic Vista. Island into Ponder for Michael here.
Shuffle. Pass turn. Draw. Brief.
Grief, pitching grief for Dan here. This is the start we saw the first game. Looks like we have Snuff Out, Stifle, Plague Engineer did come in. Okay, and Unearth.
Let's see.
So Michael did bring in the Plague Engineers.
Take the stifle. Like 1, 2, 3, 4 cards.
Now,
5, 6,
what do we think he's going to name with that? I'm honestly expecting Baleful Strix, so Bird? And then it's just a Death Toucher for anything big.
Pass turn. Draw.
Yeah, an interesting keep for sure.
Fetch. I'll go to 17. Okay, I saw the. Oh, yeah. Already did your fetch turn.
So Grief taking the Stifle, so no stifling fetch lands this time. Yeah. Michael keeping a hand with no enabler and no payoff. Does have some removal and Plague Engineer, I guess, so it's a very controlling hand, for sure.
The end of your fetch.
I mean, it's interesting, right, Alex? It's like I say interesting because I don't know if it's good or bad. It's interesting. It's worth thinking about.
In my last full turn, flush.
Oh, I might be guilty of that spike list. This is. I mean, I'm kind of guilty of like thinking for a moment about whether or not I'm gonna counter something when my hand is just all lands. So just make him think like you have something, right? Make those lands work for it. Bunch of filthy control players here, including myself, by the way.
Exiling 5 cards. Yeah. You pass it.
Yeah, players definitely don't mulligan enough. But there's always just the risk of mulliganing an okay hand into just something completely unplayable, right?
Yes.
First ninja coming down for Michael here.
1 damage.
Gonna dodge the Gurmak Angler. Let's see what we flip.
Yes. And swamp. Yes.
It's a land.
Play the land for the turn.
That's that's not a lot of damage then.
Pass the turn.
I will mention Michael is not playing Emrakul. No one-off, fun-off Emrakul just flip you to death.
Yes.
No Draco either.
And,
Nope. Best you're getting is Force of Will, unfortunately.
I'll pass the turn.
I mean, it's fun if it's just the same force of will over and over again, right? Just keep brainstorming it back.
Place that. Doing this one too.
Plague Engineer gonna get dazed, looks like. Michael thinking about forcing it. But even if you force it, you'd still have to kill the Gurmak Angler if you want to attack.
Which ingenious infiltrator.
He's going to force it, pitching. What? Ingenious Infiltrator. That's the name I was looking for. Yeah, Bird is the name. No attack yet, unfortunately. Yes, the bird is the word, in fact.
Come on.
I guess chat has heard the word.
Yeah, okay. Damage.
I mean, Surfing Bird is just one of those songs, like, it's okay, like, the first few times, then at a certain point you're like, I never want to hear this song in my life. And then 15 years later, you've completely forgotten about it, and then...
Unearth Eureka. Can I read it once again? Yeah, sure.
Huh.
Place that. Okay. So it does not resolve, so it's like this. Yes. My turn. I was trying to.
That is... It's interesting. Okay, chat? It's interesting. Yeah.
No blocks.
Yeah, that seems kind of aggressive.
Reanimate. Target Eureka.
Oh, Dan gonna reanimate the Eureka, I think. And then Michael, in response, is gonna surgical his own Eureka. Oh, this is a play that used to be really popular during Phoenix meta in Modern, where people would board in surgical as a protection spell against opposing surgicals. Where you just get your own Phoenix and you keep the other three. Oh, that's a play I haven't seen in a while.
One card in hand? One card in my hand. Yes. Fetch.
That's a classic. I love that.
10.
It didn't work, unfortunately, but I liked it.
No touch regions.
I don't think Michael shuffled now.
This one, this one, this one. This one. So keep those for 4 counters.
But the surgical didn't resolve, right? So, yeah.
There is my tap. Go.
So no need to shuffle.
Left to target my tap. Yes. You go to
Snuff Out's gonna take care of the Murktide region, but Michael is still in a bit of trouble here. Yeah, this.
I thought it was
I said it at the start of game 2, but this seems like a really rough matchup for ninjas.
for surgical extraction. Yeah. Sure. You go to 5. Yeah. I forgot the damage. Go. One card in there? Yes. Pass turn.
Dan's turn. Gonna start with a ponder, maybe get a big card on top. Ooh, snuff out would be a big card on top. CMC 4. Yeah, exactly. If the surgical resolves, you have to shuffle. For sure. Even if you don't actually look through the deck.
Combat. Five.
There we have it. Yeah. Because you are technically searching the library, even if you don't actually take anything out of it.
Get two surgical.
Even if it's your own library, still have to shuffle it. Another surgical extraction.
The build destructor will be exiled. It's in my hand. No. And you can select.
Actually hitting something out of the hand of Dan here, getting a quick shuffle off, so Snuff Out is now not on top anymore. Yeah, I don't hate that. I don't hate that for sure. Like, getting the Baleful Strix out of Dan's hand, that's just icing on the cake.
Bloggers? Yes. Ruler? Yes.
And then you
No.
trade with the fish.
Only?
I mean, Michael's still in trouble here. Ponder helps, but
Have you shuffled my deck?
he's still in a pretty rough spot.
Shuffle okay, yeah, sure.
But that was definitely a sick line. Yeah, Michael this game has just brought everything he had.
Draw? Yes.
Like the
Come on? Yes.
well, everything he had with a surgical actually.
Pass
Yeah, both of those plays were surgical plays. Yeah.
Can I see your graveyard? Yeah, sure.
I don't know, so maybe Dan gets a couple bad draws. Just doesn't do anything for a bit. Worth mentioning, should Dan decide to attack, the Eureka is a 1/3, whereas the Moon-Circuit Hacker is a 2/1. So that would be a chump block.
Block? Yes.
And he is going to chump block to not give the trigger.
Cost 3 animate. Yeah. Let's targeting.
Michael is not playing Days. Yeah, with one card in hand, maybe he brought in Flusterstorm. That's pretty much it. Which, honestly, I don't think he did. I don't assume he did. Like, Flusterstorm does almost nothing against Dan.
Pass it to yes.
Yeah, they do sometimes, but
Pass turn.
this is not one of those times. Michael is not playing Days.
Before blockers.
He's playing Stifle, I guess.
Yes.
No, we saw he's playing one Stifle, and we already discarded that start of the game.
Match. 4. Trigger.
So we get a Eureka flip here.
Trigger. At the push.
It's a fatal push. It's not the worst.
One dice. Yeah. Graveyard, sorry. And pass it turn.
Not the worst for sure. Yeah, Stifle would do nothing against the Death Shadow for sure, but it does technically qualify as a counter spell.
Pass it turn. Colette. Make a sugar. The 4 blockers. What is the cost? It was 3 to untap, yeah. I'll push it. 1 to 2.
Hit a bush, taking the blocker. Gonna flip a shadow. Michael's still just barely floating.
What's he doing?
Stotzi is gonna find the land.
And I'll play this one tapped and you can see.
And now Michael needs a removal spell.
I'll fetch and
And he fetches himself to death. Yeah. GG. Really sweet game.
can't let it happen to get beaten by my own ninja.
Yeah, it was an interesting keep by Michael, but other than that, he played this game really well, I feel. It's just, I don't think this is a very good matchup from ninjas. Like it looked like the shadow just completely messes up ninjas, but yeah, sweet match for sure. Oh yeah, Dante got some forces. Yeah, I guess that sort of makes sense. Wait, actually, I'm not sure. Is Ninja's casting? It's not, right? Yeah, no. Yeah, then I get it for sure. You just want removal. You just want to kill whatever they put into play. Yeah, makes sense. Let's see. Marvin, do you have a B match for us? Thank you for your patience as we're setting up our B match here. Let's see who we have.
Nope.
I will keep.
Looks like it's going to be Emily on the left, playing 4-color control. Looks like a Minsk and Boo and Triumph of St. Catherine list, so pretty standard list. And then her opponent is going to be Maarten on Cephalid Breakfast, which we saw for our last B match as well.
Sure. But
Combo deck versus control deck. Now, convention says that should be favored for the control deck, but this is a combo deck playing Teferi Time Raveler, so we'll have to
Ponder.
wait and see how true that actually turns out to be. Yes. Spike list. The Cephalid Breakfast, you play a Cephalid Illusionist, and then something that targets the Cephalid Illusionist a bunch of times, because every time you do that, you put the top 3 cards of your library into your graveyard. So just put your entire graveyard, put your entire deck into your graveyard, then Dread Return back a Thassa's Oracle and you win. The difference here is that Cephalid Breakfast is...
Draw for the ponder.
Well, first of all, they're actually playing lands. They can sometimes play more of a mid-rangey list. Like, you have
Forward Island.
versions of the deck that just play... blanking on the card right now. Stoneforge Mystic. So you can play a small Stormforge Mystic package.
Trigger.
You can play Teferi Time Raveler, which is something Oops All Spells can't do.
Your turn.
And step fetch.
Sure.
Have as in Path to Exile?
Volcanic Island.
Sure.
Wait, are we still talking about Cephalid Breakfast, or are we talking about 4-color control? Because neither of them are playing Path to Exile.
My turn.
Emily is playing a full play set of Swords to Plowshares, though, which could be relevant.
EI.
Resolves.
Exile hands. Bottom.
I mean, sure, but you can still play Swords to Plowshares, right?
Go.
Yeah, Swords and Prismatic Ending. Oh yeah, no, they definitely play Swords in the side, for sure.
Island. Move to combat.
Okay, that was the confusion then.
1. Second main phase.
Barb, yes, proxies are allowed in the tournament. There are rules for the proxies to make sure that people do get a fair chance playing against proxies.
Force pitching EI.
But yes, proxies are allowed.
En, 2, 3, 4.
I will
Let's see.
force back. Pitch
Maarten
Cephalid, Illusionist.
trying to resolve a Teferi here. We get Force Pitch Expressive Iteration from Emily, Force Pitch Cephalid Illusionist from Maarten here. I think that is still better than not having Forced at all,
I will put the.
because the Illusionist is at least gone now, so
End step fetch.
Emily does have a bit of room to potentially still recover from this. I assume she's playing Prismatic Ending. Yes, she is.
Umbra.
Yeah, that is a force of will art for sure. Jibiri, I know. In an ideal world, we would need proxies, you know, but unfortunately, Legacy is at the point where, yeah, like proxies are kind of necessary just to make sure there's a healthy format at this point. And that sucks. It really does.
Taiga.
But I do feel like
Teferi for X.
Bazaar does have a
For 3.
fair setup for proxies, so
Red.
at least there's that.
Green.
Yeah, exactly.
Works.
Dat
see
is
it?
de... Nee.
Looks like Emily does in fact have the Prismatic Ending to get rid of Teferi. And now Maarten had to throw away one of his combo pieces, which could potentially put him in a bit of trouble here.
Planes. Move to combat.
Ja. No blocks. 15.
Your turn.
Drop.
Yes, the wonderful Rudy of Goat Enterprise not only sponsoring the tournament but also just having his stall there
Go.
with cards to sell.
12.
Rudy's good people.
Flooded Strand.
He's
Ja.
Move to combat.
going to be sponsoring the Dutch Open Series in a couple of months as well. So
your
glad
turn.
that's back. I really missed all competitive Magic, to be honest, for a couple of years. But Like really getting the Dutch scene going again. That's so sweet. Love it.
Blue, green, whatever. Euro?
Fat Cat. This is being played in Tilburg, the Netherlands. It's
Sure. Triggers. How do you want to trigger?
almost entirely south.
Live gain? Draw?
It's like almost the most south point in the country.
For the draw trigger results, I would like to play Swords of Plowshare on Euro.
Oh yeah, Eldrin, make no mistake.
Okay,
We don't allow fakes. Like fakes actually hurt the game
draw.
way too much.
Land?
Like they have to be actual proxies, like
Triggers are on the
printed
stack.
on a piece of paper
Alright.
So Swords
And
of
then-
Plowshare's results first.
in your sleeve. Like it
Okay.
needs to be obvious
you
that
gain
they're
6.
proxies,
Land?
for sure.
Draw.
Then you gain 3.
Exactly.
It's correct, right?
Nee?
Like it
I'm
needs
using
to be
3
obvious
life,
huh?
that
6
they're
for the-
proxies. If it's not obvious, if you're trying to pass them off as real,
Yeah, correct.
then that's a problem.
No, it's correct.
Good
correct.
morning, Heister.
Alright. Go.
Fetch.
Meanwhile, looks like Emily tried to resolve an euro, got swords. But I think Emily's in a pretty good spot here. As long as she can keep the board clear of the fairies, she should be fine. I think she has 3 cards in hand.
Yep. Untap. Draw for turn. I will play Cephalid Illusionist.
Martin going to try and resolve the Cephalid Illusionist. We have a fetch in response.
Oh my god.
No. Thankfully, no bends.
Oh fuck. Savannah?
Sure.
Komt in Battlefield?
Combat.
Looks like the illusionist resolves,
Your turn.
End step?
and Marta swings in for 1 and passes the turn,
Pleasure.
and then Sword of Plowshares,
Sure.
which should cause
My turn?
mill, right? Question mark?
Draw.
Yeah, that should mean Marta mills 3 cards. Seems they missed that.
Go.
Draw for turn. Play Underground Sea. Combat. 1. Your turn.
Draw.
Like Emily is holding
Yes.
1 land. No, that's not a land. It's a Serenity, Force of Will. I think that's another Sword of Plowshares.
Draw for turn.
So I think Emily is in a pretty good spot here.
Combat. I would like to cast Narcometer.
Marta gonna hardcast Narcomoeba. Looks like we're back to X1 beats.
Yeah.
For those of you who
Your turn.
missed it in round 1, we had a mid-range versus mid-range matchup where both players.
Wat wil ik dan nog voor
No, not both
tappen?
players. At one point, Peter Van der Ham was
Triumph of Zenith?
playing a bunch of X1s and just beating down with that, and yeah, it worked. We'll see if Marta can replicate that. Looks like that might be a bit difficult when Triumph of St. Catherine enters the battlefield.
Would like to brazen borrower your Triumph of St. Catherine.
Response, fetch.
I mean, yes, Marta has a clock, but she does have answers. Like, she's not in any threat of actually dying, right? So she has turns, and as long as she has turns,
Untapped in
she
battlefield.
should be improving her hand and finding a threat or something, right? At least that's how I'd see it. Now that we have the Triumph, she's in a really good spot.
5 mana. Hardcast Force.
Sure.
Force gonna
Alright.
answer the Brazen Borrow here. No, actually thinking about it, what does Serenity actually do in this situation? Like, it prevents Mart from not actually playing out the Shuko, I guess? Or if you're worried about Ether Vial,
Attack you.
it kills
One
Ether
in the
Vial?
air.
Oh yeah, of course. Just 4 of Saga.
I will cast Triumph
At
of
least-
St. Catherine.
That would be a thing if Marta was actually playing Saga,
Your turn.
which he isn't. No, wait, he is. It's the decklist sorting here. Now he is playing Ursa Saga.
Draw.
Yeah, no, they're playing. Marta is playing 3 Ursa Saga, so yeah, Serenity does plenty here.
Swords Priest Strix.
That works.
Gonna sort the Strix. Maybe try and get through. But Marta now also has the Triumph.
Yeah.
Sure.
Well, to be fair, Spike List, Triumph isn't modern legal. If Triumph was in modern, oh, trust me, that thing would spike. That would be a $100 card for sure.
Hands. Exile.
It's an art for sure. It's paint on a canvas.
Brainstorm?
This one is resolved, right?
Yeah.
Looks like we have Emily cantripping. Wait. Did we sort a Baleful Strix when there's a Triumph on the field? Like, did that just click in my head? Good morning, Bob. How you doing? Okay, my brain just did not even register that.
Wasteland is 1 van de beurt. 2 keer Underground Sea en 2 keer 10 draaien.
Yes.
1 van uw Underground Seas.
Sure.
Okay, yeah, that's a thing. Sure.
Go.
We are doing great, Bob. We have an entire day of Magic coming up,
Attack you for 1 in the air.
so couldn't be better. Oh, I could have a cup of coffee right now. That would make it a little bit better.
Draw. Fetch.
Yeah, I don't mind the Faithless Looting. mean, we're talking about the one with the red cape, right? With the actual person on it. I don't mind it that much.
Volcanic Island?
Yeah, breakfast is a fun deck. It's just one of those legacy decks where you have an old card that never got reprinted, that just does something
Yep.
really cool and unique. Yeah, that Fateless Looting, that one.
Sure.
I don't mind that Fateless Looting, I really don't.
Hans?
But
Exile.
I do get how it could turn some people off, for sure. Like, it's not for everyone.
I would attack you for 1 in the air.
Personally, I do like it better than the kind of new art. I think it was from Baldur's Gate, the one with the rogue on it. I think,
Your turn.
right?
Untap. Draw.
Sure, Alex. Sure.
Wasteland. Uw andere underground.
Emily going on this wasteland train, just strip mining Marta here.
Can I see your graveyard? Attack with both in the air. Your turn.
Draw.
Oh my.
Onder.
Resolves.
Yeah, that's a card art as well. That kind of reminds me of. Does anyone in chat remember Earthworm Jim? It kind of reminds me of that.
Sure.
Like any boomers in chat? Oh, that's old school. Yeah, of course you know, Alex. Of course you know. Right? It kind of reminds me of Earthworm Jim, to be honest.
Zo terug. Draw. Vijf mannen, waaronder 1 wit. Ending op je triumph.
Was that 5 colors? Was there black in there? I don't think there was black in there.
Wacht. Dat gaat niet, dat gaat niet. Wit, rood, blauw, groen. Ik kan niet aan 5 komen. Dat gaat niet.
Je hebt geen zwart.
Nope.
Wel black.
Neem ik die dan terug? Dat gaat niet, dat gaat niet.
Well, technically you're allowed to do it. It just doesn't do anything.
Dat verandert veel.
Technically she's allowed to do it. I'm not gonna tell her though.
Ja, Rakas. Go.
Is
But
die rainforest?
yeah,
Attack you.
Source to Plowshares
Your
would be great here.
Draw.
Yeah, the wording on prismatic ending is kind of weird because you can just pay 5 mana, but then it still looks at how many colors you actually put in, and if it's not 5 colors, then
Hoeveel kaarten
you're
heb je
still
ervan?
allowed to
Hoeveel
actually cast it
4.
and target
Yeah, 4
something,
cards.
but it just doesn't get exiled. And unfortunately, unless Emily can find some way to make
Reroll?
black mana, the Triumph
Targeting
is
force
not
of
gonna get
will.
prismatic ending here. Looks like surgical extraction. Didn't quite catch what the target was.
I will fetch.
Borrower.
I will hard cast force that.
Sure.
And it actually gets the force. This, I don't want to say interesting, but this match is interesting. I've been saying interesting too much this match for sure.
Two cards in hand.
Yeah.
Fairy Time Reveler.
Fairy Time Reveler coming down here,
Does it resolve?
protecting
-3
Something?
on that one.
bounce the Triumph.
Hand up.
Yes.
Oh, is Marta gonna win during turns?
Go to combat. Swing for 7.
This one attack from the Triumph could be the difference here.
Cast Ponder.
And it's just the one attack that Marta needs. Because now he has Narcos. Finds another Narco off the top, might actually consider just drawing and playing it, right? No, wait, he doesn't have enough mana.
On top. Draw from the Ponder. Your turn.
I mean, he could draw it next turn and still attack with it, right? He still has a turn afterwards. Yes, Marta is
Yeah.
up a game right now, so if they don't end this game, then it's still a win for Marta. I think this is it for Emily. Yeah, if Emily is able to use this turn and another turn to deal 24 damage to Marta, then yeah, it's a draw. But like, I don't want to be a negative Nancy, but I don't see that happening. Draw off the ponder, and is that going to be enough? No, it's not.
Oh my
And-
god.
Marta wins this match 2-0. So
Oh my
that's going to
God.
be time in the round.
Laten we het
I
winnen van
think
helpen.
we'll need a minute to get set up for round 4. we still got 3 more rounds as well as top 8 to go. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
I go for 10.
You may start.
Yes. So I guess for both of us, this is the win and in, right? Because if we win this one, we can draw the last 2 games. Or the last 2
Probably,
matches.
yes. Step by step.
Okay, let's win first.
No,
yeah.
no. Yeah. If we draw, but we're not going to draw.
Let's see if we can get do the first time this time.
Is that my deck?
Yes, we do. All right, everyone, welcome back to
I
Bazaar
guess
of
we can
Boxes
put on
Series
time?
6.
Yeah, I'll keep you.
We're about to start with round 4. Played in Tilburg, the Netherlands. We've had a couple of good rounds. Some really interesting decks, some interesting plays. So it's been a good tournament so far. So, for this round, let's have a look-see. We have David on our left, playing, is it Delver? And Teus on the right, playing 8cast. 8cast is a deck that just appeared out of nowhere, was really popular, and then it kind of settled into where it is now. It's a pretty powerful deck, some really explosive draws. Kappa Cannoneer is a hell of a card.
Oh,
And
keep.
I'll keep two.
yeah, just a really fun deck.
Keep sign up.
And then Delver, of course, is Delver.
Monsopo.
Okay.
We all know it.
And
Nothing too spicy from Delver. Kappa Cannoneer on your screen now.
pass.
I don't know.
From the Kamigawa Commander set, I believe. If I remember correctly.
Non-creature artifact or non-creature enchantment. Okay, my turn.
Ja, oké. Marvin, kun jij een collage voor maken?
And Kappa Cannoneer, if it resolves, especially in this matchup, it
Play
is
Christy
pretty
Rainbow.
much GG, I think.
Or
19.
the
I'd imagine it being pretty hard for Delver to pay 5 mana to get rid of a creature. Not impossible, but unlikely. Not only that, 8cast is also playing the full 4 Chalice of the Void,
Ancient Tomb.
as well as a couple Ancient Tombs. Speak of the Devil.
Go to 18. Side.
So,
Resolve.
8cast definitely has a
Bubble,
lot of
get a
relevant cards here. Looks like Psy Master Thopterist coming down here, and a Bauble is going to make a Thopter. Whereas David looks like is sitting on a Dragon's Rage Chandler, and he might have a Daze in hand, deciding not to play it to protect the Dragon's Rage Chandler. So you might just not have it.
Battle for an 80 spellbomb.
Teus certainly has it. He's showing it.
And I hit you with
This is the kind of hand that you expect from 8cast.
No blocks.
Just hold your hand for a bit, then play a side, drop your
To
hand,
look at stock card.
and all of a sudden you have 9 permanents on the field and drawing a bunch of cards and stuff and things.
Draw.
He does have a lot of signed cards though, for sure. even if they're not foil signed.
Yep.
Lightning bolts gonna take out the Sai here. Looks like.
Lightning bolt trigger.
Yeah.
It's
Stays.
it's a 1/4. I think it's a 1/4. So double bolt,
I'm going to.
and we still have the 3 Thopters. So
No,
that
no,
that
no,
Sai is doing
Yeah,
work
you
right now.
already
Yeah,
did
it's a 1/4.
I'm gonna throw in a top there.
Stupid. Your turn.
Yeah. So, yes, it dies, but I think it's done its job for sure.
3 mana, lose 2. 1 for Shadow Spear,
Yeah,
and 2 to equip this Shadow Spear to a Thopter.
I'm not sure about. Oh, maybe David is looking to turn on
1, 2,
Delirium
3, 4.
by just suiciding the Channeler.
3, 4. Yeah, thank you.
That's.
Opbouw voor je top card.
Or maybe he's looking to drop a Murktide region afterwards. Like that one.
Pass, upkeep, drop.
I don't know if he already had a Murktide region. Like, that would make sense, I guess. Not necessarily sense in the fact that I agree with it, but it would make sense.
Wasteland.
Uh-huh.
Riptide 4, 5.
Yes, this is playing the Haywire Might.
Okay.
3 spells.
The
3 counters.
one of the
Resolves.
the new great additions from the Brothers War. Like, this card is really interesting because it has a lot of interesting synergies, and just if you can make a green, it's a great effect
End of
for
turn.
sure.
Spell on the Murktide.
Bounce. Naar mijn hand.
Yeah. Take my turn.
Being a great find off an Urza Saga, of course. And yeah, Spellbomb
2, go to
just
16.
bouncing back the
Just one.
Murktide, and kinda makes you wonder why did we Murktide in the first place.
All in. 4, I gain 2.
I guess you just kind of have to play through it, but I mean, if you're gonna play through it, wouldn't you want the Dragon's Rage Chandler to refill and then just deploy it again? Now there's a Chalice on one. I think David is holding a Delver, which is now dead. This was a Lightning Bolt, Brainstorm, another Brainstorm looks like.
Yeah.
You want to play this one? You want to counter?
Count it.
Okay, your turn.
Yeah, and now we're just throwing 1-drops into the Chalice to get back to Murktide.
4 again. Gain 2. Pass.
End step, brainstorm.
Just count it.
My turn.
Yeah.
Oh, that's something you can cast.
Spastic iteration.
Yeah, that's fine.
I mean, you can cast the other ones, but you know what I mean.
Bottom. Place Calling Storm.
Yep.
Yeah, that side did its job. It made 3 Thopters and just 8 Double Bolt.
Mission power.
That's pretty much all you can ask for out of any given card, right?
Yep. Wait. Shit. Oh. And I'll hit you for 4 again. Go to 22. Pass. Upkeep drop. Oh, end of turn fetch first. Okay, yeah. You go to 1.
Yeah, I'm not sure what David could have here
Doesn't matter.
that would get him out of this.
I guess I'm dead.
No main deck meltdown or anything.
Upkeep draw.
Yeah.
I think Brazen Borrower is good enough.
I bought your face.
Nope.
Not the main.
Ignore that.
That's fine.
And that's good.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, that was an interesting block on the Dragon's Rage Chandler. I'm not sure. Maybe David just didn't realize there was a spell bomb on the field.
No, I wanted to update the score, but you have to leave it there.
No, it happens.
So
It
you
happens. Yeah, from the side we have a one-off Meltdown as well as a one-off Brotherhood's End. So I'm assuming those are coming in now. We could also see some Pyroblast coming in. Probably an Abrade. Yeah, Brotherhood's End is an interesting card. Really does a lot. It's funny because usually that slot was reserved for Anger of the Gods, but there's just so few like real graveyard decks like Dredge that don't care about the exile anymore. And then being able to just wipe the board of a bunch of artifacts is so much more relevant. Oh yeah, Pyroblasts are definitely coming in. Definitely. And then on the side of Toos, of 8cast here,
Nice.
that's a good question actually.
Sweet up.
I'm not sure what 8cast would board here.
Over here.
I don't think Anchor affects Planeswalkers. Wait, does? No, Anger of the Gods does not affect Planeswalkers. Wait, Brotherhood's End does? Oh yeah, of course. Oh yeah, no, Brotherhood's End is just straight up better. Yeah. Oh, not straight up better. If the exile is relevant, you could still consider Anger, but when is it ever these days, right?
Hey, alleen legacy vandaag, hè?
Yeah, Tus does have Force of Negation in case he's scared of the board wipe. So Force of Negation is something that he could consider.
I'm assuming you'd like to start this one?
I would like to start.
Yes.
I would like to beat you also. Just a wish.
It's like a 50-50 here.
Yeah, it's not a bad matchup for me. For you.
Post sideboard, I think it's slightly better for you.
Yeah. Presenting my deck.
No worries, spike list. I knew what you meant.
Have fun.
Yeah.
Let's see.
I'll keep. I start. Fetch.
Yep. 19.
Looks like both players keeping
Wait,
7. That hand by David has a lot of expressive iterations in it.
One, two, three.
Daze, Lightning Bolt, Brainstorm. David thinking of putting back the Wasteland.
Okay, your turn.
Okay.
Oh yeah, because he's not shuffling his deck anyway, right?
18. Check.
So hopefully the cards were stacked properly.
My turn.
Then we just wasteland the ancient tomb. At least I would.
Yeah, those of now.
Yeah, I think that's probably fine. Just fire off the wasteland. Because now if those just doesn't have anything else going on, then
Yeah.
you bought yourself just so much tempo.
Wat erbij? Bubble.
Yeah, the entire Brotherhood on paternal leave, sure.
Emily. Flip 4 for Emily. 1, 2.
Okay, unfortunately for David, those did actually have something to be doing here. But I still think that the wasteland there was the correct play. Just make him have it.
And I'll pass.
Looks like no third artifact for the Max Opal, and the Embry is going to eat a bolt, so yeah, I think David is in a pretty good spot here.
Sarah?
Okay, that's good for those. Again, doesn't have the third artifact.
And
I think I saw.
let me
I think
that's-
there's his hand is Topcast, Top Monitor, and not sure about the third card.
Yeah, I'll pass.
So I think there's is about to just
Brainstorm look.
reload on gas here. But it is taking a bit of time, so David is able to maybe set up a defense here.
Land.
Hey, no more brainstorm look.
Pass.
Yeah, that matchup could be pretty bad. I can see that. A lot of utility lands. Yeah. Just
Play this token straight away.
you're playing
Go to 16.
2 islands and no fetches, and then
That unlocks my
you just got locked out of the game. Maybe you get lucky with like a Mox Opal, but
Shoutcast.
yeah, that sounds miserable. Podcast is going to get forced, it looks like.
Brainstorm, yeah. That's fine. You go to 18.
Yes.
Yeah, again, I agree
And
with the
I'll-
force here, given that Deus is on low cards in hand, not really doing anything. Like, you don't know he has the thought monitor. He does, but you don't know that.
Oh, yeah.
So again, just buying time, hopefully finding a threat, sticking it, and just going for it. But if Deus is able to resolve this thought monitor, that's gonna be a problem.
Play for the strength.
Yeah.
Your
Turn 1, Cavern, back Thalia versus Reanimate. Yeah, that's that'll do it.
3. Make a dude in.
Greedy mana bases are greedy.
Oh, dude making goes on a stack.
Yeah. I'm going to fetch.
Yeah. 16.
There's trying to make a dork,
You can go.
another dork, a car instruct.
Comes into play. Saga gets dead.
Fetching in response to the Ursus Saga. Make sure you don't get Pithing Needle out of your third mana.
Spear.
There's instead going to find Shadow Spear. Is, is this becoming one of those kinds of streams, Spike List?
Good steer.
Is this
Hit you for
becoming one of
2,
those
3, 4,
streams?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 6 trample, I think, going your way.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And I'll pass turn.
Ja.
No, board wipe for David here would be really nice. Maybe off the top.
Expressive.
Yeah.
Doesn't look like a board wipe. Does have Murktide region. And now it kind of feels like David, despite
You go to 9. Yeah.
getting just all the time in the world here, isn't able to actually use it to leverage anything.
Target. Expressive.
Yeah, I'm gonna cut your deck first. Yeah.
Murky Wasteland, Forest Days, and didn't catch that last card.
Ik heb 5 spells.
Yeah.
We do get the full
On the side.
Murky, the full 8/8.
Go to 21.
I will daze that one.
Yeah, fair enough.
Your turn.
Let's see. So
Days,
that's,
making sure it actually
8.
resolves.
You're at 9.
There's one card in hand, which is still the
Down. 1, 2, 3,
Thought Monitor.
5, 6, 5, 5. Tap. Drop.
Yes, Murktide Region gets
Bubble.
+1/+1 for each instant and sorcery specifically.
6.
So no planeswalkers, no artifacts, no enchantments. But
Draw 2.
you do get additional counters in retrospect, should you exile some more instants or sorceries. So
1, 2.
it's fairly easy to keep the train going.
You're at 9.
Top Monitor coming down for Thuis here.
You're.
Just a bunch of artifacts here.
You why not? Both go your way.
I think
1,
the
2,
constructs are big enough
7,
to...
8. So that's a 9/9 travel
Yeah.
lifelink, and that's an 8/8.
Yeah, they are big enough to, at the very least, trade with the Murktide, and in the case of the Shadow Spirit one, just straight up kill it.
Block.
You lose 8, I gain 9. That one gets dead. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7,
Wait,
9, and you got a 1.
I think I am dead.
yeah, because it has trample.
9/9. Go 1 through and then 8.
You're completely.
David's just straight dead.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Congrats.
nothing you can do here. Despite having a pretty decent start here, David just not able to respond in time. There's getting a couple card instructs and just going face. And that's kind of the power of 8-cast, right?
Wat had je gehoord?
Just
Wat had je gehoord?
play your hand, hope it's enough, and usually it is.
Dat een might en 2 kappas eruit gehaald. En ik had...
This game too, Spike List, I think it was definitely a case of Delver being too slow, because David did have the Wasteland take out the Ancient Tomb, he forced a Thoughtcast, and still he just wasn't doing anything
Een beetje risky.
in that spot.
Deze op zich.
Ja, ja, ja. Ja, de meeste mensen inderdaad zijn van 2 meltdown naar 1 meltdown en een Brotherhood's End gegaan. Maar hij was gewoon naar 2 Brotherhood's End gegaan. En dan had ik van,
I mean, the Wasteland came as soon as it could, right?
Maar ja,
Because David was on the play and Thuis played the Ancient Tomb turn 1. And yeah, I guess that is already too late at that point.
Ik had beter kunnen spelen, maar het is oké. Je hebt verdiend gewonnen.
Thanks. Ging lekker op zich.
Ik wist niet goed wat ik uit moest halen.
Oh, on the Saga. Yeah, fair enough.
Ja, je kunt nog verschil maken tussen op de play of op de draw of je de deze wel of niet
Ik was on the play, daarom heb ik deze gehouden.
Yeah, that was just too late. That was a turn sooner.
Ben je met je vinden, Marvin?
That would have helped a
Die
lot.
komen hier aan. Je hebt geen B-camera of?
Nee, ik haal het niet.
Oh, luie donder.
So,
Denk wel.
yeah, that match definitely could have gone differently, but
Nu ben je binnen, hè?
Ja.
it is what it is. Sometimes you just don't draw lucky. It happens. All right, let's see if we can get our B match going. Yes, this is being played in Tilburg in the Netherlands. It's almost the most southern point in the country. This is the last time it's going to be played in... I can remember what the location is called.
Stream, we talk in English for the people at home.
Right.
And you can actually update scores
Just
by...
Pretend like I'm not being an idiot right now.
And it actually connects with the stream, so at home they can see the live totals. You can also see the time here.
Perfect.
But you get 5
It is in...
switch.
Sure. Thanks.
Theseus. And then starting the next tournament, they're moving to a new location, which allows them to have more players. I think they are 0-3, yeah. I think that is correct. Oh yeah, I just need to read chat. Yes, they are 0-3, unfortunately, but they're still here. They're still playing, as they should be. Like, we don't go 0-3 drop. That's not how this works.
Turn. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, I blame the sleeves.
Oops, it's coming turn.
Sure.
Fetch.
I've been considering ordering a pack of custom sleeves from Dragon Shield. Like, apparently they're supposed to be really good.
Elder.
Prima.
I just don't know what to put on them, you know?
Fetch.
No clue. Yeah, there was one burn player. Let's see if I can find him here. Can't find him off the top of my head here. Oh yeah, he is 0-3. I mean, he's 1-3 now. He got the bye for this round.
Yeah, that works.
So turn 1 Delver for Sanne is going to get exiled by Prismatic Ending. Oh, he got the bye. We have a odd number of players.
Wasteland on your.
Oh, actually, Now we do have two people dropped, which means we still have an odd number of players.
Fetch.
Yeah, we're just watching the B match right now, so we don't have 15 minutes of elevator music. Like at the start of round 5, we'll have table 1 again. And in the meantime, we have Justin and Sanne here to entertain us. Justin in his Harry Potter sleeves. There, I said it. I mean, it's good music. Never said anything about the quality of the music.
Cross filtration.
Sure.
I mean, if you want to listen to it, it's probably up on YouTube, right? Yeah, Sunrays, we are watching the B match. Next round, we'll be back with table 1.
And
And besides, like, 0-3 is a couple of draws away from 3-0, right? No, I am not on location. I'm casting this from the comfort of my own home. Also because that was just easier to do with,
days.
Sure.
you know, players not hearing me.
Worth a try.
Always.
Go.
To be fair, on the one hand, this is kind of comfortable, just doing it from home, but on the other hand, I also kind of just miss being on the floor with players, you know? Like, ups and downs, ups and downs. Upsides and downsides. You know what?
Wonder.
Okay.
Looks like Sanne right now not really having a lot going on. Oh, I wish spike list. I mean, anyone from Four Seasons is watching. If you want to talk,
Look out Thunder.
you have my number. I wouldn't mind, that's for sure. Nah, I'm just a small fry.
Like to waste your.
I gotta work up my brand a bit.
Goal. Go.
Okay. Looks like Sonda, sick of being stuck on one land, decides, you know what, Justin, why don't you join me on one land? One land is great.
Go.
Justin's like, nah, this Scalding Turn disagrees. Yeah, no real threat from Sonne here, which is kind of a problem.
Island back. Go.
Fetch.
And again, Justin not doing all that much either. I mean, Justin's the control deck, right? Justin isn't supposed to do anything until he wins. I was like, yeah, I did so much. Yeah, it's surprising. So far, all the Delver matches we've seen have been of Delver just getting absolutely shafted. So,
Draw for turn.
I mean, not that I'm complaining.
Hasty. Fetch.
Oh yeah, if there's an endurance here, then that's whew. No murky, blocks everything, and then with the proper backup, you can't get rid of it. Didn't see if we had one in hand, but I mean, yeah, for sure. Like everyone at this point has Delver's number. At least they should. Like the deck has been the best deck for, was it 10 years now? But I mean, it's been the best deck for that long for a reason, right? Like you'd expect it to at least win some games. I mean, we have plenty of Delver decks doing fine. Sometimes you're just unlucky.
Never mind.
Resolve.
Yeah.
Game 3.
And
Oh.
also a thing is initiative does make it a bit harder to keep up with Delver if you're trying to keep up with Delver and initiative and the rest of the field.
Concentration.
Sure.
Interesting top decks. Don't think the Fury does a lot here. No land is rough. Dragon's Rage Chandler is nice to have, but looks like one of these cards is just on its way out of here. Can't quite make out the third card. I think it's a murky.
And
I'm guessing she didn't Pyroblast the Uro because it was gonna die anyway. She didn't want to counter the, basically a growth spiral. Like I think it's better to just get it on the way back, right? Like on the escape. Yeah. I think it's better, like, if you're casting it from hand, just let it die, right? No need to rush it unless you're exiling it. Like, if you're exiling it, it's fine. Works the Plowshare, something like that, then yeah, just get rid of it while you can. But if it's a counter, no. Nah, I think you just let it resolve. Let your opponent escape it. Or play another one.
yeah.
Draw.
Usually the feature matches, Sullivan, are the first table, but this is our B match. And our B match is just the first table that's available.
Sure.
Oh, actually, Marvin, do we have another 5-minute time extension for coverage reasons?
Exiled.
Sure.
All right.
Yes.
So after this 6 minutes, they have an additional 5 minutes, and then we go to turns. Correct. Forced negation doesn't need the life.
Sure.
So I'm gonna play the Murktide. Looks like Justin does have a Pyroblast in hand.
Exile, 2 instant sorceries. One get
Looks like a 5/5 Murktide here.
resolves.
Sure.
A nice conservative Murktide,
Attack for 1.
which
Take one.
is probably fine. Yeah, just it's most likely gonna get removed anyway, so you don't want to fully commit to it. Just first one is small, then anything after that you can think about maybe making it bigger. Swords to Plowshares is gonna
Murktide.
get rid of it though. Yeah, Force of Will was part of the cycle. I think a lot of cards that are staples today were part of a cycle that you wouldn't expect. Oh yeah, Pyrokinesis. Yeah. Oh, in White's defense, the elemental, the pitch elementals, the white one is one of the better ones. For sure. Not so much in Legacy, but in Modern, yeah, it's great.
Take one.
Legacy is mostly Endurance with a bit of Fury, but Modern is Solitude all the way.
Too little.
And I get Fury on the side because
My brain is
who knew that in 2023 Pyrokinesis would actually be playable, right?
Never mind.
Not me.
Special iteration.
Another expressive iteration. Question mark? Just as thinking about it.
Surveil trigger.
Yes, it's first. Brainstorm?
Looks like Brainstorm in response instead. Yeah, Sunder really needs this expressive iteration. And then hopefully find a land and just something to do.
Pyroblast.
Oh, Spikeless, that sounds awful.
Counter.
That does sound like something they at one point could have printed. Okay, so Justin does decide to Pyroblast the expressive iteration, probably for the best. Yeah, those grindy Delver cards not looking so grindy right now.
Brainstorm?
I mean, you don't need every land drop, but you know, a bit more than this certainly wouldn't hurt. being stuck on 2 lands, casting a bunch of expressive iterations, because I think this is the 3rd one, right?
Flooded?
Like, we've seen a lot of cantrips on both sides. But yeah, Sun is just not finding the lands she needs.
Tropical.
Like it's technically speaking only a 4 land difference in their decks, but
Green,
yeah,
white.
4 lands is a lot of land,
Endurance?
and there's the endurance. We kind of touched on this a couple turns ago,
It's your graveyard goes
and that's going to be Sunda's graveyard. No Murkies for some time, and not much else either.
We'll play an ending. Exiling your
And ending the Dragon's Rage Chandler.
No cards. Go ahead.
And Justin, despite being hellbent, in a pretty decent spot. Another expressive iteration. Okay, this one is going to resolve, thank God. No, of course it's Delver. If there's a card that's gonna be played, if you can play a card in Delver, you're gonna play it in Delver, pretty much. No land again, huh? Nope. Okay, now we've actually seen a lot of cards, and just no lands. I mean, at least they don't go back to the top, I guess.
And exile.
Actually, now I'm thinking about it. Like, of the last couple of cards that were banned in Legacy,
Green.
like, what's the oldest card on the ban list that wasn't played in Delver?
Escape Hero.
Like, I think it's basically Underworld Breach, but we're already seeing Underworld Breach being played in like the Murktide deck in Modern, so probably would have worked in Legacy as well.
Can be counted, right?
Yeah, you can.
Does it escape? Oh. Then I would like to
I think.
escape cost can it be countered? He's playing the euro for the
Escape,
escape
you
cost.
can
Can
counter,
it be
right?
countered?
Yes, it's
Yes.
still being cast.
It's still being cast. Then I would like to respond.
Sure.
Yeah, so Force
Come
gonna
on.
take care of the Euro, and Murktide Region is gonna do much of anything for so long. You might as well pitch it anyway. Brainstorm could be good.
Go.
Your turn. Yeah.
Let's try it again.
Just cast it again. And then just Pyroblast this time, I guess. Yeah, I just fired off the Pyroblast.
Power blast. Counter
Just
target,
buy yourself
blue.
the time, just in case. I don't know if Justin has enough cards to cast it a 3rd time. But you know, 6 damage is 6 damage.
Turn brainstorm.
Sure.
End of turn brainstorm. Finds brainstorm, Delver Secrets, Force of Will. Can we get Delirium maybe for this unholy heat? So we have instant sorcery. Yeah, we have instant sorcery. So Delirium is probably not going to be an option. Now we're brainstorm locked as well.
Yeah, alright.
Is that a custom card spike list? Oh no, wait.
Oh, we got 5.
I should have kept reading. There's too much text, man.
Oh,
I'm a Magic player. I don't read cards.
I'm not sure how many.
Yeah, then I
cards
noticed
you
punch
just
yourself in the
put
face.
back.
And it's like, yeah.
Back to mainland, but I'm not sure.
Yeah. Yeah, white cards are
'Cause I have the-
generally
this was the
like
brainstorm.
absolute ass
Before you start getting.
until they're not. And if they're not, there's White Plume Adventure and Source
Do you
to
remember how
Plowshares,
many
basically.
cards you had in hand when you started the turn?
It's white. No, of course.
Do you know?
I think maybe 2 or 3, but
So the last card you counted Euro. Do you remember if you have 1 card left in your hand or?
I had when I counted Euro, I had
2. I think 2.
2 left.
Yeah.
Yeah, no.
Then, you took
Somebody
the
at Wizards was like, okay,
Oh, still his turn.
we're
So, yeah,
sick of
so
the white jokes.
when you
We're
play
just gonna
brainstorm,
print
you
some
should
good white
have
cards.
2
left.
yeah, left in your hand as well.
So this were the.
So, do you know which cards were in your hand after the brainstorm?
Well, this is. I just put the cards back for the brainstorm.
Yeah, but you think you put 3 cards back,
Yeah.
but do you remember what those cards were? And I can check if those 3
Oh.
cards are there instead of maybe only 2.
Should I write them down?
We can
Should I walk away?
Legacy Council, we're playing this in Tilburg, the Netherlands. It's pretty much the de facto Legacy tournament in the country. And 49 is at capacity, so pretty good attendance.
Yeah, you put 3 cards back, so I'm sure of that. So I'm going to put those 3 back in your hand, and then you can do the brainstorm with 2.
Starting the next Bob series will be at a new location. So a lot more spots. Hopefully enough spots for everyone. For what I hear, we're expecting 64 people for the next one, but could be more.
Yeah.
Almost.
Yeah, almost. Yeah. Alright. So yeah, okay, put 2 back. Yeah. 2 back. That's resolved. And then I take the turn. Yeah. Still 1, yeah.
Actually, let me check. So we're still playing round 4, but at the end of round 3, the undefeated decks are Death Shadow,
Sure.
8 Cast, Delver, Jeskai Mentor, Oops All Spells, and Mono Blue Tempo.
Draw for turn.
So I know the
Ponder.
8 Cast deck beats. What did he beat? Oh yeah, he beat Delver. We saw that earlier in the round.
Voor de camera.
And I'm not sure about the other ones,
Draw for opponent.
but definitely interesting metagame for sure. Also, for those of you
Red, green.
who have been around since round 1 and watched Peter's match, let me just quickly look up how he's doing, because I know I'm interested. Peter is currently 2-1 with 4 color attractions, so
Ja.
we might see him again in a bit.
Oh, sorry, I messed up.
Yeah, if Sun is unable to deal 19 damage in 2 turns, then yeah, Justin wins this.
Resolves. And it's your turn.
Cool.
Niels, for sure. If you're around when the tournament is, feel free to join.
Uptick. 3 counters.
Assuming there's still a spot, which hopefully starting the next tournament there should always be a spot. Well, we assume there's going to be spots. If that tournament sells out, then good God. Like, maybe Marvin can answer, what's the maximum capacity for the new location?
Excel. Yes.
100 plus, wow.
Yeah, ik heb verder. I have nothing.
Good game.
I'm going to fill in the score for you. 1-0.
Yeah, 1-0.
You won 1 hit.
Yeah.
Have you gone? No, you won.
Oh wait,
game
this is
and draw.
this is draw. Yeah, then one.
So yeah, if you're over from Denmark and you wanna play, like if there's a spot, feel free to join.
Is that
For sure.
Yeah.
Anyway, that's going to be the conclusion for our B match. We're going to take a quick break while we set things up for round 5.
Sucks.
We got 2 more rounds as well as top 8 still to go, so don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Looks like our players are here. We have on the left side Thomas, who is playing 5-color Zenith.
Oh, you're in. Oh, okay.
And on the right we have Stefan, who is playing Jeskai Mentor. Let's see if we got some interesting cards. On the Mentor side, we have our second showing of Comet today.
I'll start.
And on the Zenith side, we have a one-off copy of Moloch, which is another one of those cards that people have been asking
Plus life, minus life.
to please get on Magic Online, because it's such an interesting card. Yeah, we're going into round 5. The scores need to be updated.
Please don't ruffle shuffle my. Sorry?
These players are. I think I can look that up real fast. These players are 3-1
Have fun.
both.
I'll start, obviously.
Even very hard to rifle shuffle decks.
So
like this,
both of them still very much in top 8 contention here between this round and the next one.
Marvin, can we start yet? Or because I can't see the crowd.
right?
Okay.
'Cause, I'm always kind of bad with pairing math. I think a win and a draw will do it. Not sure about 4-2.
Keep.
And looks like our players are about to start. Thomas keeping 7 and Stefan on a mulligan to 6.
Oh yeah, I'm just forgot to schrijven.
Now, I imagine this is going to be a fairly grindy matchup, which should be favored for Thomas as he is playing Yorion as his companion.
Stel als je van beneden naar boven zoekt andersom. Sure.
But we'll have to wait and see how that actually works out in practice. I think that is a Yorion in some kind of companion zone token. I think that is the companion zone, but it's definitely Yorion. Yeah, as a quick update for the standings, looks like the undefeated decks so far are Dimir Death Shadow, Mono Blue 8-cast, and Mono Blue Delver. So, pretty interesting top of the board there.
I need to get pad out of the way. Ik moet dat papiertje even wegleggen, dat is vet voor hem. Fetch Ziatoras. So, you try on?
Yeah, no. Spicy mana base.
Looks like Thomas fetching a Ziatoras Proving Grounds,
Yeah, I've heard it from...
which I believe is Junt colored. Red, green, and black.
Take turn?
Yep.
Yeah, the card that is on top of Yorion is the card for the companion zone.
Go first.
I don't know. Can you bring that up, Marvin?
Sure. Trigger?
Yep.
Yes, it's 3 generic mana to add a companion to your hand at sorcery speed. No worries, Marv. I was just asking for the sake of asking. Also looks like a Dryad Arbor for Thomas here. That is a Dryad Arbor, that's for sure. It's the worst possible version of Dryad Arbor. For those of you who don't remember, that Dryad Arbor is the reason why Dryad Arbor is no longer allowed to be put alongside your lands. There's an argument to be made for it just having happened anyway, but that card definitely didn't help. Yeah, the surprise blocker.
Cards? Yes. How many?
5.
Force of Will, pitching Icefang Quaddle, gonna try and get rid of the
Yeah, I did that. Yeah.
Results?
Fairy Time Traveler.
Results, yes.
But
Bounce.
Force of Will straight back. I don't know what Stefan actually pitched to the Force of Will, but
Sure. Yep.
does work, looks like. Funnily enough, Teferi can actually bounce lands. Oh yeah, there it is, the companion zone token zone thingy.
Escape aura.
Sure, results.
He pitched Force of Negation. Thank you, chat. Yeah, not only is the companion zone thing inaccurate, it's not even
Trigger.
technically needed, right? Like, I might be wrong on that. Maybe a judge can confirm, but if I recall correctly, you don't even need that thing on the field. So,
Plus. Brainstorm.
yeah, getting a signed, outdated token. Yeah, that's pretty good. I think it's foil too. I think that's why it's a little bit dark.
Should be. Marvin, the -1 life button is broken.
Uh oh.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Save on
18
Uh,
of me.
The companion that Thomas is playing is Yorion. I'm sure Marvin can bring it up in a moment, as soon as he's fixed the life counter thing. Yorion requires you to play 20 more than
Go.
what is required. So normally you'd need 60 cards in Legacy. With Yorion you need 80. And then it's 5 mana for 5 flying that blinks all your creatures. Not all your creatures, non-land permanents.
Comment? Before comment. White, red, blue. Target.
Let's see, instant speed, prismatic ending here.
So this is, I guess, combat. But
Gonna try
before,
and get rid of the
Yeah.
the euro.
target exile?
Instant speed because of the Teferi Plus.
Fairy. Post combat main. Rainforest. Minskable?
Minskable for Thomas.
How many cards in hand?
3.
Not ideal, but.
Gonna get forced
also like
pitching
an,
Jace.
Marvin?
No, it worked. No, it
One
worked.
4 mana planeswalker for another.
This gets forced.
That's a fair trade, right? Not like Minskable is just way better than Jace is.
Go.
2 cards?
Yep.
Draw turn. Sure.
Sure.
And we just grind away.
Abundant growth on my snow first.
Okay, sure.
Draw.
Abundant Growth, a card that's definitely gained in popularity thanks to Yorion.
Wrist.
Uh,
2 cards in hand.
not only fixing mana, but also just drawing you a bunch of cards with blink effects.
The sack of store talks keeps playing.
I would like to respond by just plowsharing.
I can kind of get that sentiment, Moses. Like at one point, I just decided that because companion was everywhere, and I have this really sweet commander playmat from Card Kingdom that at some point I was just like, oh yeah, we're both playing companions. Okay, here's the command zone. This is where your companion goes. So, like, I do kind of get the card, but it's another card on the field, right?
Sure. Yep.
Yeah, here's Yorion.
White screen.
Yorion having just great synergy with any kind of permanent that draws a card when it enters the battlefield. It's and anything that does something on ETB, Yorion's just great with. Just more value, more value. Also helps is just 3 mana turn on your Force of Will. I definitely shouldn't underestimate that mode. We did see Grist there for Thomas for a little bit. Not too long, unfortunately.
Dice.
Grist, another card that's really sweet. I love the design on Grist. Just the tiny bit of text that makes it a creature. Just it does so many interesting things from a game perspective. And it's not too strong. Like mostly the reason you see Grist is because of Greensun Zenith, right?
I have to pay for it.
Yeah. It's just a planeswalker that naturally is also able to be your commander without some extra line of text. Like it's just so natural in how it works. I love that.
Yeah, draw zone is okay. Sure. Draw a card from draw zone. Yep. Comment?
Looks like Uro being escaped here. Gonna get dressed down to at least deny the card draw. Ooh, that's a good prismatic ending draw. Definitely take it.
Take turn. Draw.
The Cascade Bears are like they exist in the format. They're really good with Minsk and Boo. I wouldn't say they're like the next meta breaking thing, but they're definitely a good thing to be doing for sure.
One card in hand.
Yep.
Come on.
Yeah, there's always a lot of focus when it comes to the Modern Horizon sets on the cards that break everything or are just played everywhere. And I mean, I kind of get that. It feels bad, but we also get things like Grist, which are really interesting, which they might not have been able to do otherwise, right? So like, I appreciate that those sets are at least trying to do stuff like that. And yeah, they don't always hit the mark, but at least they're trying, right?
Okay. Cost brainstorm.
It's just when something doesn't work, they need to actually pull the trigger and say, yeah, it doesn't work, right? That's the problem.
Draw. Sure.
Yeah, exactly. Like,
Yep.
there's so much criticism for those sets, but not all of it I feel is actually fair. Like, there are actual good things about Modern Horizon sets.
blink your abandoned growth. Pass turn. End turn. Draw card. Yeah.
So Yorion coming in here. Gonna blink the abundant growth. Get an extra card in, also just a 4/5 blocker.
Yep.
Gonna try and deal his last points of damage, maybe? I mean, yeah, fair enough. Like, there is valid criticism. Like, a lot of decks and cards have just been invalidated because new cards got printed, and that sucks. It really does.
Fetch.
So,
Bolt the Yorion. Pyroblast. Sorry, Pyroblast.
Pyroblast gonna take out the Yorion.
What? Yeah, okay, that makes sense. Okay. I'll give you my deck to shuffle if you want, and then I'll pass it to
Oh.
Turf turn?
Yep. Thomas is maybe kind of running out of threats here. He does have a lot of cards in hand still, but seems like Stefan has just had an answer for everything so far. Which, I mean, is kind of what his deck is supposed to do, I guess.
You're Hellbound, right? Yep. Comment? Yep. Attack the nurses?
Okay. I feel like if someone whose account name is Kingdom Jun says that Monorizes is great, then you kind of have to admit that Monorizes is pretty sweet, right?
You block, but offline.
Like, I'm not sure that's how it works, but I'm pretty sure that's how it works, right?
Play another Wasteland, then waste both of your Tundras. And, oh no, wait. Birds.
So, double Wasteland gonna take Stefan off of white for now.
Yeah, sure.
But Stefan not really doing much with that white anyway. Would really like a Monastery Mentor here. Spurs Federation is a close second. Scalding Turn. I gotta see, does Stefan still have a white source he can fetch off a Scalding Turn? It doesn't look like it. Scalding Turn can only find Tundra, and both of those are in the graveyard.
First hand? Two. Combat? Yeah.
Oh,
With the nurses.
Stefan can still find.
Post combat 9?
He still has Flooded Strand, he still has Prismatic Vista, and he has the Plains, so
White and red?
he could possibly still find white.
I have not yet played
But he's kind of spinning his wheels at this point, and
for life? Sure. 1, 2, 3.
Thomas is just, yeah, he's the deck that just top decks the next big threat and just deal with it.
Thank you.
As we see Omnath coming down now.
Attrition.
Is the next big one-off. Let's see if Stefan.
I'm just going to skip my doorstep and just have your man, okay?
See if this Express Federation can find anything. Looks like Stefan has a Force of Will in hand, but probably didn't have a blue card to counter it.
Exile.
At the bottom, the white card.
Under.
Under. Well, there's your white source.
I'm at 13.
Looks like Stefan does have Mentor in hand, I think. The that gap is definitely closing. You know, at the start of the round, I was kind of concerned we might have been going for a one-game wonder, but now I think we might actually get a full match out of it. Monastery Mentor, of course, being one of the most iconic cards in the game. Like, there's a lot on that list. They're still above Monastery Mentor, but it's definitely a format-defining card. Or at least has been in the past. It's kind of fallen out of grace in recent years, but it's still just an absolute beast of a card. Especially with all the 1-mana cantrips that a lot of these decks just play.
No. Yeah, I lost a life, right?
Yeah, that's fetch. Okay. Can I go to the draw step? Or is there?
You have 2 cards in hand, right?
I have 2 cards in hand.
Really? Plague Engineer is that impactful in CDH, huh?
Draw turn?
Yep.
Interesting.
What? The little insect that could. Go.
I mean, it's probably also part of the reason why Monastery Mentor has seen somewhat of decline over the years. Though the abundance of board wipes in the format also probably doesn't help.
Yeah.
Or answers or what have you. So Mentor coming down, excessive iteration gonna get forced.
And this one is Exalt. Go.
But does get at least the first monk on the field.
Banner growth in my sublands? Sure. I'll keep a stack of. These are basics with banner growth.
Yeah, your mana's no problem.
More abundant growths.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So trigger.
Yeah, interesting that mana dorks are just not a thing in something like CDH.
Pass.
Trigger.
Yep.
Usuals?
Yep.
Yeah, that's a Oracle. It's kind of thing everywhere now, right?
Play. Yeah.
Second Monastery Mentor. So Stefan found his white source. He's now double Mentor, and looks like Thomas doesn't have an answer for this.
It's a 2-2, right?
Yeah, because I've got iteration.
Yeah. I'll offer a trade.
Go.
Victor? Drop?
Yep.
So Field of Dead coming down for Thomas. That might give him some game against board of Monastery Mentor tokens, but not ideal.
As long as you have 7 different lands, just any land you play makes a token, right? Doesn't make it a double.
Exactly. Yeah.
Okay. Draw a card from my token.
Now it's worth mentioning that Thomas isn't actually playing in a board wipe, so the longer these mentors stay here,
trigger the monitors at least.
The worse this is going to get.
And it resolves.
Okay. I will use stability -2. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Now we see why Monastery Mentor is the feared card
Interesting.
that it is. Even today, like, if you don't get rid of it, it just completely runs away with the game. Those are full art ponders, yes.
I'm going to concede and we're going to go to a game.
Yeah, I was going to play the fairy bonus token and just attack.
Yeah, Thomas has seen enough. He knows that it's going to take more than a couple 2/2 zombies to get through this, and decides, yeah, let's go to game 2.
Oh, sorry. Just trying to look at the time.
Yeah, you called it, Kadiak. You called it on the spot. So let's see. What do we have in these sideboards? We have a couple Pyroblasts, probably not the worst thing to be doing here. We have a Carpet of Flowers. Plague Engineer is probably a good inclusion. And maybe the Dress Downs?
I heard that there are like now even like €9. What? Yeah, I know, right?
Definitely a number of players in top 8 contention that
went up again.
I would definitely love to see more of.
I'm just using text sites of my mentor tokens or something. I'm like, you're selling again, right? Yes. You might have already.
Yeah, I can.
6, 7. You just like something like this. Good luck, have fun. Yeah, it's safe.
Yeah, we'll have to see how things shape up.
Okay, me too.
First things first, we still have game 2 of this match. With the way game 1 went, I don't expect we'll see a game 3, but we could be surprised.
Sorry,
Yeah.
I'm trying to shortcut, but...
We do see the Carpet of Flowers for Thomas here.
Sure.
Don't think Stefan can really play all that much around the Carpet of Flowers. I mean, he can play a little.
You almost have to not play Fetchlands in that deck. Just to shuffle, that's right. You know, your mana would probably be very bad.
Abundant growth in the snow area?
Sure.
Sure. Faster.
So it's an abundant growth. Yeah, Thomas's mana is set up. Like, even if Stefan comes with a Ruination at this point, I think Thomas is most likely gonna be fine.
Fourth turn?
At least he should be.
I get a green? Sure. Use green for an abundant growth on my server. Draw card. Yep.
Gonna use 1 green off the carpet to play another abundant growth. Yeah, Thomas's mana is just set up here.
Where's your Tundra?
Make blue.
Okay.
Wasteland.
I would like to go to my post.
Gonna take care of the Tundra,
Okay.
Result.
forcing the Brainstorm out of Stefan.
This one and
Let's go with me.
yeah.
Loam on all 3 lands.
And then Life from Below, I'm gonna try and
Faster.
keep up the pressure on Stefan's mana base here. Stefan is going to fetch the basic island here,
Guess we're going for basics then.
but as of yet, definitely more pressure on the mana base of Stefan,
It was
which eventually should shift into the favor of Stefan, but for now, definitely giving the space Thomas needs to try and go under Stefan here.
Draw a card from
Okay.
3. 7 cards and go.
Looks like worst case scenario, Stefan is at least able to
Main phase, I make,
play one of each
green
basic.
mana. Sure.
Yeah, those duels at this point don't seem too attractive.
Green.
With Wasteland and Life from Below.
Colorless to play a Grist. Sure.
Then Grist coming in.
I get an insect.
Gonna mill a Dryad Arbor. Make an insect and start pressuring.
Okay.
Yeah, now Stefan is in deep trouble. He needs something. Because he's staring down an insect every turn, he's staring down a possible wasteland every turn. If the game goes long enough, Grist could potentially just ultimate and end it on the spot.
Draw card.
Like, Grist plus Life from the Loam can fill up the graveyard pretty fast. So that -5 could potentially just shoot for 12 or more, possibly. Very dangerous threat for sure.
Okay.
There we have the Flooded Strand. He's going to be able to find the planes. I imagine Stefan is going to fetch a planes. Maybe he wants something off the Brainstorm. I'm not sure. Didn't quite get that. Thomas feeling pretty confident about his mana base now. Gonna fight the Zayatora's Proving Grounds.
Not so sure.
Like another just incredible addition to these 4 or 5 color mana bases. Just a land with 3 basic card types, and 3 basic land types. Just being able to be fetched off 9 out of 10 fetch lands, I want to say.
Sure.
That's how that works, right?
And a blue and a something. I'll make an arrow.
Sounds right.
I will fetch for planes and check on stack. I will. Wait, with okay, so it resolves, and then with coming to play trigger on stack, you plow it.
Okay, so the arrow is gonna get plowed.
Okay, then the plow resolves first.
Looks
I get
like
6 life. 1, 2,
Yep.
3, 4, 5, 6. Then the trigger resolves. Yep. So that's,
Again, Thomas's life total is somewhat insignificant, as once you start going off with Monastery Mentor, then 30, 40, 50, it's very little difference.
Vista. Comment? Get you post comment
But
line? Yep.
we are definitely not at that point yet. Thomas is gonna mill a Power Blast, make another insect.
Untap. Draw.
Block increases.
Sure.
Land, Ruination?
That was a bad one.
Yeah. Ruination against the Bonin, who 4 out of 5 lands are pretty much basic. Like, Prismatic Vista is going to be a basic
Draw card.
as soon as it's cracked, which... I mean, if you're playing a Ruination, you're cracking the Vista, right? Especially if you're at 26 life. So yeah, Ruination is not really good enough anymore.
Yep.
I think that ship has solidly sailed.
How many cards in it? 4. Sure.
Brainstorm, gonna find Euro land. Surgical extraction? Huh. I mean, surgical extraction is not the worst. If you get a monastery mentor, just get them all.
I'll still have to turn for black and surgical extraction your source of plowshares.
Surgical extraction targeting sorts to plowshares. Oh.
Response plow the insect.
And Steven's actually holding a source to plowshares too.
So again, one life.
These two are gone. You can look at my deck, and this is my hand.
Yeah, that's an interesting play. That's like the kind of play that people always say, like, oh, you shouldn't do that, but it might not actually be that bad here. Maybe? I'm not sure. I'm not sure what the consensus is on that.
Do I need to shuffle my deck again?
Yeah, you do. I haven't shuffled.
But definitely interesting to take out the source of plowshares. It does give Thomas a lot of breathing room to try and break through here.
Okay, for sure. Still end of turn, I will...
Because Thomas, you'd think he's a control deck, but he's really more of a mid-range deck. So he really does have to go under Jeskai Mentor here, I think. I think that's his role in the matchup, so with that in mind, I don't hate the Swords to Plowshares being removed.
Sure. I will make 2 green.
Also, I don't know what Thomas brought out, so maybe there's just something he figured, oh, I might as well just play Surgical Extraction instead of X card.
Yep. 2 green, and then 1 green, 1 colorless, and 1 blue. I'll make an aura. Shall I float 1 green?
Oh, yeah, sure.
Another Uro coming down here.
Okay.
Okay, aura.
More life, gonna play a land, looks like he drew a Crimson Zenith.
1 green, 2 green, and then 2 blue. I escaped it already.
And escaped as well.
5 cards.
And now the surgical is looking pretty sweet.
On stack.
That would have just
on the stack, yeah.
straight up been exiled otherwise. Those get power blasted though, but
For 1, and then uptake the Grift. Yep.
yeah, it's kind of crazy. Like I feel like the card has fallen off a bit recently, but
Yes.
like it's still obviously a incredible card. If you give it the time of day, then it's big. Yeah, Delver just doesn't deal with it at all. It's just kind of funny. Because it's such a slow card, but it's just, it does something that Delver just doesn't deal with. Oh, pumping Murktide by escaping Uro. Yeah,
3 green mana from
I'd love to see that. To be honest, I wouldn't mind going back to Temur Delver just so it's not always is it Delver, you know?
Top 4 bij. Zenith for XS7. XS6, sorry.
Sure.
Dr. Dave, I'm actually not sure. Trying to think. I can't recall.
Permanent Titan? Trigger?
Looks like
How much
Greens and
do we have? 2
Zenith
minutes.
for Primeval Titan. Gonna find
Do we even have time for game 3?
Well, we can
Rekas
try.
and,
Yeah.
I mean,
and Field
I
of
think we're
Dead.
drawing either way, so we might as well play for it, right? Yep.
And looks like we are going to try and get a game 3 going here. Yeah, at that point, in that situation, I think there's no way that a Monastery Mentor is going to solve that. So
Gaan naar game 3, ik heb gewoon...
we are getting a game 3 here. No B match for this round. I'm sure to the delight of some. I just miss. And are they not gonna play game 3? They're gonna try play game 3, right, Marvin? It's probably a draw. Not impossible for one of them to win, but it's mostly that the other person loses
Yeah,
at
no,
that
the-
point.
and I choose for plowshares in my hand, so it's...
Yeah, I don't feel as bad if you search plowshares. It's not like
Yeah, okay, yeah. Yeah, the grist is pretty much free removal.
Well, we're about to find out. Players are shuffling up. They're gonna try it. Just Thomas struggling with shuffling 80 cards. It's a challenge for sure.
Okay, so at this point we raise the clock, right?
Let's see how fast these players can play.
Sure.
How? How did you mess that up? Like, how is it not obvious which way up the pizza is supposed to go? What? Like, what? Like, right, moving on, because that broke my brain.
Take turn. True. Yep.
Both players playing kind of fast, but not really doing all that much yet. I mean, yeah, good for you, free pizza, yay! But just how? How do you mess that up? That's like...
You mind if I just triple switch?
One of the easiest things in the world. I don't know. Like, I don't want to be mean, but I want to be mean about that so bad. Like, I want to roast that pizza driver so bad.
Sure.
Anyway, another set. Big plate here.
Respond to
Minus
the
2.
activation.
Oh, sure, but I'll eventually stack.
I'll fetch Tundra and then Leyline Mining for 1 mana.
And I still get to...
So, in response to the activation is going to get Leyline Binding.
It's mine.
Oh, yeah, sure.
Leyline Binding, the card that will save Legacy.
Go.
It's true, Watsy told me.
Good. Take turn.
Yep.
Yeah,
Sure.
I guess like stress is stress, and it makes you do weird things. But come on, man.
Response to the sex right here. Okay. Go.
Yeah, he was just looking out for you. I mean, honestly, I'd understand that more than just the dude flipping a pizza. Like, maybe that's just me, but. Ooh.
Okay.
A quick 1-2 of Monastery Mancer in the ponder. Like, Stefan actually trying to end this game. That would actually be pretty impressive if he just managed to eke out a win here. Yeah, he's got 2.5 minutes to do it. See if Thomas has anything to say about this. He already used his leyline binding. And if Thomas doesn't answer the mentor here, then I think Stefan's chances are pretty big here. Vincent Zenith for 2? For Moloch! Yes! Yes, we get to see the Moloch! Marvin bring that up in a second. As the Moloch enters the battlefield, it fights!
Okay.
It's a 2-2, so it fights with the Monastery Mentor that is also a 2-2, and they both die. But that is exactly why you play the card. Just Prince and Sinner for 3. Just answer something. Yeah, that's sweet. That's exactly what we were looking for. It should be up on your screen in a second. But it's one of the Warhammer Commander cards.
Go. Fetch. Sure.
It's a 2-minute 2-2, but you can also just keep pumping mana into it to give it a bunch of 1/1 counters. It has Ravenous.
Take turn? No. Turn.
Like, it's basically a removal spell that you can find off a Green Sun Zenith. Because you can just find it as a 2-drop, and then it fights something. So it's...
Stack,
I mean, a 3-mana shock doesn't sound interesting, right? But it's a 3-mana shock you can find off Green Sun Zenith. That makes it somehow playable.
1, 2, 3, draw cards.
And then if you draw it and you have a bunch of mana, you can just make a big dude.
Say it's a draw because we're gonna end.
If you draw it, it's basically a it's an endless one that draws you a card if you put enough mana into it.
I cannot win in 2 turns, and I'm or well with.
Yeah, but like saying, I have like.
Yeah, okay.
Stall, but
Yeah,
gonna
so
win,
should we draw?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, we draw. There's no point in playing it out, right? It's wasting time, I think.
And yeah, with the removal of the Monastery Mentor, both players agree there's nothing they can do with 5 turns or anything. There we go. There's the Moloch. Really interesting little card.
Yeah.
Again, one of those cards that isn't on Magic Online, but really should be. The Green Sun Zenith itself also is sorcery, so it's always sorcery. But that's fine. So anyway, GG to these players. They should still both be in contention for top 8. We'll have to see. We're gonna take a quick break before our final round before top 8. Thanks everyone for being here and watching, and we'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. And we're back with the last round of Swiss for the Bazaar of Boxes Series 6 in Tilburg, the Netherlands.
speel ik al wel.
Looks like
Al een
our
jaar, maar niet heel actief.
players for this round are going to be Emily on the left,
Zolang ik Marvin ken, probeert hij me.
playing 4-color control against
steeds
Sanne on the right, playing is it
Als er
Delver.
komt het elke keer iets actiever en dan zakt het een beetje in. Jij?
Ja, ik heb zo 4 jaar lang Kitchen Table Magic
Looks like
gedaan.
all the
Zo
top 8
instant,
players
instant speed
withdraw.
versus dispuut, dat is allemaal
Is what I'm
hetzelfde.
hearing
Zo van
Marvin
die
say.
magic, weet je wel.
Ja, ja.
En dan, ja, in een winkel
I have nothing to do with this. This is all Marvin.
Nu is het zo 3, 4
I'm just here, stuck out of my ass, watching games of Magic. I'm safe.
Maar ik speel vooral Pioneer.
Oh, oké. Ja.
Speel je enkel Legacy of ook nog
Ja,
ander formaat?
enkel Legacy, ja. Voorheen wel een beetje Modern gespeeld. Nu alleen maar Legacy.
Ik speel Modern omdat ik speel in Legacy altijd Smurfolk. Maar dat doet
We
niets.
have seen this matchup
Of
before
dat doet,
today.
ik doe daar niets mee. Maar het Modern doet dat wel
These
iets.
two decks, I mean, not the two players, of course. And well, every Delver player we've seen so far,
Alright,
we've witnessed just getting completely destroyed. Delver, at least on coverage, hasn't had a good day today.
Yes.
And
As far as outside of coverage goes, Delver has been doing
Did you rather play on
Ja, 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 ja.
okay.
I don't have to say.
Not super great, but about what you would expect.
On the host?
Also, interestingly enough, not a lot of Bloodmoon adventures. I would have
Alright,
expected
gewint.
at least a couple of those, but
Wow.
I don't see anything. I think there's one White Plume Adventure deck in the entire top 8.
I will not. I will take another.
Maybe I'm missing something. We'll have to see after this round. But yeah, a surprising lack of initiative cards. But yeah, the 4-color control deck on your screen right now is just a pretty stock Minskaboo Euro deck, except it's also playing 2 Triumphs in the main and none on the side, so no third or fourth copy coming in.
Nou, we starten met de Volcanic.
But yeah, Minskaboo, Euro, and Triumph of Saint Catherine, just all really solid cards, as well as Endurance, which, aside from being a good card, is also a really relevant card in this matchup.
Go.
It's like Dragon's Rage Channeler start for Sanne here, and then a Delver behind it. No second land drop, looks like. Does look like she has some protection in hand.
Brainstorm?
Maybe hoping to blind flip off the Delver here. Yeah, agreed. Pretty decent start for Sun here. Just
My turn?
land, budget threats, protection. If we get a blind flip off the Delver here, then perfect. Is that a ponder on top or something? And this game is so much favored for her.
Delver trigger.
That's a Brazen Borrower. She's thinking about it. No, it doesn't work. Doesn't work.
Sorry, forgot to untap.
Also, doesn't work with a single land, but
Attack for 2.
at least it pitches the force, I guess. when I say that, I would assume you pitch the Brazen Borrower to a force, right? Because Murktide is just a better threat.
Sorry.
Of course, Terminus pretty good top deck there, Emily.
I would like.
Yeah, you want to force that.
I would like to respond.
For sure.
Try to force a full.
Gonna pitch Daze.
No.
In response, force pitching Brainstorm.
Bottom off.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's unfortunate, but them's the beats.
See? Me.
Still, a really good opening hand for Sanne, but
Play a flooded strike.
really good top deck for Emily. Wait, did she? She didn't shuffle after the Brainstorm, did she? So she just put it there?
Aw.
Yeah. Yeah, she put it there. I mean, it still works.
Brainstorm?
Having a Forcer Wheel to counter a Forcer Wheel is also not too bad. Having the extra mana to pay for a brainstorm for days helps. Yep. Totally forgot the fail trigger.
Wasteland als land voor de deur?
And Wasteland as well. Looks like might be Brainstorm. No, it's. I think it's an island. Kind of hard to tell, but and yeah, now you're sitting on. Okay, it wasn't an island. I think it's a Brainstorm. Now you're kind of sitting on Brazen Borrower and Murktide region with only one land. That's not ideal. I think there's a Unholy Heat.
Tundra?
It's on his hand, and Galaxy Foil Island, really? Yeah, like it does look like an island, but she didn't play it, so.
My hands are super sweaty.
Like, if it's an island, you just play the island and go, right?
Green, blue, whatever. You know?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, result.
Like, that's the thing that's making me think, like, maybe it's not an island? Like, if two people are saying it's a galaxy foil, no, at least two people are saying it's an island. I don't know, maybe we'll see later on.
Sacrifice. Go.
No land drop off the Euro, by the way.
Islands.
It is an island. Yeah, because now, if you fetch a red source, you can cast the expressive iteration, but you can't actually play a land off of the iteration.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm trying to think what her thought process was with holding the island, but
Maybe she just forgot?
Bottom.
Yeah, I think she just forgot. Like, she was
Land voor de beurt.
thinking about other stuff and then just didn't think to play the island and pass the turn. I mean, it happens. It's just... She's getting maximum punish for it, pretty much.
Go.
Draw.
You know... Oh, did she tap the wrong land? She didn't, right? I forget what the card is, but I thought it was a tropical.
Yeah.
Yeah, the Galaxy Foil Island. Yeah, it's just foil cards to me for some reason just never look like foil cards. You know what I mean?
Exile. Bottom.
It is a very nice island. For sure.
Play land for this turn. This is resolved.
Personally, I really like the orbital ones. These are the planetary ones, and then the orbital ones are the ones with the moon on them. I really love those. I bought like 20 mountains a couple of weeks ago.
Also play Mr.
That art, because I love it so much.
To use it and target your library.
Yeah, there's the island.
And then next upkeep I will draw a card, and then I will pass the turn.
I know, I have a thing for space. When I say space, I mean like actual space. Like other planets, like that's fine. You can do some interesting things with that, but space though.
Land for turn. Green, green, blue.
There's the mountain.
Blue. And here's Uro. Exiling.
Oh, it's interesting because on the foil you can see the sun way more clearly. Because on non-foil it's just a blob of light, which I guess is a sun, but
Was it resolve? Yeah. Trigger. Gain 3 life.
yeah, the shocks are amazing as well.
Draw.
Can you imagine if instead of shocks they were duels with that art?
Land from Europe, sorry.
Yeah, sorry.
So we get Uro coming down here.
Go.
And Sander did find the land off of the expressive iteration and drew a card off Bobble.
Draw.
I think she could go Murktide here, or at least try. I think petty thefting the Uro might be more appealing because there's not a lot of instant sorceries in the graveyard. Like a 5/5 Murktide
I would like to play a
isn't quite big enough. Okay, we are going for it.
Exile these 5 cards. It has 2 instant sorceries.
Yeah, Murktide 5/5.
Does that resolve?
Yeah.
So,
Step fetch.
given those cards, I should have checked for Delirium. Because no instant sorcery, art of... Yeah, I think she had Delirium, actually. Yeah. I think she just figured it out as well. Yeah.
Island? Right?
Yeah, she sees it. Yeah. Yep. That's unfortunate.
My turn? Yeah. Draw.
Yeah, exactly. It's been 6 rounds, and like, it's probably been a while. You know what I mean? Like, there haven't been many tournaments the past few years, so if this is like your first big tournament in a couple years, and then you're 6 rounds in, and last round you get on coverage, yeah, that's like you can really feel like the seams coming apart, you know.
Response?
Minsk and Boo for Emily here.
Yeah.
Sana gonna brainstorm in response. Yeah, for me too. I'm thinking, when's the last time I played a long tournament? And it's been too long, that's for sure. Oh no, actually, I think in October. Yeah, I did 2 full drafts
2 back?
Yeah.
back to back. So that's like 8 hours, basically 8 rounds, right? Because you have to include the drafts as well. So yeah, that was rough. Like game 1 of the second draft, I was already clocked out. I made so many misplays. So yeah, I get that feeling, absolutely.
I tapped wrong again.
Also, draft is not
Land for turn?
my strongest format by any means, so that didn't help either.
Fetch.
Yeah, again, I said it before and I'll say it again. I'm glad we can do these kinds of tournaments again. Like, I really miss this, you know? Not just playing, also being able to watch these tournaments.
Missing something?
Also, quick shout outs to Anzit. Anurag, who's been picking up the slack left by Star City Games.
Untap binnen. Targeting terminus.
That helps a lot.
Combat.
And then, of course, the return of the GPs. They're not GPs, but the name escapes me right now. Something with Legacy. That's all I remember.
Right.
Something with Legacy, except not the format. Yeah, that one. Like, Sana is gonna come in for 5 here. Now, good question actually is, does Emily want to cast Terminus here? Because I don't think she does. I think she's fine with just the Murktide being there and having the Terminus for later. Of course, that's assuming she gets a Brainstorm then. But, I mean, you have an Uro on the field, right? I think that's worth the risk. Just leave everything be.
Yeah.
Make blue.
Don't use cards you don't have to use. You could probably print that on a t-shirt. Don't use cards you don't have to. It's not as sketchy as Island Ponder Go, I guess.
Pass turn.
I mean, sure, if people will buy that,
Draw Terminus.
go for it.
Play Terminus for 1 white.
Okay,
Keep
she
priority,
is going to play the
respond to
Terminus.
Terminus. Swords to Plowshare on my Uro.
And Swords to Plowshares her own Uro in response. Wow! Okay, that is a play.
Response.
Let's see what Sana is going to do in response here.
Can I call the judge? For. Not sure if I can do what I want to do.
We get a judge call? Question mark?
No, let's keep the Swords to Plowshare laying for a long time because last time they said it was ugly. So everyone can now look at my ugly card.
People are divided then.
Yeah. Who was that again? Who was complaining about the Swords to Plowshare?
She's away from the table so you don't leak information to your opponent?
I think I can do it like this.
Okay.
She wants to play the Swords to Plowshares on the Euro.
Okay, so
She got called out real hard.
Right, so I top deck this,
Okay.
played it for its miracle cost, kept priority,
Yeah.
then played Swords to Plowshare
Targeting
on my
your own
Euro.
Euro. Okay, yeah.
Oh, that was you, wasn't it?
Can I, in response?
Yeah, she called you out on that.
Yes.
I don't know if you heard her say that, but she said like
Like the petty theft of the Euro.
she mentioned that people were calling her Swords to Plowshares ugly.
Alright, sure. Then Swords to Plowshare does not have no targets.
That should be on adventure, not in
So
favor.
bounce
I don't have
And then you can put
bounce
this
Euro
back on
in
the
response to the
body.
Swords to Plowshares, so Emily doesn't get the life, but she does still have the Euro.
Unless you want to respond to
I also
Terminus.
want to respond to that.
Okay,
Brainstorm?
sure.
Like there's so many layers to this play that I don't know where to begin, to be honest.
It's on an adventure.
Yeah, this is layers. Like I can't look, but I can't look away.
Put two back. Brainstorm finishes.
And like not just because of what's happening, like I'm contractually obligated to actually not look away. Nah, I didn't sign a contract.
Then
Yeah, no worries, no worries.
yeah,
Like at the end of the day, we're having fun, so it's all good, right? Like I hope they're having fun too. I assume they're having fun. I assume that if they're not having fun, they would have conceded by now. It's like, you shouldn't be playing if you're not having fun, right?
Exile.
Like, there's a lot more people who can learn that lesson.
Bottom. Stays in exile.
Okay.
Go.
So I saw an endurance come by and go.
Thunder?
Yeah.
I don't know. There's something about the way you typed Marvin there. It I don't know. It just spoke to me. Like,
Drop.
Express Federation on top. Are we gonna fire it off this turn? Yes, we are.
Yeah.
Wasteland, Lightning Bolt, and another Wasteland.
Bottom. And exile.
Wasteland, not the greatest card in this situation.
Land to turn.
No, actually, Emily only has one green source, so. Yeah.
I would like to waste your tundra.
Yeah, I caught myself. Almost though, almost.
Your turn.
That wasn't the green source though.
One, two, three, four.
Okay, wouldn't have mattered in regards to the triumph, worth mentioning.
I am familiar, unfortunately.
Nice.
Triumph of Saint Catherine.
After that, I passed.
Again, one of those cards that really should be on Magic Online, but isn't. Probably one of the better control threats that has been printed in recent memories. I mean, it's not often that a control threat gets printed, so.
Draw.
Yeah, Triumph in this situation is most likely going to be enough to get through here. I mean, Sonic could block and then try to bolt it. But that's so not worth it. The fact that the Triumph just goes back to your deck and you just miracle it out again.
Dragon's Rage Chandler.
Yep.
Buster.
Dragon's Rage Chandler. I see instant sorcery land at least. I forget if there's a creature in there. I don't think there's a creature in the graveyard right now. I mean, that should be an easy fix, right? I say yes, creature gets exiled.
Brainstorm.
Yep.
Thank you, Marvin. Triumph
Two cards back.
just a card with so much text.
That resolves.
I saw that spoiler. I just knew that whatever deck it was gonna be, there was gonna be a deck that played this. Like it had to be, right?
Volcanic Island.
So much relevant text on that card.
Yeah. Combat.
Also, Marvin, I hope you're not doing everything by yourself. I hope Ruben is also there. I assume he is. But doesn't hurt asking anyway. Okay, good.
Take 5 damage.
Go.
Draw.
For some reason, I have it stuck in my head that Triumph has vigilance, but it doesn't. I don't know why, but I just cannot get that out of my head. I don't know, it just looks like something that would have vigilance, you know what I mean? No, it's Lightlink. Which is arguably better.
Faster.
Like I want to say that given it's a 5/5, it might be better.
One more fetchable land in here, if I count this correctly. Naya.
Yeah, also just the fact that Triumph is... It's just so easy to attack with, because if it dies in combat, you just get it back anyway in a couple turns, right? So you want to attack, you want to get that lifelink.
Tap. Draw.
Yep. Marvin, maybe you can figure that out. Is the top 8 pretty much set at this point, or is there any chance for people going in or out still?
Hands. Exile. Bottom.
Fair enough. So yeah, could still be interesting to see if maybe someone drew themselves out of top 8. That'd be unfortunate. But it wouldn't be the first time, and it certainly won't be the last.
5/5 life. Block. Gain 5 life. Second main.
We can show them during sideboarding. I'm thinking, does linking to the MTG Melee page not give you the updated standings?
Land on the battlefield. Gain 3 life.
Like, I think that should work, right?
Go.
Like the Unholy Heat, your Triumph of Kitten. It has Delirium, so it does 6 damage.
Dice. So exile top 6 cards. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
And then I also have a feeling that I'm not going to win this match anymore, so you win this one. Let's move on to the next match.
If she says match, I think she means game. I think we're going to game 2, and yeah, she's probably right in that. That looks like a game that's solidly in favor of Emily.
Game 2, not the match.
Okay, yeah.
Now we actually have some time. Yeah. Now we still have some time to complete the second.
Hopefully.
Yeah.
Maybe. You never know.
Yeah, with the recurring triumph that that should be in Emily's control there. So Sana decides, you know what? Let's try and make a game 2 happen. In the meantime, I think we can get a quick score readout from Marvin. There we go. Here we have the standings at the start of this round. We're still missing the results of this round, but as you can see, a couple of expected names. We saw Tess already was doing pretty well. We saw Peter, who I personally really hope we'll see again, even if it's just one round, because his deck is really sweet. If you missed it, it's worth going back to the VOD and just watching the first round. Like, his deck is really sweet. And he got to show everything of it, so that's pretty sweet. Yeah, just some really good players all around. And a good variety in decks as well. Marvin, of course, not showing decks, because these are not open deck lists, but they're sweet decks. Just trust me on that. We'll have to wait until end of this round to see what our top 8 will end up being. But it should at least be pretty varied. As far as I can tell, it should be at least 7 different decks. Maybe somebody spikes into top 8 and we get 8 different decks. That'd be really sweet. But we still have one game of this match. And looking at the sideboard real fast, from Emily, I would expect a couple blasts, 2 Carpet of Flowers, and that's pretty much it. And from Sanne, again, couple blasts, and probably the Surgical Extraction. Uro is a card just made to kill Delver, so I definitely wouldn't be surprised seeing Surgical Extraction. Maybe Gravedigger's Cage? Not the worst. But yeah, we'll have to see.
There you go. I guess you want to start?
I would like to start, yeah.
It's funny because this particular matchup, it kind of feels like Delver versus Miracles, like old school Miracles, except Miracles got just a couple upgrades that aren't exactly white or blue. I mean, Uro's blue, but green, and then blasts are just incredible right now.
Me too.
Minskabu is just a fantastic card for a deck like that. Minskabu not necessarily the best card against Delver per se, but plenty of other good cards.
Yep.
And I mean, once you've stabilized, just playing Minskabu, having it stick, can still just completely take over a game, right? So it's not the worst card against Delver either. It's not completely dead, but in general, it's just a bit too slow.
Draw a card for Ponder and pass the turn.
Yeah, he won, and he got me triggered, so I did roll it.
Go.
Round 2 I faced initiative. I moved to
Mechanic.
lost 2-0. Round 3 I
Counterbalance.
and all my friends that were playing bottom tournament.
Counterbalance coming out for Sana here.
Oh.
Emily thinking which of those cards is going to counter it. She has a lot of answers. I think it's probably going to be Pyroblast.
Snow covered.
Or what I could see. It's not going to be Pyroblast. One blue.
I will not go get a snow-covered island. That was very stupid.
Okay, yeah, no, okay, sure. Like, this has to be a volcanic, right? Yeah.
It's also
okay.
an island.
It is also an island.
Just making sure. And since no information was gained yet, she can take these vaccines.
Is there a problem with Belgium? I love that country. It's a shit country, but it's my country. I would like to red elemental blast your counterbalance. So counter target blue spell.
Like the days does.
Days. Sure.
Day's gonna try and predict the counterbalance.
Pitching.
Is gonna get forced pitching Euro.
Yeah, that works.
Wow. Okay. I was expecting the ponder, and then she just reached one card further back, and okay.
That's your pass turn.
I guess she's not really at the spot yet to cast an arrow. Yeah, okay, no, never mind. Taking a better look at her hand. No, if she pitched the ponder, she'd just be stuck here.
Red.
And then Wasteland is a little bit unfortunate. She does have Basic Island, I think. I think I saw.
Savannah. Go.
Maybe I didn't see.
Islands.
Could have sworn I saw that. Never mind. Savannah at least giving some place here. I mean, pretty much just sorts the plowshares if she has that. I from Malone would be a decent draw, worst case scenario.
Pass turn.
I mean, left from Malone and the land.
Go.
And then you're stuck without a blue source. Now, Sonne isn't really pressuring yet. It might be about to change. Not sure if that's a Murktide behind the volcanic. Don't think it is. It's definitely a murky now.
Oh, I didn't play my 30 matches like I told you that I was going to do yesterday. No, because MTG was on Thursday. And on Thursday.
It is right.
And a friend of mine, I borrowed cards.
This is like Wasteland on top, don't shuffle, send you straight back to hell. There's a volcanic in hand, right? Like, I think her hand was fine. Now, granted, I'm not a Delver player myself, but I think it looked fine. Maybe she just really wants to threat? No, but there's a Murktide.
Land for this turn.
She even has a Murktide in hand. Okay, maybe you don't want triple Murktide. That's maybe a bit overkill.
Pass the turn. Drop.
Yeah, okay, maybe keeping it was a bit greedy. I don't know, I just saw that wasteland. I was like, yeah, just stone rain you out of this game. Play murky, you do nothing for the rest of the game. Okay, maybe that's why I'm not a Delver player. I don't know. I see wasteland. I see missed land drops. I'm like, yeah, let's do this.
Dragon's right center. Yep.
We are getting a Darcy. Guessing you just pass here, keep a Pyroblast in case of something. And then next turn, go for the Mystic Sanctuary. Actually, do you need the Mystic Sanctuary here? Maybe not. Oh, she draws the Wasteland anyway. Oh, hot damn.
Already has Delirium, if I'm correct. Sorcery.
Let's see, we have Sorcery Land. A counterbalance giving the Delirium.
Exile.
Swords to Plowshares.
Swords to Plowshares. People keep on saying it, huh?
It's not ugly. I know. Don't mind Spicicle. It's not ugly. Spikeless. It's not ugly. Why am I calling you Spicicle? Okay, are we gonna wasteland here? Give me the wasteland. I want it. Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. I don't feel as bad about it now. There it is. Look at that beautiful card.
I would like to waste your Savannah. Yeah.
Yeah, this was for you, Emily. I hope you appreciate this.
Let's play Murktide.
Okay, hear me out on that one, okay? Just look at that thing. Like, how can you not love a Lehman Russ?
5 instant sorceries.
Right?
With it. So if it resolves, it will get 5. Yeah.
That's like Lehman Russ Detractor.
Pastor.
God, I love that card.
Counterbalance? Yeah.
You are correct.
Even some of those damn reprints are so sweet. Yeah, they caught it as well. Which, I mean, in this situation, shouldn't really matter, but it is technically correct, yes.
Expressive Iteration. Yep.
Expressive Iteration coming out as well. Yeah, this game is looking pretty good for Sonne here.
exile.
Find the land. I want to go for the days. Just
Bottom.
'cause you already have another Pyroblast, so if Pyroblast is a thing, then you just fire the Pyroblast.
Land
But
for turn.
if Emily just keeps missing land drops,
7.
and that days is just adds insult to injury. Yeah, like this. This is why you keep the days. Let's go.
I lose 7.
7, yeah. Go to 11.
4, 5, 6, 7.
So it looks like this match is gonna end 1-1.
I'll pass the turn.
Looks like, I mean, unless Emily just draws a terminus here, which is not impossible. Under.
Active player finishes turn, then
It's like
Yep.
Caracas. Hydroblast, I think? Or Blue Elemental Blast, or something along those lines.
Draw.
Didn't catch the third card, though.
Caracas. Comes for turn. Go.
And I assume we're going to be going to turns here. Yes, we are.
Enter. Draw.
Which, again, if Sun is just able to attack 2 times, then we get a draw here.
7.
Let's see if Emily can clutch out 1 removal spell here. 1 removal is all you need.
No blocks. 1, 2, 3.
Maybe a red source. I think there's a red elemental blast. Oh, it's still a couple draws here.
Mystic Sanctuary.
Yeah.
And
Go.
Tapped.
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 Oh, sorry. Ah, wait. Can I double fetch?
Sure.
Yes, you can, actually.
In my head,
At
they
least
were
I think.
already...
I'm not sure if that's the same with Mystic Sanctuary. I assume it is. Any judges in chat? I mean, a couple games ago there were like 8 judges, so I'm sure somebody knows.
Then it comes into play.
Yeah.
Untapped. I will put the expressive iteration on top of my library. Then I will make a brainstorm. Draw 3.
Yeah, no, you can definitely just crack them at the same time. I'm thinking like, can you take backsies the Mystic Sanctuary? Because like, my gut tells me yes, but
Yeah.
because there's like a ETB trigger, I'm not sure that's actually correct. But like ETB trigger doesn't actually trigger anyway, so
And
I'm like not confident enough to say
already played lens.
that's how it works
Resolve.
without actually asking a judge. Like if I was playing, I would have asked the judge for that, but maybe not even ask the judge. Maybe just leave it for what it is. Like
Fetch.
yeah, no. Honest answer at this point, I would just give the Dexies backsies, but I would ask afterwards though, because I am kind of curious if that changes anything.
Can I guide it?
So we do have the red source. I believe I saw Emily holding a red elemental blast. Does look like it.
Ponder?
Might as well ponder first. I think I see Carpet of Flowers among those cards. And the Minskin Boo. Yeah, that would be my gut feeling as well. But then if it does come into play untapped because it does have a trigger, then it wouldn't give you takesies backsies, right? Is that would be my understanding of that particular interaction.
Yes, here. Okay. Go.
Draw.
So Emily was able to remove the Murktide Regent here. I think Sanna just needs to play the Delver and hope for a flip. Or is there another Murktide? Oh, there's another Murktide as well.
Yeah. Wait, response of Delver. I would like to evoke my endurance, pitching Minsk and Boo, targeting your library.
That was
your
close.
Graveyard. Your library.
Jesus.
Move to graveyard on the bottom of your library. Like
Okay. She almost let Sanna just cast the Murktide there, but like that was just on the cusp there.
Yeah, it works.
So shuffle them, that you go randomly.
Oh, randomly.
Yeah.
So not in your deck, but shuffle them and then shuffle your graveyard and put that on the bottom.
Oh.
Yeah, because they go randomly.
Yeah.
this is very much here.
Like as a. I mean, yeah, nobody's saying anything, so I guess they just all agree it's fine. So now it's hoping. Sun is just hoping to flip it's the blind Delver, and then try and attack in. Surgical taking out Force of Will. That makes sense. Maybe Sanna rips a lightning bolt. Yeah, that is a good question. What would you take in that scenario? Because when you cast the surgical, you don't know what Emily actually has on hand.
And then pass turn.
Yeah, there's so many targets here. expressive iteration for Emily. I mean, I think Emily had one expressive iteration in the graveyard as well, so that could possibly be a target. Because that sees so many more cards.
Exile, bottom hand.
That works too. Just trying to rip the bolt.
Fetch.
Yeah, a lot of interesting options with that surgical.
Snow-covered island.
And lots of upsides and downsides for each of them. Also kind of depends on like their exact 75. Because maybe you risk surgicling something that is not a 4 of. I'm not sure there's actually wine in that though. Like the way I saw one of them drink, I think there's something else in there. Like, usually wine doesn't go down that smooth. At least I should hope not. I assume not.
Go.
Alpha trigger.
And doesn't flip. Looks like Scalding Turn was the draw for the turn.
Attack for 1.
Go to 1. Yeah.
To be fair, if you're already 1-3-1 anyway, a glass of wine wouldn't hurt, right? Maybe a beer. For sure. It's just I don't think it was wine, but I don't know. No clue.
Yeah, this is the last turn, right? After it is finished. Then I barely have none left.
Oh! It's like, where is the lightning bolt?
Yeah.
Please don't take a
There
lightning
is
bolt.
none.
No,
I could
there
have
was
played
no
the Riptide,
flip,
but then
no lightning bolts.
the game was over. So.
Emily taking down this match
Oh, nice.
as we bring an end to the final round of Swiss.
Yeah.
Again, everyone, thank you for joining us today.
I made a
We have
big
top
misplay.
8
All in the beginning,
coming up.
I pitched my euro.
We should have the final standings coming up in just a moment.
Yeah. Yeah, I also made some mistakes, but I can't remember them now.
And
oh
then-
yeah, I know I made a big mistake. I had Unholy Heat in my hand, and then you had Euro in play, and I had Unholy Heat in my hand, and it had Delirium, so it could do 6 damage.
Oh damn.
But yeah.
Top 8 time.
You saw me look, right? I was like,
Do we still have people playing,
and then
Marvin?
I played the Murktide instead, and then I exiled all the cards from my graveyard, and then after that I looked at my hand, I was like...
How many tables are we missing?
Yeah.
Yeah, so yeah.
And then I went to go get the Caracas because, oh, I'll just bounce Murktide. Oh, wait.
Yeah.
That's not a legendary
Yeah.
creature. God damn.
Yeah. Well,
Also, the last turn when she was like digging for the answer with both expressive and brainstorm, that Pyroblast was just sitting in your hand.
I think we have the final standings in now.
It wouldn't have mattered in the end, but
And looks like we
could
do
have.
have
It could have.
top 8
Could have, yeah.
available now.
Yeah, that was like, plow. I don't need to win, I just need to survive.
Yeah.
Hagbert, this tournament is taking place in Tilburg in the Netherlands. And here we have our top 8 after a quick refresh. There it is. Our top seed player today,
All right.
Peter, playing
Thank you.
4-color,
Has there become
what are the things called? Attractions. Attractions are actually being top seed, as well as a number of other good players. We saw Teus on coverage already. We saw Joris. We have seen Stefan as well. Definitely a pretty stacked top 8, so congrats to all top 8 players. We should be ready to go with the the quarterfinals in just a couple minutes. Everyone, thank you for being here. And yeah, we're gonna get things ready for top 8, where our players will be playing for a spot at the European Legacy Masters at the end of the year. Don't go anywhere, we'll be right back. All right, for those joining us for these finals, we are about to play the first match of the top 8 for the Bazaar of Boxes Series 6, played in Tilburg, the Netherlands. One of these players is going to go home with an invitation to the European Legacy Masters at the end of the year. And to kick us off here, we're starting with an oldie in Jeskai Mentor, facing a new deck. Peter van der Ham playing 4-color Attractions, Attraction Control, or whatever you want to call this deck. Now, most of you probably missed the first round where Peter was on stream already. You'll get another chance at it this time around. But yeah, these are some sweet ass decks. That is infinity bullshittery, absolutely. We are playing full 4 copies of Deadbeat Attendant.
Maybe I switch between rounds too.
So, as you can see on the table right now is a small pile of blue sleeves, which is Peter's attraction deck, 10 cards singleton. Whenever Peter assembles or opens an attraction, he just flips the top card, so he doesn't get to choose. And then once a turn, he has to roll a dice at the start of his pre-combat main to decide whether or not certain attractions activate or not. Yes, it's actually a separate deck. You need to shuffle it, you need to present it for cutting. They're not in the sideboard. It's kind of like Yu-Gi-Oh! Yeah, it's kind of like the extra deck in Yu-Gi-Oh! And in that it is a second deck that is actually on your field.
My opponent was like really.
The attractions, they are on the field. They're artifacts with mana value 0. So they can be removed by things like cosmetic ending or any kind of artifact removal. Not that you want to bring in artifact removal against Peter, because he doesn't have any other artifacts, so it's not very good. But if you are already playing artifact removal, it's not useless per se. It looks like an uncard because it is an uncard. All these cards are actually from Infinity, but they are legacy legal. Now, on your screen, you're seeing one of the attractions of Peter's attraction deck, and you see a couple of numbers lit up. At the start of Peter's pre-combat main, he rolls a dice, and then whichever number he rolls,
Right.
if it matches one of those lit up lights, that effect goes off immediately. And a couple of these attractions are actually really good.
So at the beginning of my main phase, I roll a die.
It is
then
at
if I
random.
hit one of the
You just
numbers here,
flip the
so
top
3,
card,
4, 6,
and
or
since you have to
8,
shuffle your attraction deck,
and then it does this. So in this case, I
You,
would need to roll again.
you get a random card.
So when you visit, you also just do it, right? Or only visit
Looks like
your main?
Peter starting us off
I hit it
with the first
At the beginning of my phase.
of the deadbeat attendants. Looks like his flip was pick a people.
So if you roll a 3, 4, or a 6, you put like a 3,
If-
4, or 6 on it.
No, no.
You can
I
get
roll
that
3,
up
4,
on the
6.
screen.
Then I visit it, and then I roll for that ability.
Pick a
Alright.
people is an attraction
Then you
that
visit,
makes
then you roll this dice,
treasures,
put the number of lock
and then
counters,
after making
people,
some number of
a
treasures,
treasure token, and if it's 6
he
lock
just
counters,
replaces it
price,
with the
then you
next
get 2.
attraction.
Okay, and sacrifice. Okay, and then you okay.
It's the filler attraction.
It is 10 minimum. 10 minimum in constructed, 3 minimum in limited. And since it's singleton, they need to be all different. So there are some consistency issues. I think there's like 25 to 30 different ones that are legal in Legacy, a couple that aren't legal. Again, there are enough good ones to where you really just you can play 10 cards and have a good one most of the time. So yeah, they don't go to the graveyard.
19.
I think I double that. Sorry.
Yeah, you roll a single dice, and then whatever number you roll, they all go off.
I will be getting a volcanic island.
Sweet mana base.
Actually, I believe the rules card is on the back of the attractions. Like they don't have a normal earth deck, right?
It's a fairy.
I would like to fire blast that one.
That's cheating. Go.
Not having interactions, that's cheating.
Yeah. No, I'm in for Pyroblast. Against my blue cards.
I know, right?
Yeah, if they have an acorn, then they're not legal. And usually those have mechanics that just don't make sense for a regular game. But something that makes treasures is pretty easy to translate in a normal game kind of way.
6, right?
3, 4, 6.
Yeah.
Attack.
17, right?
Yep.
Yeah, no worries. We're gonna get you through this. It's gonna be okay. So you just saw Peter roll dice.
Like 10 attractions open, right?
Looks like he didn't roll for the pick a
What happens
people.
when an attraction dies? Just goes to the
junkyard.
Okay.
It's a non-special zone that they go to.
Also, to make things even more complicated,
those things,
the same card can have multiple versions, and on each version there are different lights that are lit up. So even if we have Marvin bring up one of the cards, there's no guarantee that the lights are correct, so keep that in mind.
I honestly hope I would never actually have to deal with it.
But we'll try and do our best to make this somewhat understandable.
How many guys in one?
For now, nothing has really been happening.
Sure.
So the version you see of Storybook right here has 3, 4, and 6 lit up. 6 is always lit up, 1 is never lit up, and specifically for that card, the other version has 2 and 5 lit up. Yeah.
16.
Thank you. And I will...
Yeah, there's definitely discussion to be had about whether or not this should be legal in the format, but I mean, here we are. Again, Peter is the top
basics, I will,
of the tournament, so apparently it's working.
Maybe I could, but maybe I won't.
Probably also helps that he's playing 3 White Plume Adventurers.
Oh, that's a good
I don't want to be that guy, but I'm just saying. No, they all keep triggering as long as you roll the correct number. Like, they are actual artifacts, they stay on the field, and as long as they're there, you just keep rolling and activating them. Yes, White Plume Adventurer, I think, is a card by this point most of us are familiar with.
That also misses. It's 3, 4, and 6 Gs.
You're not lucky with the rolls.
No, it's not my day for that.
That's definitely also a good card in this deck. Just as a mid-range threat more than just
14?
playing it as fast as you can.
Right.
Correct. None of them trigger on 1, they all trigger on 6. Looks like Peter at this point has been pretty damn unlucky with his rolls. He needs to, I think, roll a 3, 4, or 6, and he's had 1 and 5 so far. So all we need is a 2 roll, and got the complete set.
You're at 17 then, right?
Yeah. Interesting. It's gonna be Snapcaster Mage.
You roll at the start of pre-combat main, so at the same time where sagas would usually tick up. The different versions have different lit up numbers.
Yeah, I guess I'll keep these.
Oh, it's always pre-combat main. It's exact same timing as sagas.
I will lose a life.
I guess land drops are overrated.
You roll 1 dice for each and every one of them.
Well, I mean,
So
I
just
know you're playing
one
4,
roll,
so normally 2
and
should be enough, Alexi.
If multiples trigger off that 1 roll, then great.
True. I honestly have no idea what all the attractions are.
You're hopefully about to find out.
I don't know. Am I actually allowed to ask the judge for Oracle text of all the attractions, or?
I have no clue. you can't ask which ones I have. Sure.
No, but I could technically ask all the attractions there are or something, but...
I get to 18.
Yeah. Draw a card for my turn. But I feel like reading them all would take ages. Go.
Hello, Jason. We're looking at Peter playing an attraction deck for the top 8 of a European Legacy Masters qualifier. So, discuss away.
They fetch and then...
Peter, of course, being Peter Vanderham, who you might have heard of. Part of the reason we're currently sitting on an initiative meta, so you have him to thank for that one as well.
I don't think it would work then, right? It's just...
Oh, that would work, but I'm just thinking if I'm
Yeah,
okay
sure.
with that.
I mean, I'm casting this at least. Full stack.
Correct.
4.
Normally, they don't leave unless you have a mechanic that causes them to leave, like when you claim a prize.
17.
In this case, pick a Beeble. When you visit, you roll a dice to see how many counters get on it. If there's 6 or more counters on it, you have to sack it, but you get another attraction.
Yep.
Alright.
I think it's the only one in this deck that actually has that mechanic where you sack it. Yeah, the rest all stay on the field. But they are artifacts. You can interact with them. Any kind of artifact removal works. They're 0 mana permanents, so any kind of prismatic ending or something like that works just fine.
I would like to hit my 50% chance.
Yeah, in the case of Pick a Beeble,
I don't know how many turns
it only works for a couple of activations and then stops. Like, part of it is just because the Pick a People is a card that only works a couple times, but the other cards just stay there, and they just stay there, and you can keep using them if you roll
dying otherwise,
number.
right? Go.
I mean, at some point, the 1/1s become real cards, right?
Yeah.
Roll. Nope.
Jeez.
Attack. 10?
I think so, yeah.
It depends on the card. In the case of Pick a People, it's when you've put a number of luck counters on it, and then you get the price that is printed on the card. In this case, it's making two treasures, which you can sack for mana, and then replacing it with the next attraction.
Sure.
There you go.
Yeah, Pick a People being the first one that Peter gets here is a little bit unfortunate, because that kind of complicates it even more.
I will stop. Treasure and roll for the game. 1. Is my move. Island.
So Peter finally rolled a 3, 4, or 6, which means he visits the Pick a People. Then he rolled for the number of luck counters to come on the Pick a People, and he got a treasure.
2 more activations, and it goes +1.
Now he also played
One more
Commit,
activation after this.
Stellar Pup,
16.
which is another Infinity card that people are probably more familiar with as being just a really good planeswalker.
14.
Sure, of course.
Got there.
Common is really good card, does a bunch of damage. We'll get that on screen as well in a second. Yeah, Deadly Attendant is the only enabler that Peter's playing. There are a couple of other ones, for example, like Lifetime Pass Holder, or The Most Dangerous Gamer is another good one. But Peter is only playing the 4 of Deadly Attendant. It's just nice and cheap, comes out quick, gets extra value.
I could very well be wrong.
Yeah, there's a lot of dice rolling involved for sure.
Yeah, that doesn't help.
And I can definitely understand if this pisses some people off, for sure. But this is a thing now. This is where we're at.
Yeah, pretty much.
Before I forget it, I'll present my attraction deck.
Sure. The decklist should go live after the tournament for the fairness of the players. Yeah.
Knock yourself out.
Yeah, I mean, obviously not now, but it's just curious what kind of things there are.
I hope I can show.
All right, as we get into sideboarding here, we haven't really seen a lot of the Jeskai Mentor deck yet. Yeah, how do you sideboard against this? It is a 4-color deck, so Ruination could potentially be pretty good. I don't think any kind of artifact hate is what you want to do here. I think you just want to use your prismatic endings in that situation. Torpor Orb might actually be a pretty good card here, because Peter is playing a lot of creatures with Enter the Battlefield effects. 4 Baleful Strix, 4 Deadbeat Attendant, 3 Snapcaster Mage, 3 White Plume Adventure. So definitely Torpor Orb is going to get some value. Maybe a Terminus or something like that. Dress Down, fantastic card. But yeah, this is kind of unexplored territory. So how do you sideboard against a deck that you've never seen before in your life?
It's also a rarity thing, right? In the attractions.
Like this is tough. This is tough. It's easy for me to say things, deck lists in front of me, but to be in Stefan's position is gonna be rough. Let's see, then on Peter's side, He's playing a number of Plague Engineers, which are probably pretty good.
Would you like to be on the play?
And
Very much like to be on the play.
this might be a grindy enough game for his one-off Triumph of St.
Well, you
Catherine.
can be on the play.
Could be a pretty good inclusion as well.
Maybe. I mean, if we go to a game tree, I'll take it.
Stefan is definitely going to try and grind here, but
I'm not doing my very best to get a game.
like
so.
Peter's deck is built to grind. Peter's deck is built to just grind out any kind of fair deck.
Pretty convinced that.
And I mean, Mentor is not the fairest of decks.
Drawing all like lands.
Getting
and,
a Monastery Mentor online and just going off with that is
have anything
not,
to put in
not an easy ask.
This is your, yeah, the calls are a bit. Well, that folder I
There's
had was,
actually a surprising lack of
I can take it for negation.
initiative decks for today.
I needed something. A card
In fact,
advantage more.
only one playing any kind of initiative card in the top 8, I think, is Peter here.
But I will also take like a planeswalker.
We can take a quick look-see. But yeah, looks like Peter's the only one playing any initiative card.
Sure, let's see how it goes.
Empty? I'll get a bad lance and try to toss you.
It's possible people are maybe anticipating some sort of ban and as a result are not willing to really buy in. That's definitely a possibility.
Interesting.
But on the other hand, this is a tournament that allows proxy, so it shouldn't be that hard to at least give it a couple runs. So, hard to say. Sometimes legacy players are gonna legacy player, you know?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Yeah, again, Peter being the highest seed has definitely shown the power of this deck. It's just a great value deck. It's pretty consistent too. I've seen him do his thing a couple times now. Of course, playing a bunch of cantrips helps in that regard.
I can
For
remember
sure.
many times I forced a Wilder Ponder.
I have. Certainly.
I mean, I'm not saying I've never done it, but I don't think it's done.
Yeah, I'll keep these. Draw, pass.
So I get that Power Blast out of your hands.
I mean, 19.
I have no idea. For sure, for sure.
Your turn.
Oh, I think the best attraction by far is going to be Storybrooke Ride, which, even if it's there by itself, just half the time it just gives you an extra card to play. And then it has the upside of being great when you have other attractions and eventually just drawing an extra 3 cards every other turn. It's a bit random whether or not you get it. Somebody mentioned it earlier today, and I kind of wonder if maybe Ephemerate is a good fit for this deck, because literally every creature you play would be great with that.
Cards, then return a card random from your character. Does it all mill you or can you just target with the mill?
Mill, if it doesn't say target, just me.
Okay, so mill the cards, then return a card.
Worth mentioning,
random from your character. Okay.
do believe, yeah, no, you can only play the same name attraction only once. So, sure, there's technically a bunch of attractions, but you can't actually play that many.
Interesting.
Interesting, he said.
Yeah. Tunnel of Love is another one. Because it forces your opponent to choose a creature first.
Alright, that's...
and then you can decide whether or not you want to choose a creature that fights with it, or you choose a creature and they both get blinked. But because your opponent is the first one to choose, you can always just choose the perfect creature.
This is... Oh, that's only on 4 and 6. Okay. Yeah.
But is it actually Tunnel of Love on the field? No, it isn't, right?
I'll try to touch you.
Or... Trash bin. Visit, mill 2 cards, then return a card at random from your graveyard to your hand.
It does not spark joy. Really doesn't spark joy.
Looks like the lights are on 4 and on 6.
What's the last card here?
Have 2.
Oh, 2 cards. Okay. That makes more sense.
There we go.
You got me curious.
Yeah, just put some cards in your graveyard and get a random card back.
Sure. Okay, fetch.
Which is essentially the same as just drawing an extra card every turn, right? Like, as far as card advantage goes, except at least your opponent knows what you're getting.
Ah, there's your own comments. That's not a good deal. I lose to life.
Yeah, there you have it. Deadbeat Attendant.
And
the 4-off in Peter's deck. That
I thought it had to be something like that.
with the attractions. Which, again, it's just the Deadbeat Attendant that actually does anything with attractions. If you took out the Deadbeat Attendants, it's just a somewhat decent 4-color control deck. You're also playing Comet Stellar Pup, so you still have Infinity cards.
Is it Doggy number 2?
Yeah, both these players is playing Infinity cards because this is Legacy now.
Good. Draw. Roll. Feel
Two. Nope.
As we see,
that's good when you don't
Comet on the screen right now. Comet is most notable for just. Comet is just such a good card, but it got overshadowed by Minsk and Boo so bad. Like Minsk and Boo is just such a more consistent card. Also, that alternate art, man, I just love that. Just look at that.
Draw. Deck 3. 13.
Oh yeah, there's 2 Minsk and Boos. Wait, they're both the same. They're both the same card. MTG bot, are you drunk?
Draw. Roll.
He's a good boy. Wait, didn't I say that? I thought I said that.
Apparently it's not very needed.
Comet is the best of boys.
10.
Stupid hamster. This is a dog stream, okay?
Good. Go. Draw.
Oh, once the alchemy version, yeah, fair enough.
Just in between.
Oh yeah, we had that earlier today too with Dragon's Rage Chandler, where we had the alchemy version. Just the fact that there's 2 versions of cards, it's annoying.
Sure. Another Beeble.
Is that the one from Frosttown?
Same as last time.
Again, we get
Go.
Pick a Beeble for our second attraction this time. Actually, looking at the text by NTG bot, it's still missing the line of text that says it can be your commander. So it's
Sure.
it's 2 lines and still not everything.
I guess I should do it now before you.
All right. Yeah, that's right.
Before you draw a card, I mean.
Yeah, I got to 16. Draw, roll.
So
There's a roll card for all the ones.
Yeah.
Okay.
Just one roll and then it hits them all.
I think this game is going one way real fast right now. Like Stefan does have the torque for orb, but I think it's too late.
I got 2.
4, you get 2.
Just the 1/1 beats and not doing anything else.
15.
Right. Well, you gained a life from Swords of Plowshares, which you didn't do in this
so
one.
plus 2 and then mine.
That is a long wall of text, good lord. It's like half my screen is just the text on that card. Holy moly.
Don't you start you? I lose 2. 13 and pass. Thank you.
It's not the terminus I needed.
Yeah. Just Stefan not finding what he needs. Peter not really doing too much with his attractions this game, but just having a couple bodies, it's enough. Just attack for 4 every turn.
Really good if you have multiples.
Sacrifice a balloon. Of course. A clown robot artifact.
But yeah, that is the monstrosity that Peter has created for today's tournament. He wins this match 2-0 and will be moving to the semi-finals, potentially the finals, potentially going to the European Legacy Masters. Like, how do you guys feel about that? Attractions going to the European Legacy Masters. That's that's a spicy one for sure.
This is pretty sweet with all the things.
Oh, okay, we're not there yet. We're not there yet.
Like it dies, it comes back.
No need to worry about things that haven't happened yet.
There's also some 4 mana card, each with gamer, what's it called?
Yeah, there's 2 different 4 mana cards that are just very powerful, but it's 4 mana.
No, of course.
The gamer, it makes an interaction when it enters the battlefield and when it attacks, and it's green sensible, so that's a cool one. And there's the Mirror, it's a 4 mana blue-red creature, and for every spell you play, non-creature spell, you get a attraction. So that one just dumps them all into play.
What's Legion Zealot? That's been a while. Yeah, exact same stats and just draw a card, lose 1. Yeah, fair. Those Legion Zealot would have been better, but this is sweeter. This is so much sweeter, Kadiak.
Die zijn ook van Sawatari.
Ja, die doe ik echt verder.
I don't know,
I really like those.
You gotta put some value on the sigh coming out of your opponent when you present an attraction deck, right? That has some tangible value.
Ja, die is voor sommige echt vet duur.
Ja, die is €9 of zo, geloof ik.
Ja, zaten er gewoon veel
Dat is dan zo'n versie van dat gaat ook niet echt gewonnen.
Er zaten er echt veel minder van in de tekst dan veel zelfs.
Ik heb ze nog niet geopend. Ik hoop niet dat het niet is.
Oh yeah, worth mentioning, our top 8 will be getting tokens made by Sawatari, who sponsored this tournament along with Goat Enterprises. So thanks to all our sponsors.
actions van de dag.
Ik had niet zoveel zin om ze te bezoeken, leek het.
Let's see if we can get another one of the matches up. Alright, semi-finals for this European Legacy Masters qualifier.
En je kunt dan zeg maar naar beneden en boven klikken, gewoon op klikken. Je kunt de
Still with Peter here, this time up against Thomas, who is playing Aluren.
Oké.
Je ziet de hele tijd, maar dat is nu niet meer relevant. Maar
En wat is het andere middenste knopje?
dan zie je de live title.
Nee, dat zijn deze.
Oh die, dan, als je daarop klikt, dan ga je naar Impact.
Oké.
Let me see if I can bring up the other results. Doesn't look like it. I think Marvin is still in chat. He should know what the other results were. And for those of you who have missed it, Peter is playing a bunch of Infinity attractions put into play through Deadbeat Attendant. 2 mana 1/1 that just opens an attraction.
I was thinking
We'll have to wait and see which attractions we get.
Decided against it. Or just register.
And then on the side of Aluren,
Without having the cards.
it's the traditional.
That was too much work. Then I actually have to show them.
What is it, Kevin Harpy
show
version?
Stickers and select them at the start of the game.
Yeah. Yeah.
No, actually, the win condition for Aluren is Ether Channeler.
Something that people will play, then everybody needs to draw.
Interesting. I don't think I've seen that card actually be played yet. I've heard a bunch of people talk about it, but
I'm guessing it's not going to go that way.
never actually somebody play it. So that should be interesting.
Still the infamous small Japanese tournament result is.
Yeah. I'm also presenting that deck.
I also need to randomize that.
Ether Channeler. Wait, let me see if I can put that in chat.
There you go.
They were fine.
Yeah, there we go.
They start to be easier to shuffle.
Oh, apparently you don't need a Sararek anymore. Or
what type of deck this is?
Yes.
what's the Strix called that used to be played?
It's also the only additional deck legal in Legacy. The stickers are not an additional deck, and I have to reveal the stickers.
Great.
Yeah, no oops, unfortunately.
And something else.
But at least oops made top 8. Parasitic Strix, that's the card I was thinking about. Yeah.
Okay.
Keep.
Yeah, Ether Channeler.
Thanks. Yeah.
The new edition for Aluren here.
Not that much.
I guess the win condition then is just making a bunch of 1/1 flyers and making sure you have no revealed board to speak of, as well as just being a pretty decent card in and of itself, I suppose. So yeah, we'll have to see how that goes.
Sure. Draw.
Definitely 2 interesting decks on your screen right now.
Interesting.
2 very good players. Euro. Oh, Euro. Fair enough, fair enough.
Response?
Yeah, fair enough. I suppose just playing a bunch of 1/1 birds is definitely a win condition. As is White Plume Adventurer for Peter here. White Plume Adventurer card that needs little introduction at this point. It's the talk of the town whether or not it should actually still be in the format, but it is for now, and it is still a pretty good card even if you're playing it fairly.
And then I'll Pass turn.
End of turn, if they ask for that.
That's not really a surprise.
Like this.
The results.
Trigger now.
Yeah, exactly.
Then I
Chandler
pick
is
up
just
your deck
a
and
card in and of itself.
go to my
Whereas
tap.
Serac or the Strix are just... They're just kind of... eh.
There you go. Untap, draw.
So you give up a little bit in the just game-ending combo part, but you get just a better card for it.
I like
So
to-
yeah, it makes sense.
That works. I go to 19.
19.
And you get Mickey Mouse.
I also do you have?
Oh yeah, that is true. A Serac is great if you can get the initiative just
I will
just
take
once.
trigger.
Yeah.
That's all you need. Just the one, and then you go off.
I would also like to play that as a land for my turn.
I think you're allowed to do that.
There you go.
Alright. I'll take a turn.
Like at that point, you don't even have to go in. You
Oh,
just
yeah, of course.
3 mana. Go further.
My turn, sorry. There.
Yes, surprisingly relevant actually. Being able to venture into a dungeon.
16, and I
To kill that one? No?
But
still targeting.
Alright.
not that one, and not this
I
this
play
time,
my
unfortunately.
lands and then pass the turn.
Alright, I'll untap. I'll draw.
It's fine.
Yeah, Peter is just playing all the sweet cards right now. Like everything you either love or hate about Legacy right now is pretty much in Peter's day. The only thing Peter is missing, I think, is just days. Just throw in the one-off days, and then you got the perfect Legacy deck.
No boss.
Okay, so in my upkeep, I go to somewhere. I take the Scry 2.
I wouldn't play the full 4 because, well, you do kind of want to hit your land drops, but just the one-off, just the funsy.
Put this one on top, this on the bottom. Draw.
Yeah.
Cards in hand, a lot.
6. You are on 7? Or?
Looks like Thomas using the scry mode on the Undercity. It's not something you see all the time, but actually kind of good here, I think.
Ferdinand Catacombs?
Yeah, it's because of the...
Just try and find your combo.
That's,
Not deal with Peter's shenanigans.
No, that was the basic that you found. That's the possible card that I forgot.
Going to fetch?
Yeah.
15.
15.
Oh yeah, we're missing stickers.
I take...
I mean, you could probably just copy Peter's deck list and then change 2 cards, play the one-off days and the one-off... what's that goblin called again? Well, that one.
I'll respond to that by plowing that one.
5 cards in hand.
Yeah.
Fair enough. It can be called a lot of things.
Thanks.
Yeah, I think there are attractions that put stickers. I just don't know if any of them are playable is the thing.
Then I pass the turn.
By that I mean actually legal. Yeah, probably. If Thomas plays Aluren, what can Peter do?
Force pitching force.
I
go to 15. It's a bit laggy. Okay.
He has just the things he's already doing, I guess, at instant speed. Like he has 4 baleful strix. He has 4 deadbeat attendants, so it's a little bit easier to get your attractions going, I guess. Snapcaster Mage, which I mean already has flash, but it's free. And then just flashing in White Bloom Adventurer, I guess.
14. Yeah, that works.
I mean, if your opponent plays Aluren, you just play a White Plume Adventurer, right? That's how that works?
Do you want a treasure, or do you want to goat something?
I think I want the stash part. I want the treasure. Thanks. Draw?
Yeah.
Onder?
Yep.
Costume shop, sure.
It's a shuffle.
But then you kind of want a sticker payoff, I guess. Make it a little more consistent, or just have the sticker sheet there. But you can already have the sticker sheet there, right? Just have it sit there in view, not do anything with it. Yes, I think.
Brainstorm.
Yep.
1, 2, 3.
Okay, for sure that scavenger hunt must have an acorn on it. I'm pretty sure it has an acorn on it.
2 back.
Yep.
No, he doesn't. He doesn't play any sticker makers.
Euro via Aluren.
Sure.
1, 2, 3.
17.
Yes, I have triggers from Aluren, from Euro.
Yeah.
No worries, spike list.
Draw.
Yeah,
it's already-
legality with that said is a bit weird.
Then I cast with the trigger still in the stack. The sacrifice
other-
trigger.
other-
The sacrifice trigger.
Some cards are legal, some aren't.
And I will get a trigger.
Usually, I just refer to Scryfall for that kind of legality.
Like to cast that one?
Alright.
You want to
No, it's fine.
trigger?
Yeah.
No, Thomas, he does not want to cut the one card.
Then
Thank you.
I sacrifice my Euro.
You just play the
Play my land for it.
play the goblin.
Yes.
And you're already playing red, so
They're all sick.
you
these
could play the
creatures.
goblin.
Yes.
Doesn't really do that much, but it's there.
Next, I get a 4/1 black skeleton with.
You win this one. I had mostly lands.
Yeah, it's.
It was not the greatest of drawings.
Thanks for,
Yeah, if you draw that many lands, then yeah, you don't do that much. But I was just about to say, like, the attractions actually do something if you get them into play. Like, they're actually good. Like, they can turn a game around. The only downside is that they're a bit
That's why
random,
I
but
said infamous small Japanese tournament because we have
that
Aluren, we have
kinda
contract.
gets smoothed out
We have
over a
Utsal
couple
spells.
turns. So
It's
you,
like
you just
all
want to
over
stall the
place,
game.
these top 8.
Yeah.
Stall the game, get a couple die rolls
somehow
in,
I'm
and
not the most
eventually it'll all
gentlest
just smooth out.
That is certainly me.
There were even 3 other people playing Aluren, 2 other people playing Aluren, which I think is crazy. It's crazy. No, it's crazy. It's really insane.
Yeah, a lot of Aluren. A lot of Aluren today, surprisingly.
And I will
There was, I think, more
That's what I,
Aluren today
for you.
Now you know what you should
than there was initiative. Yeah, there was. There was more Aluren today than there was initiative.
4 color attractions.
That's crazy. That is crazy. Again, this is a tournament where proxies are allowed, and just everyone's just sick of the deck, I guess. Yeah, it's wild.
What you figure?
Sometimes it just happens, you know.
Where's the last one?
Yeah, that's actually bringing up a good point. I have no idea how attractions and sideboarding works. No clue. Like, maybe there's a judge in chat who knows, who can explain how that works, because don't ask me, I don't know.
17 sideboard cards. I think that's too much.
But, you know, the way this is going, we might have to start finding out.
Yeah. I don't think this matchup is too great for me. Definitely not.
Okay, you can't, so you just can't sideboard for the attraction deck, it's just what you have. I mean, that makes sense.
Predictions on that because
I don't know what you would want to sideboard anyway, so.
Deze twee uit. What can I bring in? This for sure, because it hasn't been in all day, so you get the
Finally
joy
to
of
show
it.
it. Yeah.
Otherwise, it's just a jank.
Oh yes. Speaking of, we just did sideboarding for the other match, but this one. Okay, so we're definitely on Peter's side. We're definitely bringing in Plague Engineer, because yeah, surgical extraction is a consideration, but doesn't have to be included.
That's for having with this deck all day. All the cards are so good.
They're all the same quality.
And maybe a couple blasts. Wear Tear might actually be pretty decent here for Peter. And then on the side of Thomas,
A little bit too much.
probably Carpet of Flowers. And maybe some removal? Probably. I just cleared away for some blockers. Be sure you can actually kill the Plague Engineers. That sounds pretty reasonable, right?
But I thought I know it's not great, or I don't want it per se, but it's...
Because I introduced the initiative.
B-Math. The deck on the left, Aluren, is named after the card Aluren, which is a 4-mana enchantment that makes any creatures that cost 3 or less just 3, and it gives them flash. So you use that to combo, draw most of your deck, and make a bunch of 1/1 flyers in this case.
Or that you didn't have good follow-ups and I could...
And then on Peter's side, the attraction control. This is a brew of Peter's that is essentially a 4-color control deck that plays a full playset of Deadbeat Attendant, which, when it comes into play, it opens an attraction.
But it's symmetrical, so it's fair.
That's true.
I mean,
I have used...
yeah, Aluren is pretty much a 4-mana enchantment that wins the game. Not by itself, but it wins the game, for sure.
It's...
I think about 12 years ago or something.
Also, it's just...
was very popular.
It's a good enchantment. Like, you play a bunch of
there were a lot of games
creatures that are 3 or less, and you do some free value stuff. It's always great, right?
Yeah, it's quite dangerous, but you need to know when to time it. We also need to reshuffle these ones, or?
Yeah, I think I revealed one of them.
No, you didn't, but...
No?
Yeah,
then
the Aluren side is definitely a combo deck that has a really good mid-range game.
One who's playing with it now.
But
okay.
Peter's attraction deck is just designed to eat these kinds of their mid-range game plan. So pretty much Thomas needs to either have a really good beatdown hand or go for a combo. Peter's playing a bunch of attractions. You need to play at least 10 different. So there's a couple here. Pretty much all the good ones. A couple token makers, card advantage cards.
Monopoly.
There's a couple I had that didn't have sticky...
You got one that makes a couple of treasures to ramp you. Oh, enablers. He is playing 4 Deadbeat Attendant, and that's it.
Nice.
Just those 4. Captain Inglo, yeah, a Serac would actually be really sweet here because Peter is playing a couple White Plume adventures, but that is not what Thomas is doing. Thomas is on Ether Channeler as his win condition.
Okay.
Thomas is not playing Once Upon a Time, is he? I mean, yeah, he's playing green cards, but yeah, no, he's playing green cards, but he's not on Once Upon a Time. Interestingly enough.
I like my information.
I also like my information.
Ether Chandler makes 1/1 flyers, pretty much. You just make infinite 1/1 flyers, which it's not as explosive as a Serac or the Parasitic Strix, but the Ether Channeler is just a better card on its own. So you give up the certainty of killing with the combo for just having a better card in your deck.
I have so few cards in my hand left.
Go.
What's this mulligan?
Yeah, exactly. You still probably use Aluren to draw most of your deck with like an Euro or an Ice Vein Quaddle or Baleful Strike, so you have plenty of cards in hand. It should be enough.
Okay.
9 times out of 10 it's enough, right?
Open an attraction. And an attraction is an artifact. Yeah, I know, but it's an artifact.
It's an artifact permanent that
you can interact with it. You can.
Yeah, you can.
No,
You can
naturalize
destroy it. You can.
Okay, and then at your upkeep you draw a
At the
dice.
start of my first main phase, I roll a dice. If it's one of the result is one of the lights that's on the attraction, it triggers.
Yeah,
and
sure.
It does an effect.
It resolves.
All right.
What do we
This
have?
attraction is the information.
All right, we get our first attraction for this
roll a
match.
3 or 6, I draw a card.
Okay.
Then I'll pass it turn.
Of the Deadbeat at 10, looks like the card is
First, and then I pass the turn
still
to you.
trying to figure out which one. It's Information Booth. So at the start of Peter's pre-combat main,
Nothing.
Peter will roll a dice.
I'll attack.
If he hits a 3 or a 6,
19.
he gets to draw a card.
Oh, Caracas.
Custom Mage.
And then the Information Booth is just a artifact on the field right now with converted mana cost 0. So if you have like a prismatic ending or something like that, or some artifact hate, you can just get rid of it. But artifact hate is not really that great against Peter's rest of his deck.
Okay.
I'll go to 16. Sure. And I'll pass it turn.
I mean,
Then I want to fetch.
Peter was top seed going into top 8. We're playing the semifinals now, so if it's a meme deck, it's a meme deck that's spiking this tournament. Of course, Peter's also a really good player. Nobody has any idea what this deck is actually trying to do, so there's probably a bit of a knowledge gap there.
I think you're allowed to do that.
Yeah, no, the attraction just stays
All my fetches
in
should
play.
fetch all my jewels.
Like, if you don't get rid of it, it just stays there.
Mine don't.
No.
Try getting a Badlands with a Father Strand.
So,
And then I
on
pass
average,
the,
once every
Ice Vein.
3 turns, he now just draws an extra card.
Then I will
It's-
put the trigger on second.
It doesn't sound that great, but he also got a 1/1 out of it. And it's not stuck to the 1/1, I guess. Hey, you can just Abruptigate if you want. It's just an artifact on the field. It's like a Mishra's Bauble on the field.
Let's do this. Euro.
Yeah.
Titan of Nature's Threat. Triggers on the stack.
Yeah, Peter's a very
Draw
good player.
card. Put a land into play, and I go to 20.
Like, there's a reason that Peter went to the European Legacy Masters last year.
Then I
Because
sacrifice the guy,
he really is a good
pass
player.
the turn.
But the deck is definitely a thing.
Yeah.
He's definitely doing the thing.
It's a 4.
Nope.
It's not a 4?
It's a 3 and
It's a
6.
3. 3 and 6, okay.
Yeah. I'll go to attacks.
Yeah.
I'll attack.
I block the Snapcaster Mage.
If it works.
Yeah, pretty much. It's pretty much just a regular 4-color control deck in Legacy. The only other Infinity card is Comet, Stellar Pup, but that's kind of a card you expect at this point. Yeah, it plays a couple White Plume Adventurers. That's kind of a thing. Then you also just play Teferi, you play Baleful Strix, you play Snapcaster Mage, you have cantrips, forces, swords. It's just a control deck.
Let's see.
These players are playing in Tilburg, the Netherlands, on the south border of the country, along the Belgian border. Never actually been to Tilburg. I've seen some photos. It looks like a nice city.
Triggers. Draw.
I hope at one point to go there myself.
They both trigger.
Even if just to have a walk around town. Yeah, it looks like a nice town.
Or attack. When arrow enters the battlefield, sacrifice it unless it escapes.
Oh, yeah.
So it is.
Okay, you're right.
ELMs should have some side tournaments.
You're
Yeah.
absolutely right.
And I can also put a land into play, which I will do.
Like,
Go.
yeah, it's just
Alright.
part of the Four Seasons tournament. Kind of like a GP at this point, actually.
Nope. I promise you, I've won games today. Attack 3.
2. I go to 20.
Yeah.
Yeah, so far we haven't really seen these attractions do all that much.
Cards in hand.
But
Draw.
You have like 5.
they must have done
6 now.
something, right? Like we're in the semifinals. Again, Peter was top seed,
Either channel.
and he didn't get here just by being a good player, because a lot of these players are good players.
Yeah.
Titans of Nature.
Oh, by rest.
The attraction, I think I can put it in chat.
Switch 4 on that. Go to 19.
Alright. Results.
Or on your screen now.
Yeah, 22.
So you can see at the right side of the card box, you have a couple numbers. Some are lit up, some aren't. At the start of your pre-combat main, you roll a dice, and if you hit one of the lit up numbers, you get to visit. In this case, visit means you draw a card.
Basically impossible.
The visit changes depending on the card. The numbers that are lit up can change from card to card.
I'm not sure what will happen, but
The 1 is never lit up, and the 6 is always lit up.
We trade.
1
And I
damage.
take
21.
1. Go to 21 to 16.
And then the same card has multiple versions with different lights.
Draw.
Deck list for Peter's deck should be up after the tournament.
Carpet of Flowers.
Go ahead.
And let's double up.
Sure.
I move my second main.
No,
Want to make
the attractions are named exclusive, so
and 2 black.
you can't have the same card with different lights.
Oh,
You have to
1 blue, 1
pick a
black.
card, then pick whatever
Oh,
configuration of lights you want.
I go to 15.
When you open an attraction,
Scrap.
you just draw the top card of your attraction deck, and that comes into play then.
Force your will.
Yeah, it's a 10-card deck, 10 different cards. You have to shuffle and present for
I
cutting
saw, but
the deck.
You can draw. Oh, yeah, this doesn't.
You do get to choose which
I will
10
also
you
fall
play,
back with the 2
but
floating.
you don't get to choose which one you play at any given moment.
I want the trigger.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Draw.
Yes.
Roll.
5.
At some point. I'll attack.
I want to block it.
Yeah.
I'm hoping I'm doing a decent job at explaining these cards, because I know it's kind of complicated, but
I make
it's
2 blue.
really simple once you get the hang of it.
1 blue, 1 black floating. Draw card.
I didn't bring my mana tokens.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. It's still not the same. 1 blue, 1 black floating. I want to channel this one.
I mean, technically that is what the card does. Yeah, 2 mana 1/1 that makes a third of a Howling Mine.
Yeah,
essentially. Like there's a bit of variance there, but that's pretty much what the card did this game.
Bounce it.
But
Blue, black.
Yeah.
triggers.
Yeah, sometimes you get a better card. This is actually one of the
Did I
one
play
of
that? I
the
don't think
the
so.
worst ones.
Delta. Go ahead.
I'll take my turn. I'll draw. I'll roll for some nonsense. I missed.
Should take another die. This one is clearly only rolling
this one's
fours.
cursed. Let's see.
I think round 1 it was. I don't remember what was flipped, but
That results.
I'll name
I do remember it being better than that. Yeah.
I need dice.
Go.
End of turn. I want to fetch.
I'll respond to that with my fetch round.
Sure. 20.
14.
Yeah, I think that works. Yeah, I think you can play the Deadbeat Attendant a couple times, but like you can only do that as many times as you actually have cards in your attraction deck, right? Because eventually they're just all in play.
Oh wait, I can't get a swamp.
And like at that point, you still need a couple turns to really make sure you get the value out of it.
Totally true.
No, you can do it with 1 die roll.
Yeah, I don't think it matters too much.
I'm happy it's not a stifle.
Opposition.
There's 1 die roll, and then they all trigger based off that 1 die roll.
Control you.
Can control me all. You want.
I can see your hand.
It's these two.
Endurance.
Looks like opposition agent
It's a delta.
coming in for Peter here. That's an interesting one. Was not expecting him to bring that one in.
Here you go. Oh yeah, you can't see my hand because you control me.
Oh, exile that one.
I think a couple of those cards are
I'm afraid to.
legacy legal, right? I'm actually not sure on that. I think there are legacy legal cards that alter die rolls, but
And then go ahead.
don't actually know one off the top of my head. So
There you
go. Plague Engineer probably on Bird, yeah.
I make
Just taking out all the Strixes is pretty good. Cavern Harpy's a bird too, right?
First make is 2 blue.
Cavern Harpy's a beast.
Relevant, right?
Yep.
Okay.
Do your thing.
3.
Okay, yeah, there are. Yeah, with coin flips, I actually know a few. I played a bit of Chaos in EDH, so that I know. Dice, that's a bit more obscure, I think.
Draw. One, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Sure.
Triggers.
Yeah.
No float. Mana.
True. Quirk's other thumb is not legal, but the original is.
Thunder.
Okay.
1, 2, 3.
Yeah, Quirk's thumb is for coin flips. Yeah. It's probably the most famous one, or at least the one that most people know.
That doesn't sound too good.
Also, to be fair, this is kind of the situation where these attractions are best, right? Because that information booth has been on the field for like a bunch of turns. Like the longer it's there, the more value you get from it, and that's ideally. Yeah, okay, it's drawn no cards, but that's kind of that's unfortunate, right? Let's say it drew a land. Did it really draw a card at that point?
That doesn't even matter. I will.
But it's still there.
You go ahead.
Like, by the same token, he could just flip it 3 times now.
No.
Yeah, 4.
Always 4.
Yes.
I was like, it did. No, it still didn't do anything. Brainstorm.
No cards in it?
Nope.
Results?
Peter is only playing the Deadbeat Attendant. That's the only one. He's playing it as a 4-off, but he has none of the other ones.
Attendant. Maybe I'll hit this.
Resolves.
Right. It's a storybook
Alright.
ride.
We get Storybook Ride of the second Attendant. This is arguably the best one.
Don't play output on the bottom.
Visit.
Like,
only.
especially in multiples, this one
If
just
you're not visiting,
completely
right?
takes over the game.
No. So if I roll to
But
visit
you
stuff-
roll not now.
No, at the start of my.
Okay, you may
Make face.
play those. I feel like an idiot. You may play those cards this turn, beginning for next end step. If any of those cards remain exiled, put them on the
Yeah, there
bottom.
is Storybook Ride.
Use those cards.
And
They-
this is if you
So
roll and
this
it's up to
one
4 and 6, so it will exile 2.
It's
3,
kind of
4.
nuts if you start rolling multiple attractions, because
Okay.
it just gets better and better the more attractions you have.
Draw.
Yep.
Also, this one flips pretty much every other turn,
About 0.
Okay.
and then the cards you exile you play,
By the way, can you make this a
and
bit more
if you don't play them, they still go back to your deck, so they don't stay in exile.
You're completely right.
Alright.
Yes, Storybook Ride is
Second main phase. I want to make
probably
green
the best
and
one
blue
by far.
mana.
Right, you
2
have 4
green,
mana, yeah.
2 green, 2 blue. 1 blue floating.
Okay.
Trigger.
Yeah.
See, yeah, that one.
1, 2, 3.
26.
26. And I sacrifice it. Okay, brainstorm with the 1 blue floating.
Okay.
Yeah, you only visit if you actually roll the thing, the light that's lit up. So, in the case of Peter, if I can see that, if he rolls a 3, a 4, or a 6. If he rolls a 4, he exiles 1 card. If he rolls a 3 or a 6, he exiles the top 2 cards. As well as just straight up drawing a card because of the
that one.
information
That's
booth.
even possible.
Yes, it is.
Never mind. He doesn't do any of that because
Not into that
it
great
eats
now.
an abrupt decay.
Then I've played my cards.
You roll 1 dice, and then based on that die result, they trigger or
Yeah,
don't
not
trigger.
permanent.
Yeah. I'm guessing they just have a mana cost of 0, so that should be fine.
Yeah, that's.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Draw.
Okay. Yeah.
Try to roll. 4.
Really should use
I
another die.
should really use another die.
Okay, is that like the 6th time he's rolled a 4 by now? Like, is this the point where you buy a lottery ticket, or?
Alright.
Like, at this point, it's actually impressive how little cards he's drawn off the information booth. It's kind of ridiculous.
Aluren.
Sure.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Yeah.
Trigger.
Sure.
Draw 1, 2, 3. 29. And I would like to play a Cavern Harpy by Aluren.
Like, for real, that is really unlucky. Really is.
Narrated to a bird, I guess.
It is a Beast Harpy.
In that case.
I think Peter might be dead here. Yep.
Okay.
Peter's dead.
Good games.
This is you.
Bit unfortunate on the draws, but yeah, Aluren does have a game plan against this kind of deck.
Yeah, I was like, oh shit, it draw every turn a card, and I was like, it's a 1/1 for 2 mana, so it's a Strix, but you did not draw the card yet. So you will survive. But yeah, sideboarding was insane.
So much for the attractions.
What is,
Well, it's still an impressive showing from the attractions. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if you saw this deck more often.
Yeah, this one
Especially if they ever end up on Magic Online, whatever that is.
And it's a balloon, okay.
It's probably not very high up on the list of
Why not?
priorities.
And they're all on 4 and 6. You took them.
Yeah, I did that so they match with this one.
Ah.
So if I visit this one, I also visit my other one.
I even put in a bone shredder.
Yeah. Pick wheel makes treasures, and then I roll a die. Then if it has 6 more counters, I get a prize, which is more treasures and a new attraction.
More treasures and a new attraction. Okay.
Bounce chamber bounces opponent's creatures.
I mean,
okay, I can live with that.
This is
the worst one is either like draw a card or make a 1/1.
Okay.
I think this is the best one. Then the love. We both choose one of our creatures,
It's
and I get
okay.
to choose whether they fight or we blink them.
Can also live with that one with this deck.
1/1s without flying.
But clowns and not balloons.
And a res a creature, it dies instantly.
What? Return creature from your graveyard. Haste or no?
Yeah, with haste. Exile that in the
Okay, I put in Carpet of Flowers. And Fatal Push and Bone Shredder, because Bone Shredder is for Initiative and Delver, and I have not faced any, and you play some Initiative, so Bone Shredder
I
was
bored
bound
out
to...
my initiative creatures. Those are here.
It also kind of depends on the matchup, right? Because some cards are
8 Strix deck.
or maybe better in certain matchups.
It's fun, it's symmetrical, it's like Aluren.
Like a 1/1 against the combo deck is not very good. A 1/1 against the control deck is pretty decent.
It works, but I indeed think that winning or playing with the that Aluren is just too much value for your deck to keep up with.
Maybe. Especially if I keep missing them.
Yeah, then
I mean,
that's
I
for
could
sure.
have drawn like 10 cards if I hit my die rolls.
You should have drawn 2 or 3 cards, yeah.
Yeah.
And
that would at least help, because then it snowballs, you know, but not today.
Yeah, and the opposition
Yeah, Peter was
agent
definitely
also
unlucky
brutal,
with those die
but
rolls, for
actually
sure.
not that brutal.
No, it was not that bad. I put it in over one phone, because I was like, it's more value than that.
It can wreck me more than the foe.
So I was like, sure, maybe that's the way to win a game.
Okay, good games, good games.
Yeah, good luck in the finals.
I don't know if we will play them, but let's see. Because I'm tired.
And again, where this deck shines is probably just a matchup where you get a couple of turns with the attraction, so that
I have to check if the other
whatever attraction you do get gets kind of averaged out in die rolls, and you can just keep grinding that value. Because if you get a couple of them and they actually start activating,
online and seeing
like that's still really good. It's still a lot of value.
I really wanted to win, not only just to win, but also just for the deck, you know?
Yeah. I like that I could abrupt decay the one. Not that it mattered, it was actually a wasted abrupt decay because you kept rolling 4.
Yeah.
I know it had a 4.
Yeah, it had a 4. That one did trigger on the 4.
Yes. Okay.
Oh yeah, it's a combination of things. A lot of variance, but also just. Isn't 4-color already set up to outgrind opponent? Yeah, I mean in general, sure. This is definitely a different axis to outgrind your opponent on, for sure. I think this is probably going to be better in the mirror. At least I would assume.
Hi. Hey, Thomas. Aluren.
As we're getting into our finals, once again, thank you all for joining us here for Bazaar of Boxes Series 6 here in Tilburg, the Netherlands. It has already been decided that Teus will be the one going to the European Legacy Masters, but our players are still going to play for the money, the beautiful Sawatari tokens, as well as just the glory of winning this tournament. We just saw Thomas playing Aluren with Ether Channeler as its win condition. No Acererak here, no parasitic Strix,
Nee,
just
nee, ik
Ether Channeler, good value, a bunch of 1/1s,
Ik vind dat
and
belangrijk
just
om
beats.
op papier te hebben. Ik ben dit gewoon, daar heb ik al juist zo, oei, ja, 2 leven
Ja,
erbij.
ja. Ja, ik doe dit elke week op de dingetje.
And
dus
then
ik ben dit
there's
een
very, very stock
Doe wat je wilt.
8-cast list.
Jij begint? Ja. Neem ik aan. Jij zijn hogere zittingen.
Only 2 Kappa Cannoneer though.
Veel plezier, veel succes.
I'm kind of used to seeing 3 or 4, but 2 is a bit on the low side. But maybe the meta has kind of shifted away from Kappa Cannoneer. Are our players speaking Dutch again? Oi, 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 oi.
Yeah, we will keep it English.
Really? Never before? I could have sworn that, like when the deck just became a thing, I saw a couple 4 lists, but
Results.
I guess that's not really a thing.
2001.
Results.
How many casts do we have? Good question. 3 Thought Monitor and 4 Thought Cast. So technically 7 cast with 2 Kappa Cannoneer.
Notice battle? Sure. 3 mana, make 16. Side?
Really? Okay, so apparently Kappa is a very important card in this matchup. Yeah, I can see that for sure. Chalice on 1 is also going to be a fantastic card. Sai probably not that bad. Just the war of the 1/1 flyers. We saw Kappa Cannoneer a couple rounds ago, and that card was doing the rounds. It made 3 top tiers and then 8 2 bolts. The Sai has done a lot of work today for sure. No, unfortunately, the attraction deck lost during the semifinals. Just a series of rough variants, a lot of lands, and then just not rolling for card draw. Which it happens. It happens.
I'll pass.
If there are any matches that have been on coverage that you've missed, you can always check the VOD. Because there are a couple of really sweet matches, so if there's anything you've missed, definitely go back and watch those. And it will be on YouTube. Yes, definitely.
4 plus 3, 14. Top monitor.
That results.
Draw 2?
Yes.
Looks like Thought Monitor as well. There's just turboing through his deck right now.
14.
I would. This could probably keep 1 bubble.
Target?
1 for me.
Instead opts to just crack them both. He does have enough artifacts for the Thoughtcast in hand. It's a little bit worse if he draws a Thought Monitor in the next top 3.
Wait.
Pass turn.
End of turn, fetch?
Yeah.
13.
Correct.
Yeah, Thomas took down Peter on the attraction deck. Which I think Aluren is probably also favored in the Aluren attraction matchup.
Shadows of the Void.
What a thing to say. What has this format become?
Then I would like to go to my turn.
Yep. Okay.
Yes.
Draw 2.
Yeah, again, there are a lot of sweet matches today, so if there's anything you missed, definitely go check them out later.
I'm going to see.
Yep.
Ether Channeler.
Ether Channeler for Thomas.
Burp, bounce, draw.
And this is exactly the kind of situation where Ether Channeler is just better than a Serarok or the Parasitic Strix, because it's just a decent play here.
Oh.
It just has a bunch of text.
Lose 2.
12.
Sai?
Yes.
Another Psy coming down.
Bubble?
Yes.
Yeah, top tier.
There's gonna try and go for more value here.
Top tier.
Yes.
That's just a 2-1, right?
It is.
Looks like 2 bubbles is where we end up. Which it should be good enough, right? Always nice to have more, of course. Of course. He might be. That's definitely a possibility.
Attack.
Judge. Summoning sick creature.
Oh, yeah. Correct. Totally right. My bad. Then
No blocks.
just 3. Okay.
10.
Calling a judge for that. Fair enough, fair enough, fair enough.
Full bubble when we card your hand.
You want to roll for it?
But
or-
yeah, fair is fair. Like,
I'll take that one.
Sai right now is annoying. If those drops a Cannoneer, then that's really bad.
Roll, or do you want to take one?
That one. Those are okay.
So does he have another blue card? Yeah, I think there's a Brainstorm and maybe a Narset there.
Pass turn. Upkeep. Draw 2.
Yes. Draw.
Just barely can't make it out there. Island draw for the turn.
Brainstorm.
Yeah.
Gonna Brainstorm first. Endurance, Cavern Harpy, and not quite the middle card. I think that was Uro.
1.
Oh, that might have been Auto Water. Yeah, fair enough. Yeah, definitely an Uro in his hand.
Okay, Sai.
Also, Twitch chat does not work with Kappa Cannoneer. Or it works great with Kappa Cannoneer, depending on who you ask. It's a bunch of Kappas in chat.
Draw.
Yes.
Where's the start?
Yes.
Yeah, for sure. Like, if Kappa Cannoneer enters the field, it's like almost impossible to get rid of.
3. Plus 3. Go to 10.
Like, it's incredibly hard for any deck, pretty much.
Itself come into play.
Oh, it resolves?
Come into play.
Wait, what?
Announce start monitor.
Is he planning to just go off next turn?
Play with battle. Resolves.
I mean, I do think he drew the Cavern Harpy. Maybe he's just
Trigger.
gonna try and protect his combo?
2 and I draw 2.
Yes.
Wait, does he have a Aluren though? I thought he didn't have it.
Hit you with thought monitor.
Go to 8.
And I'll.
And it's the only thing that makes sense here, right?
I'll pass turn.
I mean, yeah, I guess he's.
Oh, is it all down? Yeah, okay, sorry.
Yeah, sorry. Bio?
I guess he was already dead on board anyway. No, he wasn't. I mean, if he forces, yeah, he's dead on board.
If you want.
So yeah, I just assume he's going for the Aluren here. That's all he can do. But I don't see it.
Sure.
Yeah, no. Wait, actually, couldn't he have just forced it, then play the Euro and have another draw step? Or is that maybe playing too safe, like too conservative? Okay, yeah, no, that. Like, honestly, I was just expecting him to slam the force there, but that's not what happened. I mean, yeah, fair enough. I don't know. I feel like he could have gone 2 cards deep there, but maybe my math is off on that. I mean, it certainly wouldn't be the first time. Yeah, sure. Of course, that's easy for us to say because we see all the cards, but. Yeah. Just really unexpected. Like, completely not where my mind was. All right, let's look at the sideboard real fast. Ironically, despite all the blue in Tosis' deck, I don't think this is a Carpet of Flowers matchup for Thomas here. Thoughtseize is probably not good enough. Plague Engineer might be an interesting inclusion, actually. Just put it on Thopter and kind of Stonewall Sai. So I think that's probably worth bringing in, and maybe a Fatal Push and a Snuff Out probably. And then on the side of Toes here, I'm guessing Force of Negation is probably fairly decent. And that's probably it. Maybe Dismember? No, and I don't think either player is playing. No, neither of them are playing Dress Down. Which is also a little surprising. I would have expected at least one copy between these two. Yeah. Well, I mean, in the other direction, no, it doesn't do anything. Because you can just go off at instant speed, I guess. So yeah, pretty tight sideboarding for these two, I think. Just Plague Engineer for Thomas and Force of Negation for Toes. I think that's probably fine.
I will start. I will start.
What's maybe more relevant is that Toes is playing the one of Haywire Might in main. The 1-mana 1/1 that you can sack to exile a non-creature artifact or non-creature enchantment, which could potentially answer Aluren. You'd even play it off Aluren in some cases. Yeah, we are still at it, Still. Well, this is the finals. Game 2, so the end is in sight. They have already decided that This is going to be the one going to the European Legacy Masters, but they are still playing for the money, the tokens, and the glory. Yeah, I could see that Kentucky Fried. That makes sense.
Lotus battle? Sure. Lotus battle? Sure.
Oh, they're going hard on the Lotus battles.
Draw.
Huh. Interesting.
Prop. Fetch. Yeah.
19.
Yeah, yeah. They also play Ice Fang, so that also makes sense, I guess. But like, you don't have to flash in the Ice Fang, right? You can just play the sorcery speed in some cases. And there's of course the synergy with the Euro for sure. But yeah, no dress downs in either decks. So
Go.
Draw.
not something that either of them will have to really worry about.
No. Yeah.
So Ursa Saga into Ancient Tomb was a pretty good opener for any kind of Ursa Saga deck.
Pass.
There's also still a possibility that next turn we see a Haywire Might.
Attack for 1.
19.
Love Strix.
Yeah.
Trigger.
Thomas playing more Strixes, more cantripping.
And turn. One shot.
Sure.
Take turn.
True, like Aluren is already a pretty tight deck. There's a reason why a lot of Aluren decks in the past switched to playing Yorion, just to have the space to actually play everything. But like, there's arguments to be made both ways, right?
Create another one. Go to 15.
Yes.
And get rid of it. Getting needle. Naming Kevin Harvey.
Sure.
Oh right, of course, Pithing Needle can just name Cavern Harpy. I completely forgot about that. Like, you need the Cavern Harpy. I was thinking, yeah, Aluren doesn't have an activated ability, but it's not about the Aluren. It's about the Cavern Harpy. That's the enabler. I mean, yeah, for sure. Like, if Aluren has a bad Kappa Cannoneer matchup, then yeah, you definitely want at least some respect for it.
Sure. See self come into play.
So we see Kappa Cannoneer
Faster.
come into play once more.
Draw. Strix.
True. Also should have. I mean, yeah, should have cracked the Misty, because you still might need the mana. To be fair, I think either way it's gonna be correct to name Cavern Harpy on Pithing Needle, especially if you're just dropping a win con anyway.
Go.
Sure, but that does require you actually draw the Ether Channeler. Which, if you have the Cavern Harpy, you can actually draw into
Every time.
into answers, right?
Mox Opal. Trigger.
Yes.
Softcast.
Yes.
Podcast coming up. Draw 2.
2.
Yes.
Looks like this also has a couple.
3. Go to 13.
A couple artifacts in hand for the Cannoneer, as well as Sai coming down now.
Bubble. Trigger, trigger, trigger.
Looks like he's also holding, I think, 2 forces.
So this one goes to 3. I get Softer. This one goes to
Yeah,
4.
this looks like a horrendous matchup for Aluren, for sure. Like round before, it was kind of bad for the attraction deck, but this is way worse for Aluren. Just getting completely hosed on so many axes.
Put bubble and card your hand.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
No, if it's 6, then we can go 1 to 6. So that one. Ottawa.
Feels
And
Ottawara.
as well.
Ottawara is way too expensive to get rid of this Cannoneer. The Kappa Cannoneer is unblockable because an artifact entered the battlefield this turn. So if he could block, he probably would have, for sure.
I think active player, or you're gonna fetch in response to the.
You set draw. So
Decklist should be up after the tournament. Ethan King.
I said the trigger from the both the bubbles and then he fetches, but the bubble triggers go off first, or does he fetch in response to the bubble?
I don't have triggers.
These are on the stack, so you have
have
priority if you want to fetch now.
Yeah, okay, fair enough. Yeah. Not taking that much. You go to 10.
The needle is on Cavern Harpy. So yeah, what Kentucky Fried said. The way Aluren wins this matchup is just to combo, and all Teus has to do is just keep stalling for as long as possible, because in the grindy game, Teus is going to win like every single time.
Yeah.
Kappa Cannoneer is just that good.
Harpy?
Yeah, no. ACAS is definitely a fast deck. Definitely do not underestimate the speed of that deck.
Yeah, that's fine.
Trigger.
So Thomas does get the pick up for the redraw, but doesn't get to actually add the Harpy back to his hand, unfortunately. Top 8 deck list will be available after the tournament.
Cards in hand?
No. The Cavern Harpy has an activated ability and it has a triggered ability. And triggered ability can still be used. So you can still pick up the Baleful Strix and play it again. You just can't pick up the Cavern Harpy anymore.
Then go ahead.
Okay.
So that Harpy is stuck for now. Oh yeah, it was definitely a fast Kappa, but like that's kind of what you need, right?
Sorry?
Just a Kappa, and if it resolves, then game is like pretty much over at that point. But that's true for most decks, because there's not a lot of decks that can actually answer Kappa Cannoneer. Ward 4 is so bad. It just does so much. And it's not like you can play Edicts, because they just drop Psy and suddenly the whole board's full of tokens, so that doesn't work either. Needs to be an actual board wipe.
Mana?
Okay.
Oh. Ottawara Strix?
Oh, right. The new edict says non-token creature, right?
1 plus 4.
So yeah, you'd only have to get rid of the Psy at that point.
Dismember another Strix?
And it's not actually that bad against like Merit Lage decks, right? No, it's terrible against Merit Lage. What am I talking about? It's completely unplayable against Merit Lage. Oh, it has a... Wait, what's the name of that card again? I'm just gonna look it up, because... What does it do again?
Go the attack, of course.
Children.
Block. Damage.
Take 10.
Children's Edict.
Take more, that's okay.
Yeah, take 11, I think.
Oh yeah, no, that works absolutely. But yeah, that card isn't legal yet, so that doesn't help Thomas. Teus taking down Aluren 2-0 and is going to be our winner for today. So congratulations to both our players for a great performance this tournament. Congratulations to Teus for qualifying for the European Legacy Masters.
How did you board?
Thanks all the players for being here today and playing on camera for us. Thanks everyone for watching. Because this was really fun to do. So I'm glad you were all here to be here with us today. If you missed any of the matches, they will be up on YouTube soon. PM. There are a couple really sweet matches, so can definitely recommend.
2 lances, tricks.
And thanks to the Bazaar of Boxes crew for having me. And yeah, this was great.
What I boarded in.
This number doesn't make that much sense, but okay. Depends on what you took out, but I would never...
Like on the draw, I thought it was okay. On the play, I would bring the chassis back in.
I don't know what you would want to dismember, actually.
Well, you're playing H-Fixes. I have like tokens.
Yeah, and unblockable creatures. It does not matter. If you want to die to janky beats, then you put in the dismembers, I would say. But
it worked.
It would have worked anyway. So it's not. Okay, good.
Ooh, I got my legs open.
See you around?
Yeah. See you, hope next time.
Could be if it's not selling out in
April.
17 minutes. And
I
was there this time.
Yeah, but it's like
there were like 4 places remaining. I was like, what?
It went fast.
Right,
Well,
before I forget, if you want to see more Legacy gameplay,
we go February 1st.
Bazaar of Boxes streams at least once a week with Paper Legacy.
Cool.
If you enjoyed my commentary, feel free to check out my YouTube, where I have a bunch of games uploaded, as well as intend to upload more games in the not so distant future. So definitely be sure to check that out. Again, thanks everyone for watching, for being a part of this tournament, and I hope to see you guys next time.
Thanks for joining, everyone. If you don't know in between rounds, we have a poll. Oh no, wait. I'll see you in Italy, everyone.
So, Rob, I would like to thank you for hanging out with us for 9 rounds. And yeah, it was quite long. So thanks for that. And everybody, thanks for watching. We actually hit a new record with over 200 viewers.
That's awesome.
And then actually 1 February we have a new ticket sale for our 7th edition. And on the 1st of April we have the 7th edition on stream. Next week on Thursday we're back.
Did you take pictures from the cards for Rudy?
Yeah.
Both of us?
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
So next week on Thursday we're back, and on Tuesday I'm back with MTG solo stream. Thanks again for watching. We could actually raid another channel if you guys want.
Nah.
Or we can just. That's also fine.
We have to go and clean everything up.
So thanks again for watching.